Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Claudia. I step off the elevator at 7:15 a.m., the quiet hum of Hamilton Enterprises' 42nd floor, greeting me like an old friend. The morning sun streams through the fragmented clouds, painting Manhattan in hues of gold and amber. Most of the office remains empty, just how I like it. These quiet moments before the chaos begins are precious, and a lot of work can be done in the meantime. I make my way to my desk, positioned strategically outside Christian Hamilton's office. The CEO's son might not arrive until 9, but his executive assistant's day starts well before his. "Good morning to you too, New York," I murmur, setting down my coffee and tote bag while taking in the skyline. From this height, the city looks almost peaceful, a temporary illusion that will shatter once rush hour hits full swing. I power up my computer and pull out my leather-bound planner. Call me old-fashioned, but there's something about physically checking off tasks that digital apps can't replicate. Today's schedule is color-coded, annotated, and meticulously organized. Red for urgent, blue for meetings, green for projects, and yellow for personal reminders. The Hamilton Enterprises quarterly presentation is in 3 days, and Christian needs everything perfect. I create a separate checklist for this alone, arranging tasks by priority. First, finalize the slide deck. Second, distribute the meeting agenda. Third, confirm catering. Fourth, run through the presentation with Christian one final time. I organize my desk with military precision. Files to the left, reference materials to the right, a notepad centered beneath my keyboard. Everything within arm's reach, nothing unnecessary taking up space. By 7:45, I've already answered the overnight emails from our Tokyo office and prepared briefs on 3 upcoming contracts that need Christian's attention. My coffee sits forgotten, gone cold as I compile the quarterly numbers into a digestible format that even the most financially illiterate board member could understand. The phone rings at 8:03. Hamilton Enterprises, Claudia Coleman speaking. "Miss Coleman, it's Jerry from IT. The video conference system is acting up in the main boardroom again." I pull up the day's schedule on my screen. "Christian has the investor call at 11 in that room. Can you have it fixed by 10:30 at the latest?" "We're swamped with the server migration and—" "Jerry," my voice remains pleasant but leaves no room for negotiation. "I need that room operational by 10:30. The Tokyo partners are waiting for confirmation, and Mr. Hamilton needs to review the Asia-Pacific numbers before the call." A pause, then a sigh. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. "Perfect. I've emailed you the specific requirements for the call. I've already sent the message while we were speaking. And Jerry, I owe you a coffee." By 8:30, 3 more calls have come in, including an urgent message from the legal department about contract revisions needed before the end of day. I juggle these demands while simultaneously creating a presentation brief and fielding emails about next week's charity gala. My phone buzzes with a text from Christian. "Running 15 minutes late. Need Johnson file ready." I've already pulled the Johnson file anticipating he'd need it for his morning meeting. It sits on the corner of my desk, tabbed and highlighted, ready to go. When the elevator dings at 9:15 and the office begins filling with employees, I've already completed what most people would consider a full day's work. The second wave of phone calls starts. Vendors, partners, other executives. Each one gets my full attention. Each problem solved efficiently. Each message recorded and prioritized. Between calls, I compile the quarterly performance reports, cross-referencing data points, and creating executive summaries that transform complex information into actionable insights. In a rare moment of quiet, my gaze wanders to the small photo frame on my desk, a group of kids from last summer's volunteer program at the East Harlem Community Center. Their smiles, wide and genuine despite circumstances most adults would buckle under, remind me why I push myself so hard here. Someday that volunteer program won't just be my weekend gig. Someday it'll be my life's work, the Coleman Foundation for Educational Opportunity. I've drafted the business plan a dozen times, tweaking and refining it during late nights after my actual work is done. The blueprint sits in a password-protected folder on my personal laptop, waiting for the day I can afford to breathe life into it. The $87,000 in student loans anchoring me to this desk grows smaller each month, but not fast enough. Each time I look at those smiling faces in the photo, I calculate how many more quarterly bonuses until financial freedom, how many more early mornings and late nights until I can transform those weekend workshops into something permanent, something that changes lives. For now, though, I'm Claudia Coleman, Executive Assistant Extraordinaire, keeping Hamilton Enterprises, or at least Christian's corner of it, running with clockwork precision. My dreams can wait a little longer, growing stronger with each spreadsheet I master, each crisis I navigate, each skill I acquire that will someday serve a different purpose. I pull up my banking app during lunch, balancing a salad on my lap while I review the numbers that dictate my life. Each month, I send $1,700 to various student loan servicers, the price of an Ivy League education that opened doors but left me with golden handcuffs. The math is always the same. 5 more years at this salary before I can launch the foundation without financial anxiety. 5 years of putting someone else's dreams ahead of my own. Worth it, I whisper to myself, closing the app before the numbers can taunt me further. All part of the plan. The truth is, being Christian Hamilton's executive assistant pays exceptionally well. Well enough that I've managed to carve out a modest emergency fund alongside my debt payments. Without the student loans, I could start the foundation next year. With them, I'm looking at 32 instead of 28. Some days, that 4-year difference feels insignificant. Other days, it feels like an eternity. I'd accelerated my loan payments in the beginning, living in a shoebox apartment with 2 roommates, taking the subway instead of cabs, meal prepping instead of ordering takeout. The promotions came, the salary increased, but so did my ambitions for the foundation. Every time I run the numbers, the timeline shifts. More programs mean more startup capital. More startup capital means more time at Hamilton Enterprises. My phone buzzes with a notification. I swipe to see a photo from Christian, David at the playground this morning before school, beaming with a missing front tooth, his blonde hair catching sunlight. I can't help but smile at his face smeared with what looks like chocolate, despite it being 8 a.m. Someone convinced Daddy ice cream counts as breakfast, reads Christian's caption. I zoom in on David's ice cream smudged grin, feeling a warmth spread through my chest that has nothing to do with the mediocre office coffee. I send back a quick, the negotiation skills clearly run in the family, before scrolling to the album I've created just for David's photos. There he is at the zoo last month, wide-eyed at the penguins. David at the office Halloween party, dressed as a dinosaur with scales I helped him paint. David on my lap during the company picnic, both of us focused intensely on a daisy chain I was teaching him to make. It started as a professional courtesy, stepping in when Christian's nanny called in sick, staying late when board meetings ran long. Somehow, between emergency school pickups and weekend science projects, a bond formed. Now, I'm as likely to spend my Saturday helping David with his reading as I am working on foundation proposals. My phone rings, interrupting my thoughts. Miss Coleman, it's Mrs. Winters from Brentwood Elementary. I sit up straighter. Is everything all right with David? He's fine, just a slight fever. Our policy requires children to be picked up if their temperature exceeds 100 degrees. I'll be there in 30 minutes. I'm already reaching for my blazer, mentally rearranging Christian's afternoon schedule. I text Christian, who's in a closed-door meeting with potential investors. David has fever. Picking him up from school. We'll work remotely this afternoon. Don't worry. Got everything covered. His response comes moments later. You're a lifesaver. Thank you. 15 minutes later, I'm sitting in traffic, briefcase in the passenger seat, alongside a folder of printouts Christian needs for tomorrow. My laptop rests between them, emails still flowing to my phone. The foundation dreams might be on hold, but this, being there for a little boy who's stolen a piece of my heart, feels like its own kind of purpose. When I arrive at Brentwood, David sits in the nurse's office, coloring with crayons despite his flushed cheeks. His face brightens when he sees me. Claudia, look, I made you flowers. He holds up a colorful drawing of what might be daisies, or possibly very round suns with petals. These are beautiful, I say, kneeling beside him. Are you feeling okay, buddy? He shrugs with the nonchalance only a 5-year-old can manage. My head's hot. Can we get ice cream? How about we get you home first, then maybe some soup? I feel his forehead, definitely warm. If you're good and take your medicine, we might find some cookies in the pantry. His eyes light up. The chocolate ones with the white chips? Those exact ones. I help him gather his things, signing the checkout sheet while he carefully places his drawing in my tote bag. As we walk to the car hand in hand, David chattering about his morning despite his fever, I think about the strange alchemy of life, how pursuing financial stability led me to a job that introduced me to this sweet boy, how the detour from my foundation dreams brought unexpected joy wrapped in dinosaur pajamas and crayon drawings.
Chapter 2. Christian. I straighten my tie and take a deep breath before pushing through the double doors to the boardroom. 12 faces turn toward me, a mix of anticipation and scrutiny in their gazes. The Hamilton Enterprises Executive Board doesn't suffer fools, and today's presentation could define my future at the company. Gentlemen, ladies. I nod confidently as I move to the head of the table where my laptop is already connected to the projector. I appreciate your time this morning. I click the remote, and the first slide of my presentation illuminates the screen. The Hamilton Enterprises logo gleams against a backdrop of our latest acquisition targets. My father Henry sits at the opposite end of the table, his expression unreadable as always. He's been dropping hints for months about stepping aside, letting me take the reins, but I know him too well. This is just another test. As you can see from the projections, our Q3 revenue exceeded expectations by 17%. But we're not here to talk about past successes. I advance to the next slide, showcasing a sleek model of our newest development. We're here to discuss the future. For the next 20 minutes, I lay out my strategic vision for Hamilton Enterprises' expansion into sustainable tech manufacturing. The numbers are solid, the research impeccable. I've spent weeks preparing for this moment, anticipating every question, calculating every risk. This is what I do best: command a room, strategize, lead. Your proposal is ambitious, Christian, Marjorie Douglas remarks, peering at me over her glasses. As our longest-serving board member, her opinion carries weight. What makes you think we can outmaneuver Tacoma Tech in the renewable space when they've had a 5-year head start? I smile, having expected this exact question. Because Tacoma built their foundation on outdated lithium technology. I click forward 3 slides to data I've prepared. Our R&D team has developed a new composite material that's 30% more efficient and 40% cheaper to produce. We'll enter the market with superior product at a competitive price point. Several board members nod appreciatively. My father's expression shifts minutely, the slight tilt of his head that means I've impressed him. A familiar surge of satisfaction runs through me. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I ignore it, knowing Claudia would only message during this meeting if it concerned David. A flicker of worry passes through my mind. She took him home from Brentwood Elementary this morning with a fever. Is it worse? Does he need to see a doctor? I push these thoughts aside and continue with my presentation. But now David's face keeps appearing in my mind's eye. His small body curled up on the couch, blonde hair plastered to his forehead with sweat asking for me. Damn it, I should be there. The Asian markets are particularly promising, I say, forcing my focus back to the room. Our contacts in Singapore have already expressed interest in exclusive distribution rights. And what about the regulatory hurdles in the EU? This from James Peterson, always looking for holes in any plan. We've already begun the certification process, I reply smoothly. Our compliance team has been working directly with Brussels for the past quarter. We're ahead of schedule on all required approvals. Another message vibrates against my thigh. What's going on with David? Is he okay? The meeting stretches on, and I maintain my professional demeanor while my mind splits between the boardroom and my son at home. I picture Claudia sitting beside him, reading his favorite dinosaur book, placing a cool cloth on his forehead. She's good with him, better than good. But I should be there too. My father leans forward slightly. And the timeline for full implementation? His tone carries the weight of decades of leadership, of expectations I've been trying to meet my entire life. 18 months from approval, I answer. We can have the first production line operational in 12, with full capacity by Q2 next year. I advance to the financial projections. The numbers speak for themselves, a 22% return on investment within the first year, scaling to 35% by year 3. Several board members exchange impressed glances. My father sits back, a rare smile playing at his lips. Bold moves, he says, but well researched. I'm particularly impressed with the contingency plans. The praise should feel better than it does. Instead, I find myself wondering if David took his medicine, if his fever broke, if he's asking for me. The weight of these dual responsibilities Hamilton Enterprises' heir, a parent, and father to a 5-year-old presses down on my shoulders like twin anchors. Any other questions? I scan the room, maintaining eye contact with each board member in turn. What about staffing? Asks Rebecca Jacobson from operations. This kind of expansion would require significant personnel increases. We've identified key positions and have recruitment strategies in place. I click through to additional slides I'd prepared for just this question. Additionally, we'll implement training programs for current employees to transition skill sets where applicable. The discussion continues, and I handle each question with practiced ease. But beneath my confident exterior, guilt gnaws at me. David's kindergarten play is next week. I've missed his last 2 soccer practices. And now he's sick, and I'm here instead of with him. The boardroom falls silent as I finish addressing the final question. I stand tall, maintaining a posture of absolute confidence, but beneath my tailored suit jacket, my shirt sticks to my back with cold sweat. Did I account for every variable? Was my delivery convincing enough? The thoughts spiral as board members exchange glances, weighing my presentation against whatever invisible scale they've constructed in their minds. My phone vibrates again. The 3rd time in 15 minutes. Something must be wrong with David. If there are no further questions, my voice remains steady despite the churning in my stomach. I believe we can move to a vote on the proposal. My father's piercing blue eyes, the same ones I see in the mirror, the same ones David inherited, study me from across the polished mahogany table. There's calculation in his gaze, always sizing me up. Even after all these years, after graduating top of my class, after growing Hamilton Enterprises profits by double digits year after year, I still feel like that desperate teenager trying to earn his approval. "The board will take your proposal under advisement," he announces, voice carrying that familiar authoritative timbre that's closed countless negotiations in our favor. "We'll reconvene tomorrow morning for discussion and vote. Excellent presentation, Christian." The words should feel like victory. Instead, they sit hollow in my chest as the meeting adjourns and board members rise from their seats. I discreetly check my phone under the table. 3 messages from Claudia. "David's fever is at 102. Gave him medicine. Asking for you. Doctor says we should bring him in if temp doesn't drop in next hour. Fever's down a bit. He's sleeping." Relief washes through me, followed immediately by a wave of guilt. My son is sick, and I'm here, playing corporate chess. What kind of father does that make me? "Christian." James Peterson approaches, extending his hand. "Impressive work on the sustainability metrics. You've clearly done your homework." "Thanks, James." I shake his hand firmly, smile on autopilot. We've got a prime opportunity to position ourselves ahead of the curve. I particularly liked the resource allocation strategy. Marjorie joins us, her approval unexpectedly warming. She's been on the board since before I was born, a contemporary of my father's who rarely offers praise. Reminds me of how your father approached the telecom expansion in '98. High praise. I nod, though the comparison to my father lands somewhere between compliment and constraint, always measured against his legacy, always wondering if I'll ever truly stand on my own. More congratulations follow. Hands to shake, backs to pat. Comments about how I'm Henry's son through and through. Each interaction is a performance I've mastered. The confident executive, the worthy heir, the man who has it all under control. All the while, David's feverish face hovers in my mind's eye. My father approaches last, board members filtering out behind him. His silver hair catches the light, his custom-tailored suit without a single wrinkle. The picture of corporate perfection. "You did well today," he says, voice lowered for privacy. "The board was impressed." "Thank you, sir." Even now, I default to formality with him. His expression shifts, nearly imperceptible. "What's the texting for?" "Claudia messaged about David. He has a fever." I tighten my jaw. I'll be heading home shortly to check on him. A flicker of disappointment crosses his features. "There's the executive dinner with the Singapore investors tonight. Your presence would be valuable." The familiar tug of war begins inside me. The successful businessman versus the single father, 2 identities that never seem to peacefully coexist, especially in my father's eyes. "David needs me," I say, the words coming out more defensive than intended. He sighs, that particular sigh I've known all my life, the one that says I'm not measuring up to the Hamilton standard. "That boy has complicated things from the start," he says, just quietly enough that remaining board members can't hear. "A Hamilton man puts business first. That's how I raised you." The criticism stings despite its familiarity. David, my brilliant, loving 5-year-old who came into my life unexpectedly when his mother, Jenny, abandoned him, has never been accepted by my father as a legitimate Hamilton. A messy complication. An impediment to what should have been a strategic marriage to strengthen business connections. "David is my son," I reply, keeping my voice level despite the anger bubbling beneath. "He's a Hamilton, whether that fits your 10-year plan or not." My father's face hardens. "You know what I mean, Christian. The circumstances. We're not his choice," I cut him off, "or mine, but he's here, and he's my responsibility." With a sigh, he nods. "Very well. You've always been a stubborn soul, Christian." I hold my tongue, wanting to remind him that being stubborn has gotten me this far. Instead, I offer a tight smile as my father turns away, already thinking about returning home to David and Claudia, who are waiting for me.
Chapter 3. Claudia. I step off the elevator on the top floor of one of Manhattan's most exclusive addresses, punching in the security code Christian gave me months ago. The penthouse door clicks open, and I'm immediately greeted by the spectacular windows that frame the glittering New York skyline like a postcard. No matter how many times I've been here, that view still takes my breath away. Claudia, thank God you're here. Eliza appears from the kitchen, her silver-streaked hair escaping from a messy bun. The nanny grabs her purse from the marble counter with one hand, while checking her watch with the other. My daughter's school called. Something about her spraining an ankle during volleyball practice. Don't worry about a thing. David and I will be just fine. I set my bag down and slip off my heels, already feeling the tension from the workday melting away. Go take care of your daughter. You're a lifesaver. Mr. Hamilton texted that he'll be working late again. Eliza lowers her voice. David's been asking for you all afternoon. A warm flutter passes through my chest. Has he eaten? Snack time was about an hour ago. Dinner's prepped in the fridge, just needs heating. Eliza pauses at the door. Thanks again, Claudia. Being Mr. Hamilton's executive assistant isn't in your job description, yet here you are every Friday. I wave her concern away. This is the highlight of my week. After Eliza leaves, I pad across the polished hardwood floors toward the sound of animated voices coming from David's playroom. I pause at the doorway, watching him without announcing my presence. David sits cross-legged on the plush carpet, surrounded by an elaborate cityscape of building blocks and tiny cars. His blonde head is bent in concentration as he zooms a red fire truck between towers, making siren noises with such enthusiasm that his whole body rocks back and forth. Fire truck to the rescue. Everyone get out of the way. I lean against the doorframe, something inside me softening. How did this little boy manage to wrap himself around my heart so completely? Is there room for one more firefighter on that truck? I ask. David's head snaps up, his blue eyes, so like Christian's, widening with delight. Claudia! He scrambles to his feet and launches himself at me, nearly knocking me over with the force of his hug. His small arms wrap around my legs, his face pressed against my skirt. You came. I always come on Fridays, don't I? I ruffle his soft hair, inhaling the scent of apple shampoo. But last week you couldn't cause of that important meeting. Well, I'm making up for it today. I kick off my remaining professional persona along with my work mindset and lower myself to the floor. Now, what's the emergency? I hear we have a fire to put out. David grabs my hand and pulls me toward his block city. The monster knocked down the power lines, and now everything's on fire. He points to a plastic dinosaur toppled near a pile of blocks. That's terrible. We need to save the city. I pick up a blue car. I'll get the water tanks. You handle evacuation. For the next hour, we rescue plastic figurines from toppling buildings, reroute traffic around disaster zones, and eventually rebuild the city stronger than ever, according to David. I find myself laughing, really laughing, for the first time all week. There's something so freeing about kneeling on this carpet, making ridiculous siren noises, and creating elaborate backstories for tiny plastic people. When David insists we need to build a hospital for the injured citizens, I help him stack blocks in increasingly precarious formations, while he chatters about his week at kindergarten. And then Tyler said his dad can lift a whole car. But I told him my dad runs a bigger company than his dad, and you help him run it, which means you're stronger than Tyler's mom. I smile at his 5-year-old logic. I don't think company size translates to physical strength, buddy. But you're still the best. David places a figurine that looks vaguely like a doctor atop our hospital. Dad says you're indispensable. Yeah, that. A familiar ache spreads through my chest, not unpleasant, but wistful. As David arranges his toys with serious concentration, a thought surfaces in my mind. I can't help but think of my own 5-year-old self as I watch David sprawl on his stomach, meticulously arranging tiny plastic people in front of his hospital. I'd been just like him once, building worlds out of nothing, believing anything was possible. Were you always good at helping people, Claudia? David asks, looking up with those earnest blue eyes that make it impossible to give anything but an honest answer. The question catches me off guard. I always wanted to be. Back then, I dreamed of becoming a doctor. My mother had kept a picture I drew in kindergarten, stick figures in white coats, smiling patients, a rainbow arching over a hospital that looked suspiciously like our house with a red cross slapped on it. I'd been so certain of my path. My Aunt Rachel is a doctor, I tell David, helping him balance a wobbly section of his block hospital. When I was about your age, I wanted to be just like her. Why didn't you? I pause, my fingers frozen on a tiny block. Why didn't I? The familiar reasons line up in my head like the dominoes David loves to topple. The astronomical cost of medical school. My father's sudden illness during my sophomore year of college. The practical decision to switch to business administration so I could graduate faster and help support my family. Sometimes life takes you in different directions, I say finally. David nods with the solemn wisdom that children sometimes possess. Like when I wanted to be a dinosaur, but Dad said that's not a job. A laugh bubbles out of me. Exactly like that. He goes back to his play, but my mind lingers on the path not taken. Working for Hamilton Enterprises had seemed like such a coup 4 years ago. Prestigious position, excellent salary, benefits package that finally allowed me to start paying off my student loans and help my parents with their mortgage. I've built a life that looks successful on paper. Executive assistant to Christian Hamilton, trusted with company secrets and major responsibilities. My LinkedIn profile gets attention. My bank account is healthy. So why does watching David's uninhibited joy as he creates his imaginary world make my chest ache with something that feels dangerously like regret? Watch, Claudia. The helicopter's coming to rescue everyone. David swoops a toy through the air, his face lit with pure delight. His laughter fills the room. Unreserved, authentic happiness that adults rarely allow themselves to express. When was the last time I laughed like that? When was the last time I built something just for the joy of creating, not because it would advance my career or look good on a resume? I glance around the playroom with its toy-strewn floor and walls covered in David's artwork. This space holds more honest emotion than my minimalist apartment that I've barely decorated in 3 years because I'm barely there except to sleep. The doctor needs help, David announces, handing me a small figurine in a white coat. You have to save the mayor. I'm on it, I say, accepting the plastic doctor and the responsibility that comes with it. As I crouch beside him, making ridiculous siren sounds and inventing medical procedures, something shifts inside me. I'm not just playing. I'm remembering. Remembering what it felt like to want something purely because it spoke to my heart, not my bank account or professional ambitions. I watch David's face, animated with importance, as he orchestrates our emergency scenario. His world is so straightforward. People need help. You help them. Love is uncomplicated. Joy isn't scheduled between meetings. My throat tightens unexpectedly. What would my life look like if I'd held on to that simplicity? If I'd pursued what made me feel alive rather than what looked impressive? The truth crashes over me. Being here, in this messy playroom with David's theatrical emergencies and innocent questions, feels more meaningful than anything work-related I've handled in the past year. Family. The word materializes in my mind, taking shape with uncomfortable clarity. Not just any family, but this one, this precocious 5-year-old and his frustratingly handsome, complicated father. The Friday evenings that have become the highlight of my week. The way my heart lifts when David calls my name, or when Christian looks at me across the conference table with that private smile meant only for me. I've been telling myself that helping out with David is only temporary, that I'm helping out my boss because I'm efficient and good at my job. But the truth is, I keep coming back because these stolen moments feel like home in a way my actual apartment never has. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Christian. After another long day at the office, I finally get to spend some time with my son before he goes to bed. I adjust the dimmer switch in David's room, creating that perfect balance between darkness and light that keeps the monsters away but lets him sleep. Daddy, can we read the Dragon Book tonight? David's small voice carries across the room as he snuggles deeper into his race car bed, clutching his stuffed dinosaur. I grab the well-worn storybook from his bookshelf. The binding is starting to come loose from countless readings. This one? Again? I raise an eyebrow but can't hide my smile. It's my favorite. He scoots over, patting the space beside him. The bed creaks under my weight as I slide in next to him. His small body immediately curls against mine, his head finding that perfect spot under my arm. The scent of his shampoo, some ridiculous bubblegum concoction he insisted on at the store, fills my nose. These moments make everything worth it. The endless meetings, the constant pressure, the legacy I'm expected to uphold, all of it fades away when I'm just being David's dad. Once upon a time, there lived a dragon who couldn't breathe fire. I begin, the familiar words flowing from memory more than from the page. David traces the colorful illustrations with his finger. He looks sad. He is sad. All the other dragons can breathe fire, and he feels different. Like when I couldn't tie my shoes at school and everyone else could. His blue eyes look up at me, searching for understanding. Exactly like that. But remember how you practiced and now you can tie them even faster than me? He nods solemnly. The dragon just needs to practice his fire. We continue through the story, David chiming in with the parts he's memorized. By the time the dragon finally learns to breathe fire with help from his friends, David's eyelids are drooping. I close the book, setting it on the nightstand. Time for sleep, buddy. Not yet. His small hand grabs mine, surprisingly strong. Can we just talk? Sure. What's on your mind? He fidgets with the edge of his dinosaur-printed comforter. Tommy at school has a mom and dad who both live in his house. My chest tightens. This conversation was inevitable, but I'm still not prepared. And Lily has 2 moms, he continues. And Michael has a mom and stepdad. But I just have you. I swallow hard. Is that okay? Just having me? David shrugs his little shoulders. I like having you, but... He hesitates, looking down at his dinosaur. Do you think we could ever be a normal family? Like with someone else who lives with us and maybe makes pancakes on Sundays? The innocent question hits like a freight train. Normal is such a loaded word when you're a single father helping run the family's corporate empire. Our family is normal for us, buddy. Families come in all different types. I ruffle his hair, buying time while my mind races. But I understand wanting something different sometimes. Claudia makes good pancakes, he offers, yawning. She could be in our family. I nearly choke. Leave it to a 5-year-old to cut straight to the heart of things I've been carefully avoiding thinking about. That's complicated, buddy. Adult stuff. Why is adult stuff always complicated? He sighs dramatically, sounding momentarily like a teenager rather than a kindergartner. I ask myself that every day. I kiss his forehead, breathing him in. Get some sleep. I love you. Love you more. His eyes flutter closed, the conversation already fading from his mind as sleep takes over. I sit there for a while, watching him drift off, his face peaceful and unmarked by the worries that will come soon enough. The guilt washes over me in waves. Am I enough for him? Will my shortcomings shape his life the way my father's shaped mine? My mind drifts to my own childhood, the empty mansion, the nannies who came and went to take care of Tobias and I, my father's rare appearances marked by criticism rather than affection. I remember waiting up past midnight on my 10th birthday, hoping he'd remember. He didn't come home until 3 days later with an expensive watch and not a word about the missed celebration. You'll understand someday when you run Hamilton Enterprises, he'd said when I complained. Some things are more important than birthday cake. I'd sworn I'd never be that father. But here I am working 60-hour weeks, leaving David with Eliza more often than I want to admit. Different reasons, same result. The city pulsates beyond the windows, a constant reminder of the empire I'm responsible for, the legacy I'm expected to continue. And here, in the quiet of David's room, lies the legacy that actually matters. I gently extract myself from the bed, careful not to wake him. David mumbles something in his sleep, clutching his dinosaur tighter. I ease the door closed with practiced stealth, leaving it cracked just enough for the hallway light to spill in. David sleeps soundly now, but I know from experience that total darkness can lead to midnight panic. The penthouse feels empty and still around me as I walk to my study. Family pictures line the hallway. David's first day of preschool, his third birthday at the aquarium, the two of us building sandcastles last summer. No mother in these frames, no complete family unit like Tommy's or Lily's or Michael's. I pour myself 2 fingers of whiskey and sink into my leather chair, the one purchase I splurged on when I first got my own office at Hamilton Enterprises, when my father elevated me up to be the vice president. The amber liquid burns pleasantly as it goes down. Do you think we could ever be a normal family? David's innocent question echoes in my mind, cutting through my carefully constructed barriers. The longing in his voice was unmistakable. He deserves better than what I had growing up. A father physically present but emotionally absent. At least I'm trying, showing up for bedtime stories and school events whenever I can pry myself away from the office. But is trying enough? I set the glass down harder than intended, the sound sharp in the quiet room. No, trying isn't enough. Not anymore. My son deserves more than scraps of my attention between board meetings and international calls. The weight of the Hamilton name, the pressure of the legacy, it's been crushing me since I was younger than David is now. My father made it clear. Hamilton men's sacrifice for the company. Personal happiness is secondary to corporate success. I've been following that blueprint without questioning it, working myself to exhaustion to prove I'm worthy of taking the helm. And for what? So my son can sit in his bed wondering why his family doesn't look like everyone else's? Something fierce and protective swells in my chest, a resolve hardening into certainty. I will not do to David what was done to me. Hamilton Enterprises has survived for generations. It can damn well adapt to a CEO who puts his son first. I pull out my phone and open my calendar, scrolling through the endless meetings that fill my days. With ruthless efficiency, I start rearranging things, hoping that Claudia doesn't have a heart attack when she sees what I've done. The Tokyo conference call can happen an hour earlier. The quarterly review meeting doesn't need me for the entire 4 hours. The dinner with the Boston investors can be a lunch instead. I create a block of time every afternoon to pick David up from school myself. I mark Thursday evenings as untouchable. That's when his soccer games happen this spring. I block out all of Saturday. The company has survived this long. It can survive me taking a full weekend day with my son. As I make these changes, I think about what David said about Claudia and her pancakes. A smile tugs at my lips despite myself. He's right. She does make exceptional pancakes. I discovered that during the executive retreat last summer, when she somehow managed to take over the resort's kitchen and feed the entire leadership team a breakfast that put the 5-star chef to shame. Claudia is exceptional in general. My mind drifts to her quiet efficiency, the way she anticipates problems before they arise, how she handles difficult problems with a firm grace I've never mastered. She's been my executive assistant for years, but already I can't imagine running my office without her. And the way she is with David. The first time she met him, when he came to the office because his school had an unexpected closure, she didn't miss a beat. She reorganized my entire day so I could take him to the Children's Museum, then joined us for lunch afterward. David was enchanted by her ability to fold napkins into animals and the way she spoke to him like his opinions mattered. I take another sip of whiskey, acknowledging the warmth that spreads through me at these memories. It's not just professional appreciation I feel for Claudia. It's something more complex, something I've been carefully avoiding examining too closely. What would it be like to have her in our lives permanently? Not just as my executive assistant, but as More? The thought sends a jolt through me that has nothing to do with the alcohol. But I doubt that's ever going to happen, so I'd just take another drink and wonder what it would be like to have a healthy family. One where love surpasses everything else.
Chapter 5. Claudia. I'm in the middle of organizing Christian's schedule for the upcoming charity gala when I hear his office door fly open. The unmistakable sound of expensive Italian shoes striking marble follows Christian's angry walk. I've categorized all his movements over the years, working as his executive assistant. There's his confident stride when closing a deal, his measured pace when he's thinking, and then there's this: sharp, quick steps that telegraph his frustration before he ever says a word. I glance up from my computer to see Christian storming past my desk, his father Henry following close behind. Neither acknowledges me. They're too deep in whatever disagreement has Christian's jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. "This conversation isn't over, Christian," Henry says, his voice carrying that distinctive Hamilton authority, the kind that's accustomed to being obeyed. "It is for today," Christian replies, not slowing down. They disappear around the corner, toward the executive lounge, the place Christian often retreats when he needs a moment away from his father's expectations. I shouldn't follow. This is clearly private, but something about Christian's expression, a mixture of anger and something else, vulnerability, perhaps, tugs at my curiosity. I grab a stack of contracts that need signatures and follow at a discreet distance. The file room across from the lounge provides perfect cover. I slip inside, leaving the door cracked just enough to hear their conversation, while pretending to search for documents if anyone happens by. "You can't keep avoiding this, son." Henry's voice carries through the hallway. Hamilton Enterprises needs stability at the top. The board members, our investors, they're all watching. "I'm doing everything you've asked." Christian's voice is lower, controlled, but with an edge that suggests he's barely containing himself. "Quarterly profits are up 17%. What more do you want?" This isn't just about business metrics. It's about image, perception. A single father raising a son while running a company this size? People talk, Christian. They're going to wonder if you're stable enough, committed enough. I wince at Henry's words. Christian's dedication to both his company and his son David is something I've witnessed firsthand every day. The man works tirelessly, then rushes home to spend time with David. He's more present as a parent than most executives with two-parent households. So this is about my personal life again. The disgust in Christian's voice is palpable. "David and I are doing fine." "Are you?" The boy needs a mother figure, and you need a wife. Someone who understands our world, who can stand beside you at events, host dinners, be part of building the Hamilton legacy. "I don't have time for dating, Dad. Between the company and David, make time. The Hamilton name has stood for something in this city for 3 generations. Your grandfather built this company from nothing. I expanded it across the country, and now it's your responsibility to ensure its future." The weight in those words hangs heavy. I've always known the Hamilton name came with expectations, but hearing them articulated so bluntly makes me understand Christian's perpetual tension in a new light. "David is my priority," Christian says, voice softening when mentioning his son. "Always." I'm not saying he shouldn't be, but our family business is his inheritance, his future. Securing that future means playing the part that's expected of you, all parts of it. I lean against the file cabinet, a strange ache forming in my chest. How many times has my own mother laid similar expectations at my feet? "Claudia, with your education, you should be running your own department by now, not answering someone else's phone." The parallels between our situations strike me harder than expected. 3 months, Henry says firmly. The annual shareholders meeting is in 3 months. I want to see progress on this front by then. Or what? Christian's voice darkens. Or the board will have more to discuss than quarterly projections. Henry's footsteps resume, growing fainter as he walks away. I hear Christian exhale slowly, followed by the sound of him dropping onto one of the lounge's leather couches. The silence afterward feels loaded with all the things he didn't say to his father. I should return to my desk. Instead, I find myself standing motionless, processing what I've heard. All this time I've envied Christian's position, the power, the privilege, the respect that comes with the Hamilton name. But now I realize it's a gilded cage. He's trapped by the same kinds of expectations that have followed me my whole life, just on a grander scale. The difference is that his cage comes with a child who depends on him, a legacy spanning generations, and apparently a ticking clock on finding a suitable partner to complete the picture-perfect Hamilton image. For the first time since taking this job, I don't see Christian Hamilton as just my demanding, occasionally frustrating boss. I see a man trying to do his best with the cards given to him, and right now, he's being stretched thin. I hurry back to my desk, heart racing faster than my feet against the polished floor. My mind loops the conversation I just overheard like an unwelcome earworm. Christian trapped between his father's demands and his devotion to his son, the weight of the Hamilton legacy hanging around his neck like an anchor disguised as a gold medal. I slide into my chair just as my phone buzzes with an incoming email. Perfect timing. I can pretend I've been here all along, engrossed in work, rather than eavesdropping on private family drama. The screen blurs before my eyes as I try to focus. 3 months. That's the timeline Henry Hamilton has given his son to essentially acquire a wife, like she's just another asset to add to the portfolio. The thought makes something twist inside my chest. I open my planner and stare at Christian's schedule. It's packed solid for the next 2 weeks. Board meetings, investor calls, product launches, and somewhere in the margins, notes about David's soccer practice and parent-teacher conference. Beneath my fingertips lies the evidence of how impossible Henry's demand really is. When exactly is Christian supposed to court this magical woman who will meet Hamilton standards and be willing to step into an instant family? Claudia? I startle at Christian's voice. He's standing before my desk, his earlier anger now compressed into the tight line of his shoulders. If I hadn't overheard the argument, I might have attributed his tension to normal work stress. Yes, Mr. Hamilton? I keep my voice neutral, professional. Just another Monday at Hamilton Enterprises. I need to leave early today. Eliza called. He's dealing with a stomachache. I nod, already pulling up his afternoon schedule. You have the budget review meeting at 3. I can reschedule it for tomorrow morning. Thanks. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the perfect style his expensive barber crafted. It makes him look younger, more vulnerable. And can you call his teacher? Let her know I'll pick up David's homework assignments myself. Of course. I make the note, then hesitate. Is there anything else you need help with? Something flickers across his face. Surprise, perhaps, at the genuine concern in my voice. We've always maintained clear professional boundaries. I'm efficient. He's appreciative. That's our dynamic. But suddenly it feels insufficient. Actually, he glances at the family photo on his desk. Him and David at the beach last summer. Matching smiles that reach their eyes. David's been asking about the science fair next week. I promised I'd help him build his project this weekend, but with everything I need to get done. I could help, I say, the words tumbling out before I can reconsider. With the science fair project, I mean. I was something of a science fair champion in school. His eyebrows rise slightly. You were? 3-time regional winner. My volcano actually erupted on command without covering the judges in baking soda. I smile, remembering the pride on my mother's face that day. It's just an offer, if you're comfortable with it. Christian studies me for a moment, and I wonder if I've overstepped. Then his expression softens. David would love that. He talks about you all the time, you know. I laugh, warmth spreading through my chest. I'll pay you for your time, of course. Oh, that's not necessary, I insist. His tone leaves no room for argument. You're already going above and beyond as is. I nod, suddenly aware of how easily I've inserted myself into his family dilemma. Part of me wonders if I should offer more, to help him sort through the society women his father undoubtedly has lined up. I could screen them, maybe. Identify someone who would love David as much as Christian does, someone who wouldn't view him as a package deal but as a bonus. The thought sends an unexpected pang through me. I push it aside, refusing to examine it too closely. This is about being supportive, being a good assistant. Nothing more. I could also help you with, I pause, choosing my words carefully. With other personal matters if needed. You have a lot on your plate right now. Christian's expression shifts, becoming unreadable. What do you mean? Just that I'm here to make your life easier, however I can. I keep my voice light, professional. That's my job after all. He nods slowly, eyes never leaving mine. Thank you, Claudia. I appreciate that more than you know. As he turns to leave, I wonder if he can sense the jealousy that flared in me at the mere thought of vetting potential wives for him, an emotion I have absolutely no right to feel. I'm his assistant, nothing more. I return to my computer, forcing myself to focus on rescheduling his afternoon. The conversation with Henry echoes in my mind. 3 months to find the perfect Hamilton wife. The twist in my stomach returns, sharper this time.
Chapter 6. Christian. I tap my pen against the polished mahogany of my home office desk, staring at the quarterly reports without really seeing them. The sound of laughter floats in from the living room, David's high-pitched giggle followed by Claudia's warm chuckle. No, not like that, I hear David say. The volcano needs to be bigger or the lava won't come out right. You're the expert, Claudia replies. Should we add another layer of newspaper here? I lean back in my chair, allowing myself a moment to listen. The science fair project, a papier-mâché volcano, has consumed my son's attention for days. Watch this, Claudia! David exclaims, followed by the sound of something dropping and more laughter. My lips twitch into an involuntary smile. It's good to hear him this way, carefree, excited. I turn my attention back to the stack of contracts on my desk, but my father's words keep intruding. He keeps pestering me about this, and most recently he gave me his ultimatum over a phone call. This isn't a negotiation, Christian. His voice had been cold, authoritative, the same tone he used in boardroom takeovers. Either you find yourself a suitable wife within 3 months, or Tobias takes control of Hamilton Enterprises. My jaw tightens at the memory. 40 years building Hamilton Enterprises into a global powerhouse. My father thinks he can dictate my personal life with some archaic choice. The company needs stability, he'd said. A CEO with a family, values, someone the board and our partners can trust. And you think Tobias provides that? I'd shot back. A crash from the living room pulls me from the memory, followed by David's oops and Claudia's gentle reassurance. It's okay, buddy, we can fix it. That's what scientists do. They make mistakes and then figure out solutions. I run a hand through my hair, exhaling slowly. The irony doesn't escape me. While my son builds a make-believe volcano in my living room, a very real eruption threatens everything I've worked for. Tobias! My younger brother hasn't worked a day in his life without looking for shortcuts. Last quarter's acquisition fiasco still haunts the company. His rushed due diligence nearly cost us millions. And now my father dangles the CEO position in front of him like a prize. Dad! Dad! Come see! David calls out, his excitement palpable even through the walls. 1 minute, I call back, gathering my thoughts. My calendar sits open on my desk, the next 3 months staring back at me. Board meetings, international conferences, strategic planning sessions. Where exactly am I supposed to find a wife between conference calls and shareholder presentations? The absurdity of it all hits me. I'm 29 years old, helping run a billion-dollar company, raising a son on my own, and now I'm supposed to court and marry someone in 90 days. Like some twisted reality show? Dad, it's almost ready. Coming, buddy. I push away from the desk and stand, stretching my back. Through the doorway, I catch a glimpse of them, my son and Claudia, kneeling on newspapers spread across the floor. David's face is smudged with paint, his blonde hair standing up in tufts where he's run messy fingers through it. Beside him, Claudia's dark curly hair is pulled back in a loose ponytail, a streak of blue paint across her cheek. Her dark skin seems to glow every time she's near David. Something shifts in my chest. In this moment, they look like... No, I shut down that thought before it can form. Claudia is my executive assistant, nothing more. Professional boundaries exist for a reason, and I've never been one to blur lines. But as I watch her help David carefully position the volcano on its display board, I can't help but wonder. 3 months. A wife. Someone who could be good for David, good for the company's image, good for me. The problem is, I don't need or want a wife. What I need is to keep Hamilton Enterprises out of Tobias's incompetent hands. Daddy, look what we made. David bounces on his knees, pointing proudly at their creation. We made it super big so when it erupts, the lava goes everywhere. David jumps up, barely containing his excitement as he gestures toward their creation. The volcano stands impressively on its display board, at least 14 inches tall with carefully crafted ridges and realistic-looking details painted in browns and grays. For kindergarten science fair standards, it's practically professional grade. Wow, buddy. That's definitely going to win first prize. I ruffle his hair, careful to avoid the spots still sticky with paint. Claudia showed me how to make the lava look real. David beams up at her with undisguised adoration. She says we need to practice the eruption outside, though. Claudia rises from her kneeling position, brushing paper scraps from her jeans. I may have promised we'd test it in the park before the big day. Baking soda and vinegar can get enthusiastic. Smart thinking. I catch her eye and something passes between us, a moment of shared understanding. Of course, she'd think about the practical details. She always does. Can we test it now? David tugs at my hand, leaving a smear of red paint on my wrist. How about another day? Claudia suggests before I can answer. The paint needs to dry completely first. Science rule number 1. Follow the process. Science rule number 1, David repeats solemnly, nodding as if receiving wisdom from Einstein himself. I watch them together, the easy way Claudia redirects him, how she bends to his level when explaining things, the genuine delight on her face when he grasps a concept. She's been my executive assistant for a while now, and somewhere along the way, she became something more, a friend, a confidant, sometimes even a co-parent whenever I need extra help with David. Speaking of dinner, I say, how about we order pizza to celebrate this volcano masterpiece? Yes. David punches the air. Can we get the one with the cheese in the crust and breadsticks? Absolutely. I pull out my phone, already opening the delivery app. Claudia, you're joining us, right? She hesitates, glancing at her watch. I should probably head out soon. Please stay, Claudia! David wraps his arms around her legs. You have to help me practice my science speech, remember? Her expression softens. Well, I guess I can't break a promise about science. As I order dinner, watching them clean up together, an idea hits me with such sudden clarity that I nearly drop my phone. It's absurd, inappropriate, probably crossing every professional boundary that exists, and yet potentially brilliant. What if I asked Claudia to marry me? Not for real, of course. Just temporarily. Just enough to satisfy my father's ultimatum and secure Hamilton Enterprises. The thought expands in my mind while they work, David chattering away and Claudia listening intently to his 5-year-old theories on volcanic activity. She fits here in my home with my son. We already have an established rapport. She knows everything about my business, my schedule, my life. The board respects her. My father has commented more than once on her efficiency and intelligence. A temporary arrangement. 6 months, maybe a year. With proper compensation, of course. A promotion, a bonus. Enough to help her with that non-profit she wants to establish. We need clear terms, an exit strategy. I watch her laugh at something David says, her whole face lighting up. Something twists in my chest. Would she even consider it? Or would she walk out and never come back, her resignation letter on my desk Monday morning? Dad, Claudia says I need to practice standing still while I talk about my project. She says fidgeting makes people not listen. Claudia's right, I say automatically, still turning over the idea in my mind. I didn't say people wouldn't listen, she corrects gently. I said sometimes movement distracts from your awesome volcano facts. No, I can't ask her tonight. This requires thought, planning. A proper proposal, business proposal, I correct myself mentally. I need to approach this logically with all contingencies mapped out and benefits clearly defined. Like any other business deal, except this isn't just business. This is my life. My son's life. And Claudia's life, too. Am I about to ruin everything with just one proposal? Maybe, but if I don't try, then I'll never know.
Chapter 7. Claudia. I adjust my blazer and check the quarterly reports one last time before sending them to the department heads. My desk sits just outside Christian's office, giving me the perfect vantage point to monitor the comings and goings of Hamilton Enterprises' upper management. The glass walls of his office are currently frosted, his signal that he's deep in concentration and doesn't want to be disturbed. My phone buzzes. Christian's name flashes on the screen. Claudia, can you come in? Now. The terseness in his message is unusual. Christian runs a tight ship, but he's never curt with me. We've developed a comfortable working rhythm over the years. I anticipate his needs. He respects my input. It works. I grab my tablet and stride toward his office, my heels clicking against the marble floor. Through the glass door, I catch a glimpse of him pacing, running his fingers through his hair, a telltale sign something's wrong. You wanted to see me? I push the door open, trying to read his expression. Christian stops his pacing and looks up. Those intense blue eyes lock onto mine with laser focus. Close the door. I do as instructed, anxiety creeping up my spine. Is everything all right? Instead of answering, he drops into his chair, the leather creaking under his weight. He gestures for me to sit. My father has made a decision. His jaw tightens. He's stepping down as CEO within the next 3 months. I'm reminded of the conversation I overheard between the two men. That's unexpected. I settle into the chair across from him, tablet balanced on my knee. Is his health okay? His health is fine. Christian's knuckles turn white as he grips the armrests. It's his sanity I'm questioning. He set a condition for my inheritance of the company. I wait, watching as Christian struggles to maintain his composure. The man who confidently directs board meetings and navigates million-dollar negotiations looks rattled. I have to get married. Within 3 months. The words shoot from his mouth like bullets. Oh, wow. Marriage? 3 months. Or Tobias gets the company. He stands again, returning to his pacing. My father thinks I need to settle down to be a proper CEO. Says the company needs stability at the top. The mention of Tobias makes my stomach turn. I've had enough interactions with Christian's younger brother to know he'd run this company into the ground within a year. He's all entitlement and no work ethic. A toxic combination for a CEO. Tobias? I can't hide my grimace. Your father would really hand over to Tobias? That's the threat. Christian stops at the window, looking out over the city skyline. His reflection in the glass shows the tension in his shoulders. And I don't doubt he'd follow through. He turns back toward me, his expression shifting from frustrated to calculating. I have a proposition for you, Claudia. For me? I straighten in my seat. Marry me. The tablet nearly slips from my hand. Excuse me? Not for real. He moves back to his desk, leaning against it just feet from where I sit. We fake it. For a year. I secure the company, then we divorce amicably, citing irreconcilable differences or whatever. I blink rapidly, trying to process what he's suggesting. You want me to pretend to be your wife? You're the only person I trust enough to ask. His voice drops, sounding almost vulnerable before hardening again. And before you say no, I'm prepared to make it worth your while. Worth my while, how exactly? The words come out before I can stop them. $2 million. Half up front, half when we divorce. His eyes never leave mine. Enough to fund that nonprofit you've been planning, the one for underprivileged students. My breath catches. He remembered. I mentioned it once, months ago, during a late night of preparing for the annual shareholders meeting. A dream I've nursed since my own struggle through college, providing resources for students who, like me, had no family guidance navigating higher education. How did you know I was still? I pay attention, Claudia. Something flickers across his face. Respect, maybe? 2 million, 1 year of your life, then you're free to build something that matters to you. The proposal hangs in the air between us, impossible and tempting all at once. I don't understand, I say, trying to wrap my head around his offer. You want me to pretend to be your wife, pretend to be in love with you, lie to everyone we know. For a year? Christian plants his hands on the desk and leans forward. When you put it that way, it sounds insane, because it is. I stand up, needing to move, to think. $2 million. The number bounces around in my head like a pinball, lighting up all the possibilities. What about my job? I can't be your executive assistant and your wife. People would talk. You'd step down from your position as my EA? He says it so matter-of-factly, as if he's already planned everything out. Julie from acquisitions could take over. She's been angling for a promotion. And what would I do instead? Sit at home twiddling my thumbs while you run the company? The idea of losing my daily purpose sends a wave of anxiety through me. Christian's expression softens unexpectedly. You'd spend more time with David. The mention of his son catches me off guard. Sweet, precocious David with his endless questions and dinosaur obsession. The boy who sometimes comes to the office after school and sits drawing pictures at my desk while I finish up work. David, I repeat, my voice quieter. He adores you, Claudia. Christian runs a hand through his hair. And I know you care about him too. Eliza is leaving next month. She wants to dedicate more of her time to her daughter. I've been dreading finding someone new who he'll actually connect with. My heart constricts at the thought of David having to adjust to yet another caregiver. His mother abandoned him as a baby, unable to handle the responsibilities of motherhood. Since then, it's been a revolving door of nannies, some better than others. He'd be thrilled to have you around more, Christian continues. And honestly, so would I. I trust you with him more than anyone. The compliment lands somewhere deep in my chest, warming places I try to keep professional. I do love spending time with him, I admit. And you'd have time to work on planning your nonprofit, setting up the groundwork, making connections. He steps around the desk, closer to me now. Think of it as a paid sabbatical with some unusual conditions. I cross my arms, trying to maintain some semblance of resistance. What about the optics? No one's going to believe we suddenly fell madly in love. Office romances are messy enough without adding fake marriages to the mix. My PR team will handle the narrative. He waves away my concern like it's a pesky fly. We've worked closely for years. Perhaps we've been fighting our attraction all this time, keeping things professional. Then, during a late night preparing for the Tokyo presentation, the one from last month, he nods. Something shifted. We couldn't deny our feelings anymore. His voice takes on a theatrical quality that almost makes me laugh despite myself. The rest, as they say, is history. And people will buy that? People love a workplace romance. Besides, he adds with a hint of his usual confidence, we actually get along well. It won't be that hard to sell. He's not wrong. We do have an easy rapport, built on years of working side by side through crises and triumphs. I've seen Christian at his best and worst, negotiating multi-million-dollar deals and stress-eating candy bars before major presentations. What would your father think? Would he believe it? My father knows you, thinks you're competent, so I doubt he'll make a fuss about the whole thing. He'll be so relieved I'm settling down, he won't question it too deeply. I take a deep breath, the weight of the decision pressing on me. $2 million. Financial freedom. A chance to build something meaningful. More time with David. I need to think about this, I finally say. It's a lot. Christian nods, respecting my hesitation. Of course. Take the day, but I need an answer tonight. Tonight. If it's a no, I need to start looking at other options. His expression is all business again, but there's something else there, something almost like hope. I swallow down the knot in my throat. I'll call you tonight with my decision. He extends his hand, and I take it automatically. A businesslike gesture that feels strange, given what we're discussing. Thank you, Claudia. If you do this for me. His grip tightens slightly. I'll owe you. For life. The intensity in his blue eyes makes my stomach flip in a decidedly unprofessional way. I withdraw my hand, suddenly needing space. I'll think about it. I promise, already knowing which way I'm leaning. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Christian. Ready for takeoff, Commander David? I crouch beside the bathtub, my rolled-up shirt sleeves already soaked as I hold the rubber spaceship aloft. 5, 4, 3, 2... David counts down with exaggerated importance, his small hands gripping a toy astronaut, water dripping from his elbows. 1! Blast off! We launch our respective toys into the bubble-filled stratosphere of his bath, complete with sound effects that I'm pretty sure NASA would find technically inaccurate. Water splashes over the edge, adding to the growing puddle on the bathroom floor. I'll deal with that later. Dad, look! Aliens! David's eyes widen as he points to a cluster of bubbles. In an instant, he transforms from astronaut to defender of Earth, smashing his palm into the foam with heroic commitment. Quick, the force field. I gather bubbles into a dome shape over his spaceship. They can't penetrate our defense system. The bathroom echoes with his giggles as he dives beneath the water, surfacing with bubbles on his nose and hair plastered to his forehead. These moments, these ordinary perfect moments always tighten something in my chest. 5 years in, and I still can't believe I helped create this little person. The aliens are everywhere! He splashes with renewed vigor, soaking my shirt completely. Oh there, buddy. I laugh, wiping soap from my face. Let's try to keep some water in the actual tub. David grins, missing tooth and all, without a trace of remorse. Space battles are messy, Dad. Can't argue with that logic. I reach for the shampoo. Time to clean that command center of yours. While lathering his blonde hair into a soapy mohawk, I notice his attention drifting toward the bathroom door. Is Claudia coming over tonight? The question catches me off guard. Not tonight, buddy. Why do you ask? He shrugs, pushing a rubber duck through the water. She makes good spaghetti. Better than yours. Traitor. I flick water at his nose, earning another giggle. My spaghetti is perfectly adequate. She adds the sausages I like to them. His matter-of-fact delivery makes it worse. Everyone's a critic. I rinse his hair, careful to shield his eyes with my hand. Besides, Claudia is my assistant, not our personal chef. She's pretty. David says this with the uncomplicated honesty only 5-year-olds possess. I focus intently on rinsing soap from his shoulders, hoping he doesn't notice the pause in my movements. All right, Commander. Mission complete. Time to return to Earth. As I help him stand, wrapping him in a towel that makes him look like a hooded emperor, my phone vibrates on the counter. One glance at the screen sends an electric jolt through my system. Claudia. Hey, buddy, can you start drying off? I need to take this. I help him out of the tub, my heart suddenly pounding against my ribs like I've run a marathon. David nods, already distracted by pretending his towel is a superhero cape. I step just outside the bathroom door, close enough to keep an eye on David, but far enough for some semblance of privacy. My finger hovers over the screen for a fraction of a second before I swipe to answer. Hamilton. My standard greeting comes out rougher than intended. Really? We're on last names after what you asked me today? Claudia's voice holds that familiar blend of amusement and exasperation that I've grown to appreciate. Professionally, I lean against the wall, watching David attempt to dry his hair by spinning in circles. Force of habit when you call after hours, Claudia. Considering you asked me to pretend to be your wife, I think we're past formalities. Her tone shifts, becoming more serious. I've been thinking about your proposal. My stomach tightens. I've spent the entire day in a state of suspended animation, waiting for her answer. And I keep my voice neutral despite the dread pooling in my gut. If she says no, I'm doomed. Completely, utterly doomed. There's a pause on her end long enough that I start calculating backup plans. Then, yes. 1 word, 3 letters. My entire body relaxes so suddenly I nearly slide down the wall. Yes, I confirm, because I've learned in business to never assume. Yes, I'll marry you. Well, fake marry you. There's rustling on her end of the line, but I have conditions. Relief courses through me like a drug. Of course she has conditions. This is Claudia Coleman, the woman who once reorganized our entire filing system because she found it inefficient. She probably has a spreadsheet ready. Name them! I'll agree to anything at this point. Dad, I'm all dry! David calls, interrupting whatever she was about to say. Let me guess, you've got David turning in circles with his towel again? Claudia's voice softens, that special tone she reserves for conversations about my son. It strikes a chord somewhere beneath my ribs. Superhero mode activated, I confirm, watching as my 5-year-old narrowly avoids crashing into the sink cabinet. What were you saying about conditions? Daddy, I need my pajamas! David shouts, abandoning his towel cape on the bathroom floor. 1 second, buddy. I cover the phone slightly with my hand, then return to Claudia. Sorry about that. No need to apologize. There's a smile in her voice now. Listen, we can go over my conditions later if that works better for you. Sounds like you've got your hands full. My shoulders relax. Claudia understands the balancing act that is my life, something few people genuinely do. That would be great. I was planning to have my lawyers start drafting agreements and contracts for us first thing tomorrow anyway. We can incorporate whatever you need. Perfect. A pause then. Wait, you already called your lawyers? Not yet. I watched David attempt to climb the cabinet where his pajamas are stored, but I've been drafting emails in my head all day. The firm's used to my midnight messages. She laughs, a sound that travels straight through the phone and settles warmly in my chest. Of course you have. Great, we can go over them together. Maybe tomorrow after your morning meeting. Works for me. I pull the phone away slightly as David makes another battle cry from the bedroom. Sorry, duty calls. Apparently, pajamas are now as critical as oxygen. Go be super dad. I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Hamilton. Thank you, Claudia. I hesitate, wanting to say more, to express how much her agreement means, but eloquence fails me. Seriously, thank you. Don't thank me yet. Wait until you see my conditions. Her tone holds a warning, but there's something playful underneath it. Good night, Christian. Good night. I end the call and stare at the dark screen for a moment, processing what just happened. Claudia Coleman, intelligent, capable, utterly indispensable. Claudia has agreed to my insane proposal. The weight that's been crushing my chest since my father's declaration about the company succession begins to lift. Dad! Pajamas! Now! David's imperial command echoes from his bedroom. Coming, Your Majesty! I slide my phone into my pocket, my mind still processing the monumental shift that just occurred. With Claudia's agreement, I have a real shot at securing Hamilton Enterprises, keeping it where it belongs instead of watching it fall into Tobias's reckless hands. I grab dinosaur pajamas from David's dresser, my mind already mapping out the next steps. The prenup, the ceremony, the presentation to the board. My father's face when he realizes I've fulfilled his archaic requirement for leadership succession. The look on Tobias's face when he realizes his scheming was for nothing. Arms up, I instruct David, who complies with uncharacteristic patience. Was that Claudia on the phone? He asks as I pull the pajama shirt over his head. Yes, it was. I help him with the pants, careful not to get too distracted by my racing thoughts. Is she coming to make spaghetti? His hopeful expression almost makes me laugh. Not tonight, buddy. I ruffle his damp hair. But you might be seeing a lot more of her soon. David brightens. Really? If only he knew how much of an understatement that is. Claudia isn't just coming for dinner. She's about to become central to our lives in ways I haven't even begun to explain to him. My executive assistant is going to be his stepmother, my wife, at least on paper. For now, I simply nod, helping him into bed with the knowledge that Tobias's path to the company throne has just been blocked. My father threw down the gauntlet with his antiquated family man requirement, and I've found a way to meet his challenge. Hamilton Enterprises will stay where it belongs.
Chapter 9. Claudia. I step into Christian's office at precisely 9:30 a.m., 2 steaming cups of coffee in hand. Coffee, black with 1 sugar. I place the cup on his desk, careful to set it on a coaster away from the paperwork. Christian looks up, his blue eyes already sharp. His suit jacket hangs perfectly on his broad shoulders, not a wrinkle in sight. You remembered. I'm your executive assistant. Remembering how you take your coffee is the easiest part of my job. I take a seat across from him, smoothing my pencil skirt as I cross my legs. Well, after today, you'll be my wife. So I suppose remembering coffee preferences is still in your job description. A hint of a smile plays at the corner of his mouth as he slides a document toward me. The marriage contract, every detail is in there. I take a sip of my latte before picking up the first page. Let's see what kind of legal handcuffs I'm agreeing to wear. The contract is meticulously detailed: duration of marriage, minimum 1 year, public appearances requirements, living arrangements, custody clarifications regarding David. Christian's son deserves stability, and according to this document, I'll be providing exactly that. My eyes scan the financial sections. The numbers make my breath catch. This upfront payment is... I pause, staring at the figure. Too low? We can negotiate. Christian leans forward, elbows on the desk. No, it's more than generous. I could pay off my student loans and still have enough to... The thoughts of what I could do with this money raced through my mind. To start that nonprofit you're always talking about. Christian finishes my sentence, leaning back in his chair. The Coleman Foundation, right? My gaze meets him. Yeah. He flips to page 7 of the contract. Great. That's why I added Section 12B. I quickly turn to the page and read the clause. My heart pounds against my ribcage as I process the words. You're funding the foundation, the entire startup costs, completely separate from your personal compensation. Christian taps his pen against the desk. Consider it a wedding present. My fingers trace over the words, making sure they're real. For years, the foundation has been just a dream, a plan, a folder of ideas on my laptop. Now, with the stroke of a pen, it could become reality. Kids who grew up like me, with potential but no resources, would have a chance. This is a lot to take in. I set the papers down, trying to maintain my professional composure, though my hands tremble slightly. Too much? Christian asks, his voice surprisingly gentle. No, it's just... I take a deep breath. Why would you do this? The marriage arrangement benefits you. You get custody stability for David, your father's approval, the board's confidence. But funding my nonprofit goes beyond our agreement. Christian stands, walking to the window. The city stretches out below, buildings catching the morning light. Let's just say I believe in your vision, and if we're going to convince the world we're in love, I need to act like a man who would support his wife's dreams. I flip through more pages. Legal jargon swimming before my eyes. Prenuptial agreements, confidentiality clauses, terms for dissolution. All the mechanics of a business arrangement disguised as a marriage of love. And when it's over, I ask, the foundation remains yours, no strings attached. Christian turns back to face me. So, Claudia Coleman, do we have a deal? I think about the kids who could benefit, the opportunities that could be created. My signature on these papers means financial security I've never known and the chance to build something meaningful. My dream, finally within reach. Where do I sign? I pick up the pen, decision made. Christian slides the signature page toward me, his fingers brushing mine. Initial here and sign at the bottom. The pen feels heavy as I mark each designated line, committing to this elaborate charade. With each signature, I'm one step closer to creating the foundation, one step further into a fake marriage with my very real boss. As I sign the final page, Christian's face breaks into a genuine smile, one I rarely see at the office. Congratulations, future Mrs. Hamilton. Don't get ahead of yourself. We still need to make it official. I cap the pen, sliding it back across the desk. Right. Christian gathers the documents, tapping them into a neat stack. Then all we have to do is get this finalized at the courthouse. The contract sits between us, signed and sealed, our names etched in ink like a business merger rather than a marriage certificate. I can't help but run my fingers over the signature, my soon-to-be new name, Claudia Hamilton. The weight of it settles on my shoulders, not heavy but different, like trying on an expensive coat I never thought I'd own. So I guess I need to start clearing out my desk, I say, trying to process all the changes coming my way. Your new executive assistant will need the space. HR already has a list of candidates. Christian nods, leaning back in his chair. Though none of them will be as efficient as you. High praise coming from you. I smile, sipping my coffee to hide the unexpected flutter of pride his words trigger. My mind races through the cascade of changes about to reshape my life. No more 6 a.m. alarm to beat Christian to the office. No more fielding calls from entitled board members or scheduling back-to-back meetings only to reschedule them again. The endless coffee runs, late nights preparing presentations, and apologetic calls to my friends canceling plans. All gone. What will I even do with my mornings now? I murmur, more to myself than to Christian. David's a morning person, Christian replies, surprising me with his attentiveness. He's usually up by 6:30, ready for breakfast and cartoons before school. David, sweet, blue-eyed David with his dinosaur backpack and gap-toothed smile. The real reason behind this elaborate arrangement, the little boy who manages to steal my heart every time I spend time with him. My new mornings will revolve around kindergarten drop-offs and lunchboxes instead of board meetings and corporate politics. A completely different world. And your foundation, Christian adds, seeming to read my thoughts. You'll finally have time to focus on it properly. The foundation. My fingers tingle with excitement just thinking about it. For years, I've squirreled away ideas and contacts, drafted mission statements during lunch breaks, and daydreamed about impact reports. Now, with Christian's funding, it will be more than folder on my laptop labeled someday. The Hamilton name opens doors, I say, thinking aloud. Networking events, charity galas, board positions that were never accessible before. All at your disposal, Christian confirms. My father's network alone spans 3 continents. Once you're introduced as my wife, they'll be falling over themselves to support your initiatives. I imagine myself in a cocktail dress at one of those high society charity events I've only ever organized but never attended, shaking hands with philanthropists and CEOs, not as Christian's assistant, but as his equal, his wife. The connections I could make, the partnerships I could form, the funding I could secure beyond Christian's initial investment. It's almost dizzying. The guest bedroom has those windows facing east, Christian continues. You mentioned once you work best in natural light. It would make a good office for you. I blink in surprise. You remember that? I remember a lot of things you say, Claudia. Heat spreads across my body as I look away, focusing instead on the practical aspects of our arrangement, the guest bedroom, in Christian's penthouse, my new home, private yet connected, independent yet part of a family structure. No more tiny apartment with temperamental plumbing and neighbors who practice amateur opera at midnight. David will love having you around, Christian says, his voice gentler than I'm used to hearing at the office. The woman with the pretty curls who gives him gummy bears when I'm not looking. I laugh, caught. They're organic, I protest weakly. Thank you. Christian says suddenly, his blue eyes intensely focused on mine. Not just for the contract, for everything this means for David, for me. I'm getting plenty out of this arrangement too, I remind him, uncomfortable with the genuine gratitude in his voice. Still, Christian reaches across the desk, his hand covering mine briefly. You won't regret this decision. I promise you that. His touch lingers for just a moment before he pulls away, returning to his usual business demeanor as if nothing happened. So, I say, clearing my throat. Courthouse soon? Within the week, we'll be married, he replies, and a shiver of excitement courses through me. So prepare yourself, Mrs. Hamilton.
Chapter 10. Christian. That's the last of the boxes. I set down a heavy container of Claudia's shoes onto the floor of my penthouse. A thin layer of sweat clings to my forehead, and I wipe it away with the back of my hand. Remind me again why you need 10 pairs of heels? Claudia shoots me a look from where she's organizing her makeup collection on the bathroom counter. 9 pairs of heels and 1 pair of wedges. And because fashion is an investment, Mr. Hamilton. The way she says my last name, even now, sends an unexpected ripple down my spine. 24 hours as her legal husband, and I'm still getting used to the idea that this whirlwind arrangement is now officially documented by the state of New York. An investment that takes up half your closet space? I lean against the doorframe, watching as she methodically arranges bottles and tubes in some system only she understands. Your closet is the size of my entire previous apartment. She doesn't look up, but I catch the slight curve of her lips. I think you'll survive. The penthouse feels different with her things mingling with mine. Her bright throw pillows already rest on my leather couch. Her favorite coffee mug, the one with the ridiculous quote about not talking before caffeine, sits next to my plain black one in the kitchen cabinet. The austere penthouse I've inhabited for years is transforming before my eyes. David's going to lose his mind when he gets home from school. I check my watch, still 3 hours before pickup at Brentwood. I swear that kid talks about you more than his dinosaur collection now, which is saying something. Claudia pauses, a makeup brush suspended in midair. You think he's really okay with this? With me being here all the time? Are you kidding? Yesterday he asked if you could come to career day and teach everyone how to boss people around like Daddy. I can't help but laugh at the memory. I think he's convinced you're some sort of superhero who keeps Hamilton Enterprises from exploding. Her shoulders relax slightly. Well, that's not entirely inaccurate. I move further into the bathroom, leaning against the counter beside her. He's going to run in here screaming when he realizes you've moved in. Probably drag you to his room to show you his newest Lego creation. The space station? She organizes a line of lipsticks by color. He already FaceTimed me about that 3 times this week. Christ, he's got you wrapped around his finger already. Like father, like son. She gives me a pointed look, and I feel my chest tighten in a way I'm not ready to examine. We work in companionable silence for a while, me hanging clothes in the walk-in closet while she arranges her life into the spaces of mine. It strikes me how easy this feels. Her presence in my home, in my space. Did you ever think we'd end up here? Claudia's voice breaks the silence as she tapes a family photo to the mirror. Her parents, her younger sister, a life I'm still learning about. Married to my assistant in a courthouse ceremony with a paralegal and security guard as witnesses. I hang up one of her dresses, a deep blue thing I've seen her wear to company events. Can't say it was on my 5-year plan. Your father would have an aneurysm if he knew the truth. My father would have an aneurysm over most things I do. I step back from the closet, surveying our work. But for what it's worth, this is the least objectionable thing I've done. In fact, it'll make him happy. Such high praise, Mr. Hamilton. You're legally Mrs. Hamilton now, you know. Her hands freeze mid-motion, and Something flickers across her face. Something I can't quite interpret. That's going to take some getting used to. You and me both. I move to the living room where more boxes wait. At least David already calls you Claudia. No awkward name transitions there. She follows me, grabbing a box of books and starting to arrange them on my mostly empty shelves. Where are all your books? Digital. The only paper books I own are the ones David picks out. That explains why your shelves are full of The Day the Crayons Quit and dinosaur encyclopedias. She slides her copy of some thriller next to David's picture books. Our literary collections are merging beautifully. I pause, watching her make herself at home. Her dark hair falls forward as she bends to unpack another box, and I'm struck by how surreal this all is. A week ago, she was my executive assistant. Today, she's my wife, arranging her books on my shelves. What? She catches me staring. Nothing, just... I gesture vaguely around the room. 24 hours ago, we were signing papers at the courthouse, and now you're moving your life into mine. Claudia straightens, tucking her hair behind her ear. Having second thoughts already? No. The firmness in my voice surprises even me. You? Only about whether your coffee machine is as good as the one at the office. It's better. I step closer, helping her with a heavy box. And I don't make you fetch coffee for the entire executive team. A definite upgrade in the husband department, then. Our eyes meet, and for a moment we just stand there in the midst of cardboard boxes and bubble wrap. Then we emerge into the living room together, ready to finish up the last stretch of this moving process. I could get used to this. I stare at the mess around us, the fusion of our possessions tangled together like some avant-garde art installation. Though I will say, this is the first time I've seen my living room look like a FedEx warehouse exploded in it. Claudia laughs, that genuine sound that always catches me off guard. Not the polite chuckle she gives at board meetings when some executive makes a terrible joke, but something real. Your minimalist bachelor pad needed some chaos. She holds up 2 throw pillows, one navy blue, one with some abstract pattern. Which do you hate less? Is both an acceptable answer? No? She tosses the patterned one at me unexpectedly. My reflexes kick in and I catch it before it hits my face. That one stays. It's non-negotiable. This new dynamic between us feels strange, not unpleasant, but unfamiliar. For years I've known her as the hyper-competent woman who manages my professional life with terrifying efficiency. Now she's standing in our living room in jeans and a loose t-shirt arguing about throw pillows. You realize this is the first time I've seen you in casual clothes? I placed the pillow on the couch. I was starting to think you slept in pantsuits and dresses. And I was starting to think you only own $1,000 dress shirts. She gestures to my worn Harvard t-shirt and joggers. The future CEO looks surprisingly human sometimes. Don't tell anyone. Bad for the brand. We work our way through more boxes, our movements becoming a strange, uncoordinated dance as we navigate around each other. She bumps into me as we both reach for the same container, and there's an awkward shuffle where neither of us seems to know how to navigate this new physical proximity. Sorry, she mutters, stepping back. It's fine. I clear my throat. Just not used to sharing this space with anyone but David. Speaking of, she checks her watch. Don't you have that call with Singapore in 20 minutes? Damn, I'd completely forgotten. How do you still know my schedule better than I do? Force of habit. I've been managing your life for years. She shrugs, returning to her unpacking. Go, I can handle this. I hesitate, oddly torn between my ingrained work habits and the strange urge to continue helping her settle in. You sure? Christian. She gives me that look, the one that's gotten me to countless meetings on time. The Hansen deal won't close itself. Go. I nod, heading toward my home office, but pause at the threshold. By the way, the Brooks Foundation Gala is next Friday. I think it's the perfect opportunity to hard launch this. I gesture between us. Whatever this is. Hard launch. She raises an eyebrow. Have you been letting David play with your Instagram again? I know things. I lean against the doorframe, feigning offense. I'll speak to the board on Monday about our marriage. By Friday, it'll be official Hamilton Enterprises gossip. Seems like a solid plan. She nods, thoughtful. Actually, the Brooks Foundation supports several initiatives in educational equity. I've been hoping to pitch them on partnering with my non-profit, though I'm not sure if making introductions for your wife's passion project is proper etiquette. Proper etiquette went out the window when I married my executive assistant in a courthouse. I check my watch. 10 minutes until my call. I should prep. Go! She waves me off. I'll handle things out here. As I step into my office, I pause and glance back at her. She's already returned to organizing, completely in her element amidst the chaos. Something shifts in my chest appreciation, maybe, for how seamlessly she balances the professional and personal, for how she's approaching even this bizarre situation with her characteristic determination. I find myself smiling as I close the door.
Chapter 11. Claudia. I smooth down the front of my gown for the 10th time in as many minutes, catching my reflection in the limousine's tinted window. The emerald silk hugs every curve, making me look like someone I barely recognize, someone who belongs on Christian Hamilton's arm as his wife, not behind his desk as his assistant. You look beautiful, Claudia. Christian's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I turn to find his eyes on me, that penetrating blue gaze that always seems to see right through my professional facade. Tonight, though, there's something different there, something warmer. Just making sure I won't embarrass you. I attempt a lighthearted smile. I've been to plenty of galas, but never as an esteemed guest. Esteemed guest? He raises an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth lifting. You're Mrs. Hamilton now, remember? That makes you a VIP. The word, Mrs. Hamilton, sends an unexpected shiver down my spine. It's just business, I remind myself. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Financial security for me, a mother figure for David, and the family image Christian's father demands to secure his inheritance of the company. Right. I nod, straightening my shoulders. Mrs. Hamilton, VIP, I can do this. Christian reaches across the seat, his hand covering mine. His palm is warm, the touch sending electricity up my arm. We've been over the story. 3-month whirlwind romance, quiet civil ceremony, madly in love. Just follow my lead. I know the script. I pull my hand away, needing to regain my composure. Are you sure David's okay at the sleepover? I could have stayed with him instead. He was practically pushing us out the door when Tyler's mom arrived. Christian chuckles. The sound deep and genuine. Besides, this is the hard launch. The papers need to see us together. The car slows to a crawl, and I peer out the window to see a red carpet stretching toward the grand entrance of the Brooks Foundation building. Camera flashes already illuminate the night like lightning strikes. Showtime, Christian murmurs. The driver opens Christian's door first, and I watch as he steps out. All 6 feet 2 inches of him, cutting an imposing figure in his tailored tuxedo. Then he turns, extending his hand back into the car for me. I take a deep breath and slide my fingers into his. 1 step, 2 steps, and I'm out of the safety of the car and into a storm of flashing lights and shouted questions that blend into a discordant symphony. Mr. Hamilton, over here. Is this your new wife? Claudia, how does it feel to go from assistant to Mrs. Hamilton? Christian's arm slides around my waist. His fingers splaying possessively against the silk covering my hip. Shall we give them what they want, darling? He whispers against my ear, his breath warm on my skin. I look up at him, momentarily lost in the intensity of his gaze. This close, I can see the faint stubble along his jaw, despite his recent shave, can smell the expensive cologne that always lingers in his office hours after he's left. Absolutely, sweetheart, I reply, the endearment feeling foreign but not entirely unpleasant on my tongue. We turn toward the cameras, Christian's arm never leaving my waist. He leans down, his lips close to my ear again. "You're doing great," he murmurs before addressing the reporters. "Thank you all for coming tonight." His voice carries that easy authority I've heard in countless boardrooms. My wife and I are thrilled to support the Brooks Foundation's important work. "When did you realize your assistant was the one, Mr. Hamilton?" a reporter calls out. Christian looks down at me, his expression softening in a way I've only seen when he's with David. "I think I always knew," he says, his thumb tracing small circles on my hip. Some mornings, I'd walk into the office and catch myself looking forward to seeing her more than anything else about my day. For a moment, I almost believe him. The sincerity in his voice, the warmth in his eyes. It's a performance worthy of an Oscar. "And you, Mrs. Hamilton? Was it love at first sight?" I feel dozens of eyes on me, waiting for my response. Christian squeezes my waist gently, a silent reminder that we're in this together. "Not exactly," I laugh, the sound surprisingly natural. "He was my boss, intimidating, demanding." I look up at Christian, finding it easy to smile. But watching him with his son, seeing the man behind the CEO, that's when I fell. "Kiss her!" someone shouts from the press line, and others quickly join the chorus. Christian's eyes find mine, a silent question in them. We discuss this. Physical affection would be necessary for our charade, but somehow standing here with cameras documenting every move, it feels monumentally different. Christian's eyebrow raises a fraction, barely noticeable to anyone but me who spent years learning his micro-expressions across boardroom tables. I give him the slightest nod. He dips his head, one hand sliding to the small of my back, while the other gently cups my jaw. For a heartbeat, we're suspended in that strange middle distance where I can count his eyelashes, notice the almost imperceptible flecks of green in his blue eyes. Then his lips touch mine, a soft pressure, warm and surprisingly gentle. I expected something performative, a business transaction disguised as affection, but Christian kisses me like he means it, like we're alone instead of surrounded by strangers with cameras. My hand finds his shoulder for balance as something electric skitters down my spine. His cologne wraps around me, familiar from hundreds of close moments, reviewing contracts yet suddenly intoxicating in this new context. The cameras explode with flashes, turning the insides of my eyelids red even as they're closed. Christian pulls back just enough to break the kiss, his thumb brushing my cheekbone in a tender gesture that makes my breath catch. "Still with me," he murmurs, those blue eyes searching mine. "Completely," I manage, hoping the breathlessness in my voice passes for convincing acting. He smiles, that rare, genuine smile I've only seen directed at David, and turns us back toward the press line. "I think that answers your question about our feelings," Christian says, his voice carrying that easy authority that makes board members twice his age straighten in their chairs. The reporters laugh appreciatively, shouting more questions that blend together in the night air. Christian fields them masterfully, his hand never leaving my waist, occasionally looking down at me with practiced adoration that nonetheless makes my pulse stumble. "Mr. Hamilton, how does your son feel about his new stepmother?" The question breaks through the noise, and I feel Christian's posture stiffen considerably. David is off limits to the press. Christian has always wanted to protect him from the drama that come with media exposure. Before Christian can respond, I step in. "David and I were friends long before his father and I fell in love," I say, my voice warm but firm, which made this transition surprisingly easy. Now, if you'll excuse us, we should head inside. Christian's hand tightens approvingly against my waist as he guides us up the remaining steps. Nicely handled, he whispers as we pass through the grand entrance into the glittering foyer of the Brooks Foundation building. I've watched you dodge enough inappropriate questions to learn a thing or two, I reply, accepting a champagne flute from a passing server. Inside, the gala is in full swing. Crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light across the marble floors, while New York's top players mingle in designer finery. A string quartet plays something classical in the corner, the music floating above the murmur of conversation and occasional burst of laughter. Ready to charm some more potential investors? Christian asks, his hand sliding from my waist to the small of my back. I'm essentially doing my regular job, just in better clothes and with a different title, I tell him, taking a sip of champagne to steady myself. The bubbles dance on my tongue, but they can't distract from the lingering sensation of Christian's lips on mine. I can still feel the ghost of that kiss. How his hand cradled my face with unexpected tenderness. How for a moment, I forgot this was all pretend. Mrs. Hamilton, a woman in a stunning red dress approaches, her husband trailing behind. I'm Elise Blackwood. We simply had to come meet Christian's new wife. The whole city is buzzing about your whirlwind romance. I feel Christian shift closer to me, a silent show of support, and find myself standing taller beside him. There's an unexpected pride blooming in my chest, not just the satisfaction of pulling off our charade, but something deeper, something that has no business existing in a marriage built on convenience and mutual advantage. It's lovely to meet you, I say, extending my hand. Christian speaks highly of your philanthropic work. As Elise preens under the compliment, I chance a glance at Christian. He's watching me with something like admiration in his eyes, and my heart thuds against my ribs with enough force that I wonder if he can hear it. This wasn't supposed to happen. I wasn't supposed to enjoy the weight of his arm around my waist, or feel a flutter when he looks at me like that. The kiss was just for show, a necessary performance for our audience. So why am I fighting the urge to lean into him? Why do I feel so inexplicably right standing here as Mrs. Hamilton, as if I finally stepped into a role I was meant to play? You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Christian. The boardroom at Hamilton Enterprises always feels like a pressure cooker. Today's no different. 12 pairs of eyes track my every move as I take my seat at the long mahogany table, straightening my tie out of habit rather than necessity. James nods at me from across the table. Christian, good morning. His silver hair catches the light. How's the Mitchell acquisition coming along? Ahead of schedule, their legal team finally stopped dragging their feet. I slide my leather portfolio onto the table. We should have the paperwork finalized by next week. Marjorie raises an eyebrow. That's quite the accomplishment. I remember when their CEO swore he'd never sell. Everyone has a price, Marjorie. I just had to find his. I keep my voice level, professional, though inside I'm counting the minutes until this meeting ends. Board meetings always feel like performance reviews, especially with my father at the helm. Speaking of the devil, the room falls silent as my father strides in. Henry Hamilton commands respect without saying a word. It's a skill I've spent years trying to master. At 65, he still moves with purpose, his posture perfect, his bespoke suit immaculate. Ladies and gentlemen, he takes his position at the head of the table, placing his hands flat on the surface. Thank you for being here. The door swings open again, and I bite back a sigh as Tobias saunters in, 20 minutes late. My younger brother looks like he just rolled out of bed, designer clothes, sure, but his shirt's untucked and his hair's a mess. The tan from his European business trip is the only evidence he's been working at all. Sorry, I'm late. Tobias flashes his trademark grin, the one that's gotten him out of trouble since we were kids. Traffic was a nightmare. You live 15 minutes away, I mutter, just loud enough for him to hear as he takes the empty seat beside me. He leans close. Missed you too, brother. Dad clears his throat, the sound like a warning shot across the boardroom. Now that we're all here, I have an announcement to make. Something in his tone makes me straighten up. This isn't part of the agenda I received yesterday. As you all know, I've had the privilege of leading Hamilton Enterprises for decades. Dad's gaze sweeps the room, making eye contact with each board member. It's been the honor of my lifetime to build this company with all of you. However, the time has come for me to step aside. A ripple of murmurs travels around the table. I keep my face carefully neutral, even as my pulse quickens. We've discussed this, of course, my eventual succession, but I wasn't expecting the announcement today. I've decided to step down as CEO within the next 2 months. James leans forward. Henry, this is quite sudden. Are you certain? More certain than I've ever been, James. It's time for the next generation to take Hamilton Enterprises forward. Dad's eyes find mine. Christian has proven himself more than capable over the past few years. And now that he's settled down and married, he's ready to assume full leadership of the company, as we've always planned. I feel Tobias stiffen beside me. The temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. I have complete confidence that Christian will lead Hamilton Enterprises into the future with the same dedication and vision that's defined our family legacy, Dad continues. Marjorie raises her hand. I think I speak for the board when I say we fully support this transition. Christian has demonstrated exceptional leadership qualities. Several board members nod in agreement. I should feel triumphant. This is what I've worked toward my entire career, what Dad has been grooming me for since I was old enough to understand what Hamilton Enterprises meant. Yet all I can focus on is the way Tobias's breathing has changed beside me, becoming shallow and fast. Are you kidding me right now? Tobias's voice cuts through the room like a blade. He shoves back from the table, his chair screeching against the floor. His face flushes dark red as he stands, pointing at me. This is nonsense, and everyone here knows it. Tobias. Dad's voice is sharp as steel. This is neither the time nor. When exactly would be a good time to discuss how you've handed everything to your precious firstborn on a silver platter? Tobias slams his palm on the table. What about me? What about my contributions to this company? Or do those not count because I didn't marry according to your timeline? The board members shift uncomfortably in their seats. I remain still, watching my brother unravel in real time. I've been working so hard for this company too. I've brought in major clients. I've expanded our European markets. But that's never been enough for you, has it? Tobias's voice cracks with emotion. It's always been Christian. Always. I rise slowly from my chair, not out of hesitation, but to give myself the height advantage over my still-standing brother. The entire board watches our family drama unfold like it's a prestige TV series finale. You want to talk about contributions, Tobias? My voice comes out cold and precise. Let's discuss how you've spent the last 3 years contributing to Hamilton Enterprises. Tobias's eyes narrow. Don't you dare. The Highland account that you supposedly landed? Your assistant Melanie did all the groundwork while you were skiing in Aspen. I tap my finger on the table with each point. The European expansion you're so proud of. That was Jeremy's strategy that you presented as your own after making him work through Christmas. That's not true. Your quarterly reports are consistently late. Your expense accounts are a nightmare for accounting. And half the time, you're not even in the office. I lean forward, placing both hands on the table. You want to know why Dad chose me? Because I show up. Every day. I do the work instead of pawning it off on my team while I'm posting Instagram stories from Monaco. Tobias's face contorts with rage. That's a business trip. Was the yacht with those models a business expense too? Or the 3 bottles of Dom you charged to the company card last weekend? The board members exchange uncomfortable glances. Marjorie studies her manicure with sudden interest. James coughs into his fist. At least I have a life, Tobias shouts, his voice echoing off the glass walls. You're nothing but Dad's puppet. You've been following his little succession plan your whole life. Got married right on schedule, didn't you? Bet your balls are blue from all those years waiting for Dad's permission to get laid. Enough, Dad's voice booms through the room. He stands at the head of the table, hands planted firmly on the polished surface. This display is embarrassing and unprofessional. Both of you, sit down. I take my seat immediately. Tobias remains standing for several defiant seconds before dropping back into his chair. Dad's face is a carefully controlled mask of disappointment, an expression I've spent my life trying to avoid. This decision wasn't made lightly or without consideration of both your capabilities. It's not about favorites, Tobias. It's about who has demonstrated the consistency, reliability, and leadership skills necessary to guide this company forward. Right. Tobias laughs bitterly. And you measure that how, exactly? By counting how many times Christian says, "Yes, sir," in a day? I measured it, Dad says, his voice dropping dangerously low. By observing who treats this company as their life's work rather than their personal ATM. By noting who respects deadlines, who mentors their team instead of exploiting them, and who understands that Hamilton Enterprises isn't just a name to trade on. It's a legacy we're all responsible for upholding. The silence that follows is thick enough to cut with a knife. Tobias's jaw works back and forth, his hands clenched into fists on his lap. The decision is final, Dad continues. Christian will assume the role of CEO within 2 months. Tobias, you will continue as VP of International Markets, reporting directly to your brother. Tobias's chair screeches against the floor as he stands again. Like hell I will. Sit down, Tobias, Dad warns. My brother stares at him for a long moment, then turns to me. The hatred in his eyes would be shocking if I hadn't seen flashes of it for years. Congratulations, Christian. You've always been so good at being the perfect son. Hope it was worth it. He storms toward the door, pausing with his hand on the handle. You both can go screw yourselves. The door slams behind him with enough force to rattle the framed awards on the wall. Dad sighs, straightening his tie. I apologize for that outburst. Let's take a short break and reconvene in 15 minutes. As the board members file out, murmuring amongst themselves, I remain seated, savoring the moment despite the dramatics. Years of sacrifice, of putting the company first, of playing by all the rules. It's finally paid off. Hamilton Enterprises will be mine. The dynasty continues through me, just as it was always meant to. Dad approaches, placing a heavy hand on my shoulder. That could have gone better. Did you expect anything else from him? I ask. No. His grip tightens briefly. But I expected better from you. Don't gloat, Christian, it's beneath you. He walks away, leaving me alone in the boardroom with my victory. It tastes sweeter than I imagined, despite the bitter aftertaste of my brother's hatred. This is what I was born for. This is my birthright. And no tantrum from Tobias can take that away.
Chapter 13. Claudia. The kitchen table disappears beneath a rainbow explosion of construction paper, crayons rolling dangerously close to edges, while David concentrates with the fierce determination only a 5-year-old can muster. His tongue pokes out slightly as he applies another vigorous stroke of blue to what might be a dinosaur or possibly a truck. I'm still learning his artistic language. Is this one good, Claudia? David holds up his masterpiece, those big blue eyes seeking my approval. That's incredible, buddy. I lean closer, genuinely impressed by the detail. Is that your dad in the picture too? Uh-huh, and that's you. He points to a tall figure with what appears to be an impressive cloud of curly hair. My heart does a little somersault. Saturday evenings have become our special time. 3 weeks into this marriage arrangement, and somehow I've fallen into a routine that feels dangerously close to domestic bliss. I've given up my executive assistant persona for whatever this is. Stepmother, friend, the lines blur more each day. You made my hair look awesome. I select a purple crayon and start adding to my own drawing. Who taught you to color so well? David shrugs, already reaching for another sheet. Nobody. Dad tries, but he goes outside the lines. His matter-of-fact assessment makes me laugh. That sounds like something your dad would do. He says rules are meant to be broken. David recites this with such seriousness, I have to press my lips together to keep from laughing again. The late afternoon sun streams through the kitchen windows, casting everything in golden light. Christian will be home late due to his business meetings. They'll be ramping up now that he's officially in the transitional period to become the next CEO of Hamilton Enterprises. Miss Malcolm says I'm the best colorer in kindergarten. David adds a spectacular red streak to his work. Do you want to see what I made at school yesterday? I saved it for you. Before I can answer, he's scrambling down from his chair, sock feet sliding across the hardwood as he races to his backpack. This is new. Him saving things specifically to show me. Something warm unfurls in my chest. David returns with a slightly crumpled piece of paper. It's our family, he announces proudly. 3 stick figures stand hand in hand, a tall one with stylish hair, a medium-sized one with enormous curly hair, and a small figure in the middle. My family is written across the top in wobbly kindergarten letters. That's me. He points to the smallest figure. And that's Dad, and that's you. I swallow hard. It's beautiful, David. Miss Malcolm asked if you're my real mom. He says this while selecting a green crayon, as casual as discussing the weather. My hand freezes mid-reach for the yellow. What did you tell her? I said, you're my Claudia. He looks up, piercing me with those innocent eyes. That's better than just a regular mom, right? The lump in my throat threatens to choke me. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. He nods, satisfied with my answer, and returns to his artistic endeavors. We color in comfortable silence for several minutes. The only sounds the scratch of wax on paper and David's occasional humming. Tyler at school has a baby brother, he announces suddenly. He cries a lot. Tyler, not the baby. He says the baby gets all the attention. That happens sometimes with new babies, I explain, carefully shading in a sun. If I had a baby brother, I wouldn't cry. David states this with absolute certainty. I'd teach him things, like coloring and dinosaurs. You'd be an amazing big brother. The words slip out before I can think better of them. This is dangerous territory. Could we get one? A baby brother? His eyes light up with excitement. Or a sister? I'm not picky. I nearly dropped my crayon. That's, something you need to talk to your dad about. But you're my stepmom now. Don't stepmoms help decide about babies? Christ. How has this fake marriage arrangement led to a conversation about family planning with a 5-year-old? What else do you learn in school? I ask, desperately changing subjects. My diversion works. David launches into a detailed explanation of their class pet, a hamster named Cheese, and his best friend Tyler's newest loose tooth, and how he can almost tie his shoes by himself now. As he chatters happily, I find myself memorizing everything. The way his hair falls across his forehead, how his small hands move animatedly when he talks, the pure joy in his expressions. 6 months ago, I was solely focused on my career, on financial stability, on paying off student loans. Now I'm contemplating what it means to be someone's Claudia. It wasn't supposed to get complicated. A business arrangement, a mutually beneficial agreement, a fake marriage to help Christian secure his inheritance and provide me with financial security to start my nonprofit. Yet here I am on a Saturday evening, coloring dinosaurs and houses and families, feeling more at home than I have in years. After our art session winds down, I check the clock and realize we should start dinner. Christian's been pulling 9-hour Saturdays as part of his transition to CEO, and I want something waiting when he comes through that door, tired and probably starving. Hey, Art Master. I nudge David's shoulder lightly. How about we make dinner for your dad? Surprise him when he gets home? David's eyes light up like I've suggested we build a rocket ship. Yes. Can we make tacos? Dad loves tacos. That's perfect. We can set up a whole taco bar. I stand, collecting crayons that have somehow migrated across the entire table. You want to be my special helper, chef? I make the best tacos in the world. He hops down, suddenly very serious about his culinary reputation. Miss Malcolm says I have good listening skills. That's important for cooking, right? The most important. I nod gravely. First rule of the kitchen, wash those hands. David scrambles to drag his step stool to the sink while I gather our art supplies. The refrigerator is already plastered with his previous masterpieces, a Hamilton family gallery that grows weekly. I add today's family portrait with a magnet shaped like a dinosaur. My fingers linger on the drawing. My family. 2 simple words that shouldn't affect me so deeply. I've signed legal documents, stood in front of a justice of the peace, married Christian even though I'm not in love with him. But somehow, this crayon drawing makes it feel more real than anything else has. I'm ready, David calls, displaying his dripping hands as evidence. Perfect. You're on vegetable duty. I pull ingredients from the refrigerator. Think you can help me tear this lettuce? I'm super strong. He flexes his little arms, making me laugh. We fall into an easy rhythm. David tears lettuce while I brown the ground beef with spices. He's a surprisingly good helper, focused and eager to please. I show him how to hold the knife safely to cut a tomato, my hand covering his tiny one, and he beams with pride at each wobbly slice. You're the best sous chef I've ever had. What's a sous chef? David asks. The second in command in the kitchen, the chef's right-hand person. David nods appreciatively at his new title. I like that. I want to make more food with you, like mac and cheese. Dad says, you make the best mac and cheese. Better than the box kind. Did he now? Something warm unfurls in my chest. Christian and I have developed a tentative friendship, despite our circumstances. The kind where I notice when he's stressed by the way he loosens his tie, and he knows exactly how I take my coffee. Uh-huh. He says you make everything better. I nearly dropped the spatula. I'm sure he just meant the food. David shrugs, unconcerned with my sudden fluster. Can I stir the beans? I help him safely maneuver the wooden spoon through the simmering pot of black beans, his face a mask of concentration. The kitchen fills with warm, spicy scents as we work side by side. I've never considered myself particularly domestic, but there's something deeply satisfying about this moment. Chopping, stirring, teaching. By the time everything's ready, David and I have assembled an impressive spread. Seasoned meat, beans, fresh salsa, guacamole, shredded cheese, and all the fixings. This looks better than a restaurant, I say, genuinely impressed with our work. David surveys our creation with hands on his hips, mimicking a stance I've seen Christian take when reviewing documents. Wait till Dad sees. He's gonna be so happy. That's our goal, bud. Making Dad happy. You're the best cook in the whole world, Claudia, David declares, throwing his arms around my waist. Even better than the lunch ladies at school, and they make pizza. Something catches in my throat, and I have to blink rapidly to hold back sudden tears. 3 weeks ago, I signed a contract to become this child's stepmother. A business arrangement. A practical solution. Nothing in those papers mentioned how it would feel when a small boy hugs you tight and thinks you're better than the magical beings who create school pizza. I crouched down to his level, heart full to bursting. Thank you, David. That might be the nicest compliment I've ever gotten.
Chapter 14. Christian. The town car slides up to the curb outside Per Se, and I already spot 3 photographers lurking near the entrance. Perfect. I adjust my tie and lean toward Claudia, who's checking her lipstick in a compact mirror. Ready for our public appearance, Mrs. Hamilton? I keep my voice low as our driver comes around to open the door. Claudia snaps the mirror shut and gives me a look that's equal parts amusement and determination. As ready as I'll ever be, Mr. Hamilton. When the door opens, I step out first, buttoning my Tom Ford jacket before turning to offer my hand to Claudia. The moment her fingers touch mine, the cameras start clicking. She emerges from the car with grace that still surprises me, her emerald dress catching the light from the restaurant's entrance, her dark hair falling in soft waves around her shoulders. "They're watching," I whisper, sliding my arm around her waist and pulling her closer than necessary. "Then let's give them something to talk about." She reaches up and straightens my tie, her fingers lingering against my chest a moment longer than they need to. The photographers move in closer as we walk toward the entrance, their questions overlapping in a jumble of noise. "Christian, how's married life treating you?" "Claudia, over here!" "When can we expect baby number 2? I guide Claudia through the gauntlet with a protective hand on the small of her back, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin fabric of her dress. We both smile, the practiced, camera-ready smiles that have become second nature these past few months. "We're just enjoying a night out while our son has his sleepover," I announce, giving them the soundbite they want. David was so excited to spend the night at his friend's house. Claudia looks up at me with what appears to be genuine affection. He packed his favorite dinosaur pajamas and made us check 3 times that we included his nightlight. The detail isn't planned. It's something that actually happened this afternoon, and her casual mention of our shared parenting experience lands exactly right with the press. More cameras click. More questions follow. I lean down and press a kiss to her temple, breathing in the scent of her perfume. "Let's go inside, sweetheart. Our reservation's waiting." The maitre d' recognizes me instantly and escorts us to a secluded corner table with views of Columbus Circle and Central Park beyond. It's the most sought-after table in one of New York's most exclusive restaurants, and I'd called in multiple favors to secure it, not for the privacy, but for the visibility. In the dim lighting, with the city skyline twinkling behind us, we make the perfect picture of Manhattan power couple romance. "You've outdone yourself," Claudia murmurs once we're seated, her eyes taking in the opulent surroundings. "Only the best for my wife." I reach across the table to take her hand, aware that at least one of the other diners is discreetly taking photos with their phone. "The Hamilton name comes with certain expectations." Her fingers intertwine with mine naturally, like we've been doing this for years instead of weeks. And we wouldn't want to disappoint, would we? The sommelier approaches with the wine list, and I order a bottle of Chateau Margaux without looking at the price. When he leaves, I notice Claudia watching me with an unreadable expression. What? Nothing. She shakes her head slightly. Just thinking about how different this is from the first time we had dinner together. You mean when I spilled coffee all over your desk during that late-night investor presentation prep? That was hardly dinner. That was me saving you with color-coded spreadsheets while you paced and cursed about quarterly projections. I laugh, and it's genuine. You ordered that disgusting pad thai from the place around the corner, which you ate half of despite complaining the entire time. Our eyes meet across the table, and for a moment I forget that this is all for show. The ease between us feels too natural, too comfortable. The wine arrives, and as the sommelier pours, I notice how the candlelight catches the diamond on Claudia's ring finger, the ring I carefully selected to be impressive enough for the society pages, but not so ostentatious that it would look like I was trying too hard. A strategic choice for our strategic marriage. To successful partnerships, I offer, raising my glass. Claudia's eyes hold mine as she lifts her glass in return, in all their forms. We sip, and I'm suddenly aware of how the restaurant seems to have receded around us. The ambient noise, the other diners, the soft classical music, it all fades compared to the woman sitting across from me. Is this still an act? Am I acting right now? The server delivers our appetizers, foie gras for me, and caviar for Claudia, and I find myself watching her reaction as she takes her first bite. Her eyes close briefly, and a small smile plays at the corners of her mouth. It's the same expression I've seen 100 times at the office when she figures out a complex problem or nails a presentation. Good, I ask, already knowing the answer. Divine. She dabs at her lips with her napkin, leaving a faint trace of red lipstick. Though I might need another glass of wine to fully appreciate it. I pour more Chateau Margaux into her glass, noticing how the deep burgundy liquid catches the light. Like her dress. Like her lips. I'm staring at her lips now. What about yours? She asks, gesturing toward my untouched plate. I force my attention back to the food and take a bite. Worth every overpriced penny. The wine is hitting me faster than expected, or maybe it's the company. I loosen my tie slightly and lean back, taking another long sip while studying Claudia over the rim of my glass. The candlelight does something magical to her skin, casting a warm glow that makes her look almost ethereal. She catches me looking and raises an eyebrow. Something on your mind, Mr. Hamilton? Just thinking that for someone who was my executive assistant a few weeks ago, you wear the role of billionaire's wife remarkably well. I'm a quick study. She leans forward and her dress shifts just enough to offer a glimpse of cleavage that sends blood rushing to parts of me that have no business getting excited during dinner. That you are. My voice comes out deeper than intended. We move beyond the appetizers to our main courses, and I find the conversation flowing as easily as the wine. We talk about David's upcoming school play, the acquisition that's giving my CFO migraines, and her cousin's new baby. All the things a real married couple might discuss over dinner. Remember the day David decided you needed a makeover? I laugh, refilling our glasses for the third time. Claudia groans dramatically. How could I forget? He used your very expensive fountain pen to draw a mustache on me while I was napping on the couch. The timing couldn't have been worse right before the Nakamura meeting. I had to scrub my face raw to get it off. She shakes her head, her hair catching the light as it sways around her shoulders. That little monster. You love him, though. Something softens in her expression. I do. More than I ever expected to. The admission hangs between us, more intimate than any flirtation. I remember how terrified I was handing my son over to my new assistant that first day. How surprised I was at how naturally they took to each other. Now I can't imagine David's life without her in it. Her gaze lifts to meet mine, and something electric passes between us. For a fake marriage, this feels dangerously real. To family, she says softly, raising her glass. I clink mine against hers. To family. As we finish our entrees, our conversation drifts into dangerous territory. Memories of late nights at the office, inside jokes, the time we got stuck in the elevator during a power outage. You completely panicked, she laughs, leaning in close enough that I can smell her perfume. I did not panic, I was concerned. You paced like a caged animal and kept checking your watch every 30 seconds. I had an important meeting. With your tailor. She smirks, and I'm momentarily distracted by how perfectly her lips curve when she's teasing me. Custom suits are serious business, Mrs. Hamilton. Not serious enough to justify the sweat stains under your arms. She reaches across the table and touches my wrist, her fingers cool against my skin. The great Christian Hamilton, brought down by a tiny enclosed space. I turn my hand over and capture her fingers in mine. If I recall correctly, you were the one who ended up sitting on the floor with your head between your knees. Only after hour 3 with no air conditioning in July. Her thumb brushes against my palm, and the small gesture sends a jolt through my entire body. When did innocent touches start feeling like foreplay? And why am I enjoying this so much?
Chapter 15. Claudia. The elevator doors slide open and Christian stumbles slightly against me as we spill into the penthouse hallway. His body is warm against mine, and I can't help the giggle that escapes my lips. Careful there, Mr. Hamilton, I say, steadying him with my hand on his arm. If I didn't know better, I'd think those last 2 wine glasses were a mistake. Christian's eyes lock with mine, bright and alive with something I haven't seen before. Nothing about tonight was a mistake, Mrs. Hamilton. The way he says my fake surname sends a ripple of electricity down my spine. I kick off my heels, sighing as my bare feet meet the cool marble floor. The penthouse is silent without David's energetic presence. I still can't believe you told that fake story about our honeymoon to the paparazzi. I toss my clutch onto the entryway table and make my way to the living room. The part about the dolphins was a nice touch. Christian loosens his tie with one hand while the other reaches for the bourbon on the bar cart. Want one? He holds up a crystal tumbler, the corner of his mouth quirked up in that half smile that does strange things to my pulse. Why not? We're celebrating our success as Manhattan's most convincing power couple. I sink into the plush sofa, watching as he pours the amber liquid. My dress rides up my thighs as I tuck my legs beneath me. Christian's eyes follow the movement. He hands me the glass, his fingers brushing mine. You were incredible tonight. The way you handled those reporters when they about our wedding. Pure improv. I take a sip, enjoying the burn. Though I think it helped that I'd already had a glass of wine. Or 3. He sits beside me, closer than necessary. The sofa dips under his weight, sliding me slightly toward him until our thighs touch. Neither of us moves away. Are you suggesting I can't hold my liquor, Mr. Hamilton? I'm suggesting, he says, his voice dropping lower, that you're amazing, Claudia. The use of my first name, the intensity in his eyes, it shifts something between us. The play acting of the evening has left a residue, blurring the lines between what's real and what's pretend. I reach out and push a lock of his hair back from his forehead. It's something I've wanted to do for weeks. You clean up pretty well yourself. His hand captures my wrist, keeping my palm against his face. Is this still part of the act? The question hangs between us. My heart pounds against my ribs, a rhythm I can't control. David's at his sleepover until tomorrow afternoon, I say instead of answering. No audience. Christian puts his glass down, takes mine and sets it beside his. Then why am I still thinking about what you'd do if I kissed you right now? Maybe you should find out. The words have barely left my mouth before he's closing the distance between us. His lips meet mine, tentative at first, then hungry when I respond. I taste bourbon and possibility as he pulls me onto his lap. My dress hikes up further, and his hands find the bare skin of my thighs. I've been wanting to do this since you walked out of your bedroom tonight, he murmurs against my neck. I roll my hips against him, feeling his immediate response. Just tonight? Longer. His hands slip under my dress, tracing paths of fire along my skin. Much longer. I tug at his tie, pulling it free and unbuttoning his shirt with unsteady fingers. Bedroom, I whisper, grinding against him again. Take me to your bedroom, Christian. He stands with me still wrapped around him, my legs locked at his back. The display of strength only intensifies the heat building between us. He carries me down the hallway, my back hitting the wall once as he stops to kiss me deeper, harder. By the time we reach his bedroom, I've managed to push his shirt off his shoulders. His chest is a marvel of hard planes and warm skin. I run my hands over him, exploring what I've only allowed myself to glimpse before. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 16. Christian. I've barely settled into my new corner office when Marco Evans, our marketing director, knocks on my open door. His usual composed demeanor seems fractured today, shoulders tense, eyes darting to the hallway behind him. Got a minute, Christian? Come in. I gesture to one of the leather chairs facing my desk. What's on your mind? Marco closes the door behind him, a move that immediately puts me on alert. He sits but can't seem to get comfortable, shifting his weight and avoiding direct eye contact. Look, I wouldn't bring this up if it wasn't starting to affect the team, but... He clears his throat. There's talk going around about you and Claudia. My jaw tightens. What kind of talk? That your marriage is just for show, that it's all about securing the CEO position. He meets my eyes now, his expression apologetic. Tobias has been hinting that you two barely know each other, that it's some kind of arrangement. The mention of my brother's name ignites something primal inside me. Of course it's Tobias. Since our father announced I would take over as CEO, he's been like a wounded animal, lashing out at anything in reach. And people are listening to this nonsense. I keep my voice controlled, though my knuckles whiten as I grip the armrest. Some are. You know how people love gossip, and Tobias has been particularly persuasive. He mentioned something about how Claudia turned him down flat last year, but suddenly she's Mrs. Hamilton. Marco shifts in his seat again. I thought you should know. My mind flashes to David, my son. 5 years old and already attached to Claudia like she's the mother he never had. The thought of him potentially hearing playground whispers about his family makes my blood boil. Thanks for bringing this to me, Marco. I rise from my chair, signaling the end of our conversation. I appreciate your loyalty. After Marco leaves, I stand at my window overlooking the Manhattan skyline. The morning sun catches on glass buildings, creating a cityscape that should feel triumphant. I've achieved everything my father demanded. The marriage, the stable family image, the leadership presence needed to take Hamilton Enterprises into its next chapter. But it's all built on quicksand. Claudia and I have an arrangement, yes. An arrangement that has been complicated messily by getting in bed with each other when we were both drunk and stumbling over our own feet. Doesn't matter, it's still a deal. A business deal disguised as a marriage. But that doesn't give Tobias the right to undermine us, especially not when it could affect David. My intercom buzzes. "Your brother is here to see you, Mr. Hamilton." Perfect timing. "Send him in." Tobias strolls into my office with the casual entitlement he's perfected since childhood. Unlike me in my tailored suit, he's opted for designer jeans and an expensive but rumpled button-down, always making a point that he doesn't need to try as hard. "Enjoying the view from the top, brother?" He drops into a chair without waiting for an invitation. I don't sit. Instead, I walk around to the front of my desk, leaning against it with my arms crossed. "Cut it, Tobias. I know what you've been doing." His eyebrows rise in mock innocence. "Being the dutiful vice president while you play house with your secretary? That's what I've been doing." "Former executive assistant. She wasn't a secretary," I correct him, my voice dangerously quiet. "And current wife. Current target of your pathetic rumors." A flicker of something anger, jealousy, maybe both crosses his features before he hides it behind a smirk. "I'm just pointing out what everyone already suspects. You needed a wife to get the CEO chair, and suddenly Claudia gets a ring and a new last name." He leans forward. "Convenient timing, don't you think? Not to mention how quickly she moved on after rejecting me. So there it is. The real wound. I've suspected Tobias harbored feelings for Claudia ever since she started working directly for me. The way he'd find excuses to be in my office during our meetings, how he'd try too hard to make her laugh. Is that what this is about? Your bruised ego because she wasn't interested in you?" I push off from the desk, towering over him. "Let me make something crystal clear. My marriage is none of your business. My wife is off limits for your petty games, and if I hear one more rumor traced back to you, I'll remind the board exactly why Dad never wanted you anywhere near the CEO role." Tobias's smirk falters, but he quickly recovers, rising to his feet. We stand eye to eye, the tension between us thick enough to slice. "Careful, Christian. The higher you climb, the harder you fall." He adjusts his cuffs, a casual gesture meant to hide his discomfort. "And when you do, I'll be right there to catch everything you drop." He leaves without another word, the door closing behind him with a soft click that somehow sounds like a threat. Alone again, I sink into my chair, a storm of emotions churning inside me. My fingers find the wedding band on my left hand, spinning it unconsciously. This thin circle of gold, a prop in what started as an elaborate performance, now feels like something more. Something real. I think about Claudia's face this morning as she helped David with his breakfast, her patience as he spilled orange juice for the third time, her laugh when he tried to wipe it up and made an even bigger mess. I think about how she kisses me goodbye now. Not the perfunctory peck we practice for appearances, but something lingering. Something that leaves me wanting more. What began as a transaction has become complicated, and now Tobias threatens to unravel it all. "Screw that!" I mutter to the empty office. I won't let him destroy what Claudia and I have built, whatever it is we have. The thought of her reputation being tarnished, of her being disrespected as some kind of corporate climbing gold digger, ignites something fierce in my chest. She deserves better. She's given David and me so much more than our arrangement ever required. I grab my phone, pulling up her contact. My thumb hovers over her name before I set it down again. This isn't a conversation for text or even a call. We need to talk face to face, to strategize, to fortify ourselves against Tobias's attacks. But more than that, I need to see her. To make sure she knows that I'm in this, really in this, beyond the terms of our original deal. I open my laptop and start drafting a plan of action. First, we need to strengthen our public image, not just as a married couple, but as partners. More joint appearances at company events, more casual mentions of our relationship in meetings and business lunches, photos in the company newsletter, perhaps a feature story on our modern family. But surface appearances won't be enough. Tobias knows exactly where to apply pressure, how to create doubt. We need to be unshakable, not just in public, but with each other. I create a new document, typing Claudia at the top. Below, I list everything I appreciate about her, everything that's shifted from our original arrangement, how she's reorganized her life around David's schedule, how she asks about my day and actually listens to the answer, how she challenges me when I'm being stubborn but supports me when I need it most. It's a longer list than I expected. Much longer. My intercom buzzes again. Your 11 o'clock is here, Mr. Hamilton. Send them in, I reply, closing the document but not before saving it. As my meeting starts, my mind keeps returning to Claudia, to the way this marriage of convenience has become the most inconveniently real thing in my life, to how much I want to protect it, protect her from Tobias and anyone else who might threaten what we've built together. By the time the meeting ends, I've made my decision. I'll talk to Claudia tonight, lay everything out, how Tobias is spreading rumors, how we need to counter them. But more importantly, how I feel about our arrangement now, that it's become something I'm not willing to lose. This isn't just about securing my position as CEO anymore. It's about fighting for something that matters more than any title or corner office. Something I never expected to find in a contract signed with clear terms and exit clauses. I check my watch. 5 more hours until I can go home to her. 5 more hours of pretending that my world isn't shifting beneath my feet, that I'm still the same calculated businessman who proposed our arrangement in the first place. 5 more hours until I can tell her that, somehow, when I wasn't looking, our fake marriage started feeling like the only real thing in my life.
Chapter 17. Claudia. I line up the ingredients on the gleaming marble countertop of our penthouse kitchen. Ground beef, pasta shells, 3 kinds of cheese, fresh tomatoes, and herbs. David's favorite, my special baked pasta casserole. The windows of the kitchen showcase the skyline, lights twinkling against the darkening evening sky. 52 floors up, the city looks almost peaceful. Alexa, play my cooking playlist, I say, reaching for the chef's knife. As soft jazz fills the spacious kitchen, I take a deep breath. This evening is exactly what we need, just the 3 of us. No distractions, no outside world questioning the legitimacy of my marriage to Christian thanks to Tobias Hamilton. My grip tightens on the knife at the thought of Tobias. That snake. Christian told me what he was up to. Last week at a Hamilton Enterprises charity gala, he'd cornered 3 board members and hinted that Christian and I barely knew each other before our whirlwind romance. I sliced through a tomato with perhaps more force than necessary. The juice spatters across the cutting board. Don't think about him, I muttered to myself, wiping my hands on the apron tied around my waist. Not tonight. The irony isn't lost on me. Tobias is right. My marriage to Christian is a business arrangement. A contract. Papers signed alongside NDAs and clauses about my role as David's stepmother. But damn if I'll let anyone, especially Tobias, expose that truth. I grab an onion and begin dicing, my knife making rhythmic contact with the board. Chop, chop, chop. There's something soothing about the repetitive motion, the precision required. So different from the constant pressure of navigating the Hamilton family politics. A melody rises to my lips, and I realize I'm humming along to the music. The tomato sauce begins to simmer, filling the kitchen with rich, garlicky aromas. I stir slowly, my shoulders relaxing for what feels like the first time all day. The pasta bubbles in the pot, and I give it a quick stir before returning to my sauce. This, creating something with my hands, nurturing through food, feels more authentic than anything else in my new life. Something smells amazing in here. Christian's deep voice startles me. I turn to find him leaning against the doorframe, suit jacket discarded, tie loosened, sleeves rolled up to reveal muscular forearms. He looks tired, but his blue eyes are warm. David's favorite. I sprinkle fresh basil into the sauce. I figured we could use a quiet night in. After Tobias's recent antics, Christian pushes away from the doorframe and moves toward the wine fridge. Damn, yes, we could. Language, I warn, glancing toward the hallway. Little pitchers have big ears. Christian selects a bottle of red. The little pitcher is currently building a Lego fortress in his room, but point taken. He uncorks the wine with practiced ease, pouring generous glasses for us both. The familiar domesticity of the moment catches me off guard. For a business arrangement, we've fallen into comfortable patterns with surprising speed. How bad is it? I ask, accepting the glass he offers. The rumors Tobias is spreading? Nothing concrete, just enough innuendo to make people wonder. Christian takes a long sip. Don't worry about it. The board doesn't care about my personal life as long as Hamilton Enterprises keeps performing. I turn back to the stove, draining the pasta into a colander. Still, we should be careful. Maybe more public dates, more family outings with David? Is that your way of asking me to take you shopping on Fifth Avenue? Christian's mouth quirks up at one corner. Oh, please, like I need an excuse for that. I layer the pasta, sauce, and cheese in a casserole dish. Besides, your credit card and I have already become very well acquainted. The patter of small feet announces David's arrival before he bursts into the kitchen, a blur of blonde hair and boundless energy. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. He climbs onto a bar stool at the island, peering hopefully at the casserole dish. Almost, buddy. Just needs 15 minutes in the oven. I slide the dish into the preheated oven and set the timer. Is it shell pasta with the 3 cheeses? David bounces in his seat. The very same. I ruffle his hair, my heart warming at his excitement over something so simple. With extra mozzarella on top, just how you like it. Yes, David pumps his fist. You make the best pasta in the whole wide world, Claudia. My chest tightens with unexpected emotion. It's such a small thing, a child's enthusiasm for a home-cooked meal, but it hits me like a physical force. In this moment, I don't feel like an imposter. I feel needed, appreciated, like I belong here with them, contract or no contract. Thanks, little man. I wink at him, savoring the genuine joy on his face, a joy I helped create with something as simple as pasta and cheese. After 15 minutes, the oven timer rings, and I grab my mitts to pull out the bubbling casserole. The aroma fills our kitchen. Cheese melted to golden perfection, sauce bubbling at the edges, the crispy top layer promising that perfect crunch with each bite. Careful, it's hot, I warn as I set it on the cork trivet. Steam rises in delicate wisps, carrying the scent of basil and garlic. Give it a minute to cool before we dig in. David's eyes grow wide, tracking my every movement as I serve the pasta. His excitement is palpable, legs swinging beneath the counter stool. I slide a plate in front of him, carefully cutting his portion into manageable bites. Blow on it first, I remind him, just as Christian reaches over to test the temperature himself. Listen to Claudia, Christian says, nodding in approval. She's keeping you from burning your tongue. I serve Christian next, then myself, settling onto a stool beside David. For a moment, we're silent, except for the clink of forks against plates and David's little hums of pleasure as he eats. Is it good? I ask, though his delighted expression already answers my question. The best, David mumbles through a mouthful of pasta. And I gently remind him not to talk with his mouth full. Christian catches my eye across the island, his expression soft in a way few people ever get to see. It really is incredible, Claudia. Something warm unfurls in my chest at their appreciation. It's such a simple thing, feeding them, caring for them, but the satisfaction it brings surprises me. David asks for seconds before he's even finished his first helping, and I laugh, ruffling his hair. Finish what's on your plate first, greedy. He nods seriously, attacking his pasta with renewed vigor. I feel a surge of tenderness watching him, this little boy, who has somehow wormed his way into the deepest chambers of my heart. I never expected this. How fiercely protective I'd feel. How my day brightens when he runs to me after school, backpack bouncing, bursting to tell me about his day. Can we watch a movie after dinner? David asks, sauce smeared across one cheek. I reach over with a napkin to wipe it away, the gesture automatic now. Only if you eat your vegetables tomorrow without complaining. Deal, he agrees instantly, making Christian chuckle. You drive a hard bargain, Christian tells me, his voice laced with amusement and something warmer. I shrug, suppressing a smile. Someone has to make sure he doesn't live on pasta and chicken nuggets. The casualness of our exchange strikes me. We move around each other now with the easy rhythm of a real family, passing napkins, sharing knowing glances over David's head. The silent communication of parents. Parents. The word settles in my mind, unexpected but not unwelcome. I watch David scrape his plate clean, then help him with his second, smaller portion. My hands move automatically, cutting the pasta into bite-sized pieces, checking the temperature, making sure there's extra cheese on top, just how he likes it. When did this become so natural? When did I start anticipating his needs before he voices them? As David chatters about his day at school, I find myself wondering if this feeling, this bone-deep satisfaction of nurturing, of being needed, is something I want permanently in my life. Not just with David, but maybe... I glance at Christian, who's listening intently to his son's story about playground politics, his face animated in a way it never is in boardrooms. My heart does a little flip at the domesticity of it all, and my heart starts to race, seeing how attractive he looks with his sharp jawline and blue eyes. I try hard not to think about that one fateful night we had together, when we crossed certain lines that we swore we'd never cross. Could I want this for real someday? Not just playing house in a contractual agreement, but actually building a family? The thought startles me with its clarity and appeal. Maybe someday, a child with Christian's striking blue eyes and my curls, a sibling for David, a family bound by more than legal documents. The intensity of the desire catches me off guard, and I focus on my plate. It's too soon for these thoughts. Our arrangement has parameters, boundaries, purposes beyond emotion. Yet watching them together, father and son laughing over some shared joke, I can't help the whisper of longing that threads through me. This nurturing side that David has awakened. It feels too authentic to be temporary, too fundamental to who I am becoming to simply switch off when our contract ends. Claudia? Christian's voice breaks through my thoughts. You okay? You got quiet. I'm fine, I say, smiling at them both. Just enjoying the moment.
Chapter 18. Christian. The sunshine filters through the canopy of trees at Central Park, dappling the grass with golden light. Even with the natural beauty surrounding us, my eyes keep drifting back to Claudia and David, who are sprawled on a checkered picnic blanket a few feet away. Their heads are bent together over David's sketch pad, conspiratorial, like they're planning something magnificent. Look, Claudia, I drew our family! David's excited voice carries across the small distance between us. Claudia gasps with what sounds like genuine delight. David, this is incredible. You've captured your daddy perfectly. She points at something on the page. I love how you made his eyes so blue. And look at those muscles! He's like a superhero! David giggles, the sound pure and uninhibited. "And that's you with the pretty smile. See your dress? It's purple, 'cause that's your favorite." I lean back against the maple tree, content to watch their interaction without interrupting. There's something about seeing them together that soothes a part of me I didn't know needed soothing. "What's that between us?" Claudia asks, leaning closer to the drawing. "That's our dog. We don't have one yet, but Daddy said maybe for Christmas." David looks up at me and waves, catching me watching them. "Right, Daddy?" I offer a noncommittal shrug that makes them both laugh. The maybe I'd given David about a dog had apparently transformed into a certainty in his 5-year-old mind. "Your artwork is fantastic," Claudia says, running her hand through his blonde hair. "You've got real talent. Maybe we should frame this one." The sincerity in her voice makes something twist in my chest. She never talks down to him or dismisses his interests as childish. She engages, encourages, values his contributions. A family strolls by Mom, Dad, 2 kids. The woman gives us a quick glance and whispers something to her husband. My jaw tightens instinctively. It's been happening more frequently since Tobias launched his whisper campaign. The sidelong looks, the hushed conversations, the thinly veiled judgment. Now I'm imagining skepticism from random people at the park about my marriage to Claudia. Gold digger, opportunist, trophy wife. None of these words are true according to the fake marriage contract we signed. The words Tobias has been spreading about Claudia burn in my mind. My brother's jealousy has always been an ugly thing, but this time he's crossed a line, attacking not just me, but Claudia, who never did anything to deserve it. I force the thoughts away. I won't let him poison this perfect afternoon. "Daddy, come see my pictures," David calls, waving me over. I push off from the tree and join them on the blanket, settling between my son and my fake wife. The proximity to Claudia sends a buzz of awareness through me that I try to ignore. "Show me what you've got, champ." I ruffle David's hair. He proudly displays a series of crayon masterpieces, our family in various settings, at home, at the park, at the beach. In each one, the 3 of us are connected, holding hands, smiling. "These are amazing," I say, meaning it. "You've really captured us." Claudia helped with the colors. He beams up at her with unrestrained adoration. "I just suggested mixing the yellow and blue to make green for the grass." She shrugs, but her smile is radiant. "He did. All the creative, heavy lifting." "Ah." I watch as she helps him arrange the drawings in a neat stack, praising each one specifically, pointing out details that show his improvement. Her dark hair falls forward, creating a curtain between us and the rest of the world. There's no artifice in her interactions with David, no calculation or pretense. "Who wants ice cream?" I ask, eager to extend this perfect moment. "Me!" David jumps up, nearly upending the carefully stacked artwork. Claudia catches the papers with lightning reflexes. "Careful, Picasso. Let's put these somewhere safe first." She and David laugh as they work together to secure his art in a folder she produces from her seemingly bottomless bag. The sound of their laughter wraps around me like a physical thing, warming me from the inside. Standing to watch them, I'm suddenly hit with a realization that stops me cold. The way my heart swells watching them together, the pride I feel seeing how Claudia treats my son, the comfort I find in her presence, it all adds up to something I wasn't prepared for. I'm falling for Claudia, not just attracted to her. That was a given from day one. This is different, deeper, more dangerous. I want more moments like this, more days filled with her laughter and David's happiness, more of whatever this is becoming. The knowledge should terrify me. Our arrangement is temporary, professional, a strategic move. Feelings weren't part of the deal. Yet, as I watch Claudia help David pack up his crayons, her movements gentle and patient, I can't bring myself to regret this unexpected development. I follow Claudia and David to the ice cream vendor, hanging back a few steps to watch them. David bounces alongside her, his small hand clasped in hers, chattering about which flavor he'll choose even though we all know he'll pick chocolate like he always does. "I think maybe strawberry today," he says, though his eyes are already locked on the chocolate tub. "Really? That's so adventurous." Claudia kneels to his level, her sundress pooling around her legs. "I remember last time you said chocolate was your absolute favorite in the whole universe." David's face scrunches in serious consideration. "Yeah, but Daddy says trying new things is brave." "Your daddy is very smart." She glances up, catches me watching them, and something electric passes between us. That look. I remember that same look from the other night, her eyes dark and intense, her lips parted, right before I kissed her. Before one kiss led to another, and another, until we were tangled in my sheets, her skin hot against mine. The memory hits me like a physical blow. What were we thinking? That night crossed every professional boundary we'd established. Afterward, we'd silently agreed to pretend it hadn't happened. But standing here now watching her with my son, I'm not sure I can keep pretending. "Daddy, what are you getting?" David tugs at my hand, pulling me back to the present. Vanilla." I clear my throat. "Plain and simple." Claudia smirks. "Just like you." "You think I'm plain and simple?" I raise an eyebrow, unable to help myself. "I think you're anything but—" Her voice drops slightly, and I know she's remembering too. David tugs my hand again. "Daddy, pay the man." I hastily pull out my wallet, aware that my face must betray something because the vendor gives me a knowing smile as I hand over the cash. We walk to a nearby bench with our ice cream, David between us, happily devouring his chocolate, of course, while Claudia licks delicately at her mint chip. "This is nice," she says quietly. "Normal." Normal. As if anything about this situation is normal. My son is bonding with a woman who's contractually obligated to pretend to be his stepmother. I'm having inappropriate thoughts about my fake wife. And somewhere across town, my brother is probably plotting his next move against us. "You okay?" Claudia's forehead creases with concern. "You look like you're solving complex equations in your head." "Just thinking about this." A gesture vaguely between us. "All of this." David jumps up suddenly. "Can I go play on the swings, please? I finished my ice cream." The distraction is welcome. "Sure, buddy, we'll watch from here." As he races off, I'm acutely aware that Claudia and I are alone now. She shifts slightly, putting a respectable distance between us on the bench. "Christian, we should talk about what happened," I say at the same time. We both laugh awkwardly. "Ladies first," I offer. She takes a deep breath. "If you're worried that what happened changes things, don't be. I understand it was just a moment. We're adults. We can handle this professionally." Her words should reassure me. Instead, they feel like a punch to the gut. Just a moment? Is that all it was to her? "Is that what you want?" I find myself asking. "To keep things professional?" Her eyes widen slightly. "Isn't that what we agreed to?" "Yes, but—" I stop, watching David swing higher, his laughter carrying across the playground. "Things change. Feelings change." "Feelings?" She says the word cautiously as if it might bite. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated with my inability to articulate what I'm experiencing. "I don't know what I'm saying. Just that seeing you with David, how natural you are with him, how much he adores you." I trail off, then force myself to continue. It complicates things. "Because of the contract?" She's watching me carefully now. "Because of what I want." The admission feels dangerous, like stepping off a cliff without knowing how far the drop is. "And what do you want, Christian?" Her voice is soft, barely audible above the park sounds. My heart pounds against my ribs. What do I want? I want her, certainly. But not just physically. I want mornings with her teasing me about my coffee habits, Evenings with her reading to David. I want real, not pretend. But what happens when reality intrudes? When the contract ends? When David gets even more attached and then she's gone? I don't know, I finally say, cowardice winning out. I just know that a gesture between us again, feels less and less like an arrangement and more like something else. Her fingers brush against mine on the bench so briefly I might have imagined it. I know what you mean. We watch David in silence for a moment, both lost in our own thoughts. We should be careful, she finally says. For David's sake. She's right, of course. David has to come first. Always. Yeah, I agree, though part of me rebels against the sensible response. We should be careful. But as David runs back to us, face flushed with excitement, and Claudia laughs at something he says, my heart races with a certainty I can't deny. Careful is the last thing I feel around Claudia.
Chapter 19. Claudia. The grand ballroom of the Plaza Hotel glistens with crystal chandeliers and the polished smiles of New York's business elite. I adjust the delicate strap of my emerald gown, scanning the room with what I hope passes for the confidence of someone who belongs here. The truth is, despite my new last name, Hamilton, I still feel like Claudia Coleman, the executive assistant who stepped way beyond her pay grade. Champagne, Mrs. Hamilton? A server materializes beside me, silver tray balanced effortlessly on his fingertips. I take a flute, grateful for something to occupy my hands. Thank you. The bubbles fizz against my lips as I sip, the tartness a welcome distraction from the weight of responsibility pressing down on my shoulders. Christian should be here, working the room with his effortless charm and razor-sharp business acumen. Instead, I'm solo flying this networking event because David came down with a fever this afternoon. You've got this, Christian had assured me as he measured children's Tylenol into a medicine cup. Just smile, make small talk about the New Asian Markets Initiative, and avoid my brother. That last part might prove challenging. I spot Tobias across the room, holding court with a cluster of investors. He catches my eye and raises his glass in a mock toast that sends ice crawling down my spine. I turn away, focusing instead on approaching the group of board members by the window. Good evening, gentlemen. Christian sends his regrets. He's home with our son tonight. Mrs. Hamilton, James Peterson beams at me. How wonderful to see you representing the family. How is young David? Running a temperature, unfortunately, but Christian has everything under control. The words "our son" still feel foreign on my tongue, though not as strange as they once did. For the next hour, I navigate conversations about quarterly projections and expansion plans, grateful for my years taking notes in these same meetings. People listen to me differently now, with a respect that has nothing to do with my capabilities and everything to do with the diamond ring weighing down my left hand. Holding down the fort admirably, I see. My shoulders tense at the voice behind me. I don't need to turn to know it's Tobias. Can practically feel the smirk radiating off him. Someone has to. I pivot to face him, chin lifted. Christian's priorities are exactly where they should be. With the heir apparent, Tobias swirls his whiskey. How convenient that you've stepped in so seamlessly. His eyes drift down my body in a way that makes me want to wrap myself in the nearest tablecloth. Did you need something specific, Tobias? I keep my voice level, professional. He steps closer, cologne heavy with notes of sandalwood and ambition. Dance with me. People are watching. It would look strange if we appeared unfriendly. Before I can respond, his hand settles at the small of my back, guiding me toward the dance floor. I consider making a scene, but we're surrounded by Hamilton Enterprises' biggest clients and investors. One dance, I concede, keeping several inches between us as his hand finds my waist. You know, I always wondered what Christian saw in you. His breath carries the sting of expensive bourbon as he leans too close to my ear. Now I'm beginning to understand the appeal. You clean up nicely for an employee? My smile hardens. I'm your sister-in-law, Tobias, not an employee? Please. We both know what this marriage is. His fingers press more firmly against my back. When you get tired of playing house with my brother, I'd be happy to show you how a real Hamilton treats a woman. The knot in my stomach tightens, but something else rises alongside it. A clarity and certainty I wouldn't have possessed months ago. I step back, breaking our dance position. Let me make something perfectly clear. Your advances are inappropriate and unwelcome. My voice remains controlled but carries enough volume that nearby heads turn. The next time you speak to me like that, I won't be so discreet when I shut you down. Surprise flashes across his face, quickly replaced by simmering anger. Christian and I love each other, and you would do well to remember that I am a Hamilton now, not someone you can intimidate or manipulate. I walk away from Tobias with measured steps, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing me rattled. The string quartet transitions to a slower melody as I make my way to the bar, ordering sparkling water with a twist of lime. My hand trembles slightly as I take the glass, the adrenaline of confrontation still coursing through my veins. Breathe, Claudia, I whisper to myself, finding a quiet corner with a view of the skyline. The city lights twinkle back at me, steadying my nerves. I pull out my phone, thumbing open my notes app to type a quick reminder. Talk to Christian about Tobias boundaries needed. The words glare back at me from the screen, a digital testament to a conversation we've been avoiding. Christian knows his brother is difficult, but I'm not sure he understands the extent of Tobias's inappropriate behavior. We need to present a united front against his manipulations. The thought of confronting Christian about this sends my stomach into knots. I take another sip of water, letting the coolness wash down my throat. The knowledge that I stood my ground against Tobias settles over me like a warm cloak. 6 months ago, I would have smiled politely through his inappropriate comments, making excuses about needing to powder my nose. The old Claudia, the one who thought her value came from not making waves, would never have directly confronted a Hamilton. Mrs. Hamilton, a woman in a sleek black pantsuit approaches. I'm Lila Chen from the Singapore office. I was hoping to discuss the marketing strategy for our expansion. I straighten my shoulders, tucking my phone away. Absolutely, Miss Chen. Christian speaks very highly of your insights. We talk for 20 minutes about demographic targets and cultural nuances. She listens attentively to my suggestions, nodding as I explain how we might adapt our approach to better resonate with Asian markets. You have a remarkable grasp of this, Mrs. Hamilton. Your husband is fortunate to have such a partner. Partner. The word echoes in my mind as we exchange business cards. Is that what Christian and I have become? Partners not just on paper, but in reality? When Lila departs, I find myself scanning the room differently. The glittering socialites and sharp-suited executives no longer intimidate me. This space, this world, isn't something I'm merely borrowing. It's becoming mine to navigate on my own terms. I'm still processing this revelation when James Peterson approaches again. Claudia, I saw your exchange with Tobias earlier. His voice lowers. Are you all right? I'm touched by his concern. I'm fine, James. Thank you. Good. Between us, the board has noticed his behavior patterns. Your handling of the situation was exemplary. He pats my shoulder. Tell Christian we missed him, but you represented the Hamilton name admirably tonight. As James walks away, a peculiar warmth spreads through my chest. Not just pride in handling a difficult situation, but something deeper. a fierce protectiveness over what Christian and I have built together. Our relationship might have started as a convenience, but it's become something worth defending. I check my watch. Nearly 11. David should be sleeping now. Hopefully fever-free. I gather my clutch and wrap, making brief farewell rounds before heading to the coat check. Outside, the night air carries a welcomed crispness. As my Uber pulls up, I make a decision. Tobias won't be allowed to threaten what we've created, not our family unit with David, not Christian's position at Hamilton Enterprises, and certainly not the unexpected connection growing between us. Christian and I need to tackle this together. For the first time, I fully appreciate that I'm not just standing up for myself, but for us, a unit worth protecting, artificial origins notwithstanding. The revelation settles over me with surprising rightness as Manhattan's skyline blurs past the car window.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 20. Christian. I scan the conference room one last time, making sure everything's perfect. The mahogany table gleams under the recessed lighting, folders positioned precisely at each seat, water carafes strategically placed. 9:15 and all board members present except one. Typical. Let's begin. I adjust my cuffs as I take my position at the head of the table. Thank you all for being here on time. My emphasis on time doesn't go unnoticed. Several board members exchange knowing glances. We're 20 minutes into the monthly projections when the door swings open. Tobias saunters in wearing a rumpled designer suit. His tie hangs loose, his hair artfully disheveled, the carefully constructed look of someone who wants you to think they don't give a damn. Nice of you to join us. I don't pause my presentation, keeping my eyes on the projection screen. Tobias drops into the empty chair, legs sprawled wide. Traffic was bad. The same excuse he's used the last 3 meetings. There's never traffic around his apartment building. He lives within 2 miles of this damn building. I continue with my presentation. As you can see, our Asia expansion has exceeded projections by 17%, largely due to the restructuring of our supply chain and the new partnerships Partnerships you had nothing to do with. Tobias's mutter carries just loud enough for the room to hear. The board members shift uncomfortably. I tighten my grip on the laser pointer but keep my voice level. The partnerships that were secured through a team effort, which is how we operate at Hamilton Enterprises. I click to the next slide. Moving on to our domestic market share. For the next 30 minutes, I navigate through complex financial data, strategic initiatives, and upcoming challenges. The board asks thoughtful questions. Everyone contributes professionally except Tobias, who alternates between scrolling through his phone and making dismissive snorts. Before we wrap up, I'd like to announce that Claudia will be helping develop our new community engagement initiative. I clicked to a slide showing the framework of the program. She's already secured commitments from 3 major nonprofits that align with our core values. Is that what she secured? Tobias's voice drips with insinuation. Funny how quickly the boss's new wife gets put in charge of things. The room temperature seems to drop 10 degrees. Sasha Blackwell raises her eyebrows. Haruto Tanaka suddenly becomes very interested in his notes. Claudia's qualifications speak for themselves. My voice remains steady, but my pulse hammers in my ears. Her background in community relations makes her ideally suited for this role. Right. Tobias leans back in his chair, smirking. Her background. You mean how she went from fetching your coffee to sharing your bed? That kind of background? Something hot and dangerous uncoils in my chest. I press my palms flat against the table, focusing on the cool wood beneath my hands. If you have concerns about the initiative, I'm happy to address them professionally. Oh, I'm sure you've been very happy with how she addresses things professionally. He gives a crude gesture that makes Sasha gasp and Marjorie grimace. I think we should take a 5-minute break. James's suggestion hangs in the air. No. I scan the faces around the table. Discomfort, embarrassment. A few flashes of disgust directed at Tobias, not me. We're almost finished. Let's continue. I move through the remaining slides mechanically while my mind races. Every fiber of my being wants to vault across the table and wipe that smirk off my brother's face. But this is a boardroom, not a boxing ring. These people control millions in investments. They need stability, not family drama. She's not even qualified, Tobias continues under his breath. Just another gold-digging who? The rest of his sentence fades beneath the roar in my ears. I weigh my options in a fraction of a second. Let it go and lose respect. Confront him privately and let the board think I lack control. Call him out here and risk airing dirty laundry. I place the laser pointer deliberately on the table and stand up. Excuse me, Tobias. Do you have something to contribute to this meeting? My voice carries the deadly quiet of restrained fury. His smirk widens. Just wondering if we're supposed to pretend your little arrangement with Claudia is legitimate. The board deserves transparency, don't they? What the board deserves is professionalism and respect, something you've consistently failed to demonstrate. I plant my hands on the table, leaning forward. Your repeated tardiness, your lack of preparation, and now your disrespectful comments about my wife reflect a pattern of behavior that's beneath the standards of this company. Your wife. He spits the word like poison. Let's not pretend this is anything but what it is. You needed a mother for your kid, and she needed a meal ticket. The board members freeze in their seats, caught in the crossfire of something that's been brewing for years. This isn't about Claudia. I step around the table toward him. This is about you believing you deserve something you haven't earned. You think Dad's name on your birth certificate entitles you to respect. It doesn't. Tobias stands now too, his chair screeching against the floor. No, this is about you thinking you're better than me. Always have. The golden boy who can do no wrong. I've worked for everything I have. I move closer, my voice dropping so only the nearest board members can hear. While you've been coasting on our family name, showing up when it suits you, contributing nothing but criticism. Tobias's face contorts, a mixture of rage and the familiar jealousy that's been present since we were kids. The boardroom seems to shrink around us, the air thick with tension. You want to talk about earning things? Tobias jabs a finger toward me. Let's discuss how your new wife earned her position. I'm sure the board would love to hear those details. Something snaps inside me. The careful control I've maintained throughout my career, the measured diplomacy I've cultivated, it all falls away. I advance until we're standing toe-to-toe. I've tolerated your childish behavior for years. My voice drops to a dangerous whisper. I've covered for you with Dad, defended you to the board, and given you chance after chance. But I draw the line at Claudia. Of course you do. His sneer widens. Your precious Claudia. Any attack on my wife is an attack on me. I cut him off, not caring who hears now. And I won't tolerate it. Not as CEO, not as your brother, and especially not as someone who deeply cares for her. Deeply cares? He laughs. Is that what we're calling it? How long until you trade her in for a newer model Christian? Once she served her purpose. My hands curl into fists at my sides. You don't know the first thing about what's between us. I know an arrangement when I see one. It's pathetic, really. You've always needed everything to be picture perfect, haven't you? Perfect grades, perfect job, perfect family. Does she know she's just a prop in your perfect life? The board members are frozen spectators to our family drama, but I no longer care. Years of resentment between us have finally boiled over, and there's no containing it now. You need to leave. I don't raise my voice. I don't need to. Now. You can't kick me out. His confidence wavers slightly. I'm a Hamilton. I'm on the board. And I'm the CEO. I gesture toward the door. Leave now, or security will escort you out. For a moment, I think he might actually throw a punch. His right hand twitches, and I brace myself. But instead, he glances around the room, suddenly remembering our audience. This isn't over. He grabs his phone from the table. Dad will hear about this. I'm sure he will. Your version anyway. I hold his gaze. Now get out of my boardroom. He snatches his jacket from his chair, knocking over a water glass in the process. No one moves to clean it up. He stalks toward the door, then turns for one final shot. You think you've won, but we both know what this marriage really is. It's only a matter of time before everyone else figures it out too. The door slams behind him, and the silence that follows is deafening. I take a deep breath and face the board members, who look like they've just witnessed a car crash. I apologize for that unprofessional display. My CEO voice returns, smooth and controlled. Let's take 15 minutes and reconvene to finish our agenda. They file out silently, avoiding eye contact. Only Marjorie pauses beside me. He's always had a chip on his shoulder, she murmurs, patting my arm. Just like your grandfather. This was a long time coming. When the room empties, I sink into my chair. The satisfaction of finally standing up to Tobias mingles with the sickening knowledge that I've just poured gasoline on a long-burning family fire. My phone buzzes, probably my father already, demanding an explanation. I ignore it, staring at the presentation still frozen on the screen. The irony doesn't escape me. The slide shows our company values. Integrity, respect, family. What a joke. I've defended Claudia publicly, forcefully, but at what cost? The boardroom politics were already complicated with our sudden marriage. Now I've added a public family feud to the mix. The gossip will be all over the building by lunchtime. And Tobias won't let this go. He never does. My brother has always been skilled at turning private grudges into public vendettas. When the board members return, I finish the meeting with mechanical efficiency. They're all business now. No friendly banter or side conversations. I've shown them something they weren't meant to see, the messy, bitter reality beneath the polished Hamilton facade. As they gather their things to leave, I feel the weight of what just happened settling on my shoulders. I stood up for Claudia, and I don't regret it for a second. But the aftershocks of this confrontation will ripple through every aspect of my life, my leadership, my family relationships, and most concerningly, the delicate balance Claudia and I have been struggling to maintain.
Chapter 21. Claudia. He's testing me. Christian's voice breaks through my thoughts, tight with frustration. I turn to face him. He has loosened his tie, unbutton the top of his crisp white shirt. His jaw clenches as he pours himself a generous amount of scotch. The amber liquid catches the dim light as he swirls it in the crystal tumbler. Tobias isn't just testing you. I fold my arms across my chest. He's coming after me too, those comments at the board meeting. I know. Christian takes a long sip, eyes darkening. That's about how convenient it was that I married you right when Dad wanted to step down as CEO. Christian slams his glass down on the marble countertop. I should have knocked his teeth down his throat and proved his point about your instability to the board. No, thank you. I push away from the window, padding across the plush carpet in my bare feet. My heels had been discarded the moment we walked through the door. I'm worried, Christian. About Tobias? Don't be. He's all talk. I shake my head, perching on one of the leather bar stools across from him. Not just about him, about this whole situation. My name is all over the business pages now. Claudia Hamilton, recent bride of Hamilton Enterprises heir. People are digging. Christian's eyes meet mine. We knew that would happen. Knowing and experiencing are different things. I reach for his scotch, take a small sip, and wince at the burn. I had a college friend call me today, someone I haven't spoken to in years. She wanted to catch up, aka get the gossip on how the black girl from a poor family landed a Hamilton. Christian's expression hardens. What did you tell her? Nothing. I said I was busy. I pushed the glass back toward him. But it's just the beginning. My social media followers have tripled. I've gotten 7 requests for interviews, and Tobias keeps dropping hints that he's going to expose our arrangement. He can't prove it. He doesn't need to prove it. He just needs to create enough doubt. I lean forward, lowering my voice even though we're alone. David is in his bedroom. And let's be real, a rumor about a fake marriage would be enough to jeopardize your position with the conservative members of the board. Christian runs a hand through his dark hair, messing up the perfectly styled strands. So what are you saying? You want out? No. The force of my answer surprises both of us. I made a commitment to you and David. That little boy thinks I hung the moon, and I'm not going to disappear on him. Something softens in Christian's face at the mention of his son. He does love you, and I love him. The words come easily because they're true. David has woven himself into the fabric of my heart. Which is why I'm bringing this up. We need to be smarter about this, stronger. Tobias is looking for cracks, and we can't give him any. What do you suggest? Christian moves around the counter, standing close enough that I catch the faint scent of his cologne. For starters, we need a better backstory. I count off on my fingers. People need to believe we fell in love while I was working for you, but that we kept it professional until I quit. We need photos, dates, memories we can reference. We need mutual friends who will vouch for our relationship. Christian nods slowly. We need to be more convincing. Exactly. I slide off the bar stool, suddenly aware of our height difference as I look up at him. This isn't just about securing your inheritance anymore. It's about protecting all 3 of us, you, me, and David, from whatever Tobias is planning. Claudia. Christian's voice drops, becoming serious in a way that makes me focus entirely on him. I won't let him hurt you. I know. I offer a small smile. But we both know he'll try, and I'm not some damsel who needs saving. I'm your partner in this, fake wife or not. Christian's mouth quirks up at one corner. Partner, huh? Yes, partners who have each other's backs. I hold his gaze. I'll stand by you against Tobias and anyone else who threatens what we've built. But you have to be honest with me about everything. No more surprises or details you think I'm better off not knowing. Christian's intense gaze lingers on me, the weight of our situation hanging between us. His jaw works like he's chewing on my words, partners who have each other's backs. The concept seems both foreign and familiar to him. You want a backstory, he says, moving away to refill his glass. What else? Might as well lay it all out. I take a deep breath, organizing my thoughts. We need a coordinated strategy. Tobias is smart, calculating. He's watching for any inconsistencies. I start pacing the living room. At board meetings, at company functions, we need to be perfectly in sync. The loving couple who couldn't deny their feelings despite the professional complications. We already do that. Christian leans against the counter, tracking my movement. But reactive isn't enough anymore. I stop, turning to face him. We need to be proactive. Start appearing at more charity events together. Schedule dinners with key board members and their spouses. Let them see us as a unit outside the office. Christian nods thoughtfully. Make allies. Exactly. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. And we should be prepared for personal questions. How did you propose? First date? All the things real couples know about each other. Sounds like a lot of work just to convince people we're in love. There's something in Christian's voice I can't quite decipher. It's not just about convincing them we're in love. It's about proving Tobias wrong. I hesitate, feeling my heartbeat quicken. There's something I've been keeping from Christian, something I need to tell him. And there's something else. I shift my weight nervously. At the gala last week, when you stayed home with David because of his fever, Christian's posture changes immediately, shoulders tensing. What happened? Tobias was there. The memory makes my skin crawl. I think he'd been drinking, a lot. What did he do? Each word drops like a stone. I wrap my arms around myself. He cornered me during the band's set, practically forced me onto the dance floor. The memory flashes vivid in my mind, Tobias's hand gripping mine too tightly, his other hand sliding lower on my back than was appropriate. He kept going on about how tragic it was that I'd tied myself to you when there were better Hamilton options available. Christian's knuckles go white around his glass. That bastard. He suggested that when our arrangement was over, he'd be there to comfort me. I swallow hard. I shut it down, Christian. Made it clear I wasn't interested. And that made him angry. Christian's face transforms, something primal and dangerous flashing in his eyes. He sets his glass down with careful precision that speaks to barely contained rage. I'll kill him. That's not helpful. I move closer, placing my hand on his forearm. His muscles are tense beneath my fingers. And it's exactly what he wants, to provoke you. He put his hands on my wife. The possessiveness in Christian's voice catches me off guard, sending an unexpected shiver up my spine. Your fake wife, I correct automatically, though something in me falters as I say it. Christian's eyes lock with mine. Not to him, not to anyone outside this penthouse. You're my wife, Claudia, and he disrespected you. The intensity of his reaction surprises me. This isn't just business anymore. There's a personal edge to his anger I hadn't anticipated. I handled it, I assure him. But I thought you should know. He's testing boundaries, looking for weaknesses in our story. Christian steps closer, his presence filling my senses. Did he hurt you? No. I shake my head. Just made me uncomfortable, creeped me out. I should have been there. David needed you. I offer a small smile. Feverish 5-year-olds trump fake husbandly duties. Christian doesn't return my smile. This isn't just about the company anymore. Tobias has always been competitive with me, but this This feels personal. I think it is personal, I admit. The way he looked at me, it was like I was a prize he wants to take from you. Christian's jaw clenches. You're not a prize. He trails off, unable to find the right word. I'm your partner, I finish for him, in this complicated mess we've created. Something shifts in Christian's expression. He reaches out, his fingers brushing lightly against my cheek. The unexpected tenderness of the gesture makes my breath catch. I won't let him near you again, he promises. I look up at him, feeling oddly vulnerable. That's not realistic. You work at the same company as he does. Then we change the rules. His voice is quiet but determined. From now on, we're truly united, Claudia. At work, at events, everywhere. No separation, no solo appearances where he can corner you. I feel a wave of relief wash over me. Not just because of the protection Christian offers, but because I finally shared the weight of my concerns with him. The mask of perfectly confident fake wife has slipped, revealing my genuine fears, and he hasn't dismissed them. Thank you, I say softly, for taking this seriously.
Chapter 22. Christian. I stare at the financial reports spread across my desk, but the numbers blur together. Normally, I'd be laser-focused on these quarterly projections, but today my mind wanders to Tobias's latest stunt, attempting to convince the board that my marriage is affecting my judgment. Typical. My brother has always known exactly where to stick the knife. My phone buzzes with a text from Claudia. David wants to know if Daddy can come home early for movie night. Something warm unfurls in my chest. I type back, "Tell the little monster I'll be there by 6. Not too long ago, the idea of rushing home for family time would have been nearly impossible due to my obligations. I was hyper-focused on all the wrong things. Now it's become the highlight of my day. The revelation should alarm me, but instead I find myself smiling as I pack up my briefcase. An hour later, I'm sprawled on the couch with David wedged between Claudia and me, a bowl of popcorn balanced on his lap as animated characters dance across the screen. My son's laughter rings through the room, genuine and uninhibited. "Daddy, look! He's gonna jump!" David points at the screen, eyes wide with excitement. "I see it, buddy." I ruffle his hair, stealing a glance at Claudia. She catches my eye over David's head, and something passes between us, a shared moment of contentment that feels dangerously real. Her hair is pulled into a messy bun. She's wearing one of my old Harvard t-shirts, and somehow she looks more beautiful than she does in designer dresses at company functions. When David finally falls asleep, I carry him to his room. After tucking him in, I find Claudia in the kitchen, loading the dishwasher. "You don't have to do that." I lean against the counter, watching her efficient movements. "I live here too, remember?" She closes the dishwasher and turns to face me. "Besides, I'm tired of arguing about whose job it is to clean up. We're supposed to be a united front now, right?" "Right." I hand her a glass of wine I've just poured. Our fingers brush, and I pretend not to notice the electricity that jumps between us. Speaking of united fronts, we need to discuss the charity gala next weekend. Tobias will be watching us like a hawk. She takes a sip of wine. "Don't worry about Tobias. We've got this whole fake marriage thing down to an art form now." "Do we?" I move closer, unable to help myself. Sometimes I wonder what parts are still fake. Her eyes widen slightly, and for a moment I know I've crossed a line. I've reminded her of what boundaries we've already pushed, how this arrangement has become something a lot more complicated. "Christian..." "I'm serious, Claudia." I set my glass down. "We're building something here that doesn't feel temporary anymore. The three of us, it works. We agreed this was business." Her voice lacks conviction. "Is that all it is to you?" I challenge, stepping closer. "Because when we're like this, when we're home with David, when we're laughing together, it doesn't feel like business to me." She looks away, her fingers tightening around the stem of her wine glass. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm tired of pretending that I don't look forward to coming home to you both. That watching you help David with his homework or hearing you humming in the kitchen doesn't make me think about what it would be like if this was permanent. You don't mean that, she whispers, but there's a question in her eyes. I do. The admission feels like jumping off a cliff. I've been fighting it because it wasn't part of the plan, but plans change. We stand in silence, the weight of unspoken possibilities hanging between us. This wasn't supposed to happen. Developing real feelings for my fake wife wasn't in the contract. Yet here I am, imagining a future where contract renewal dates don't matter, where Claudia is just Claudia, not an employee, not a business arrangement, but my partner in every sense. What about when the contract ends? She finally asks. When this arrangement has served its purpose? It's the logical question, but logic has nothing to do with the way my heart pounds when she's near. I don't know, I admit, but I'm starting to think that what began as strategy has become something worth fighting for. Her expression softens, and for a moment I see a glimpse of vulnerability that matches my own. We've both been hiding behind the safety of our arrangement, but the lines are blurring more each day. This partnership has evolved beyond what either of us expected. Now I just need to find the courage to tell her how I really feel, that in trying to save my family legacy, I may have accidentally found something even more valuable. I find myself staring at her lips, the way they part slightly as she considers what I've said. The kitchen feels too small suddenly, the air charged with possibility. We've been dancing around this, whatever it is, between us for weeks now. The pretending for others has become real for us. Christian, Claudia whispers again. But this time it's not a protest. I close the distance between us in one step, taking her wine glass and setting it on the counter. My hand cups her cheek, giving her time to pull away if this isn't what she wants. She doesn't. I'm tired of pretending, I murmur, my thumb tracing her jawline. Then I'm kissing her, and it feels like coming home. Her lips are soft against mine, hesitant at first, and then yielding as her arms wrap around my neck. This isn't like our first kiss. It's not even like our first night together, rushed and desperate, fueled by emotion and alcohol after our dinner date.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 23. Claudia. Moonlight spills across Christian's king-size bed, painting silver stripes across our naked bodies. My skin prickles with anticipation as Christian hovers above me, his muscular arms creating a cage I have no desire to escape. We have to be quiet, I whisper, my fingers trailing down his chest. Christian's blue eyes darken as he leans closer, his lips grazing my ear. Then I guess you'll have to bite your lip, Mrs. Hamilton. Think you can handle that challenge? Christian's hands slide beneath me, cupping my buttocks and lifting my hips to meet his. My breath catches as I feel him hard against my inner thigh. Are you doubting my self-control? I've seen what happens when I do this. His mouth finds that sensitive spot where my neck meets my shoulder, and he sucks gently. I nearly moan but catch myself, turning it into a sharp intake of breath. That's plain dirty. You have no idea how dirty I plan to play. Christian moves with agonizing slowness, trailing kisses down my collarbone, between my cleavage. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I trail off, searching for the right word. Incredible, Christian offers, a lazy smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He reaches up to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, his touch gentle and intimate in a way that makes my heart flutter. I was going to say quiet, but incredible works too. I trace my fingertips along his jawline, feeling the slight stubble that will be more noticeable by morning. Didn't know that this was going to be a part of the arrangement, but I'm not complaining. Christian's expression shifts slightly at my choice of words. Arrangement. He repeats it slowly, like he's testing how it feels in his mouth. Is that still what this is to you? The question catches me off guard. I choose my words carefully. What else would you call it? I don't know. Something more than a transaction. Christian's voice is soft, vulnerable in a way he rarely allows himself to be. His hand traces lazy circles on my bare back. Because this stopped being about the contract a long time ago, at least for me. Christian pulls me closer, eliminating what little space remained between us. I didn't expect this, Claudia. Any of it. My heart beats faster. Neither did I. The moonlight casts shadows across his face, highlighting the strong line of his jaw, the curve of his lips. I've memorized every inch of him by now, but sometimes, like tonight, I still find myself marveling at how this happened. How we happened. David adores you, Christian continues. More than that, he needs you. And He pauses, his blue eyes searching mine. I hold my breath, suddenly desperate to hear whatever comes next. Christian's eyelids grow heavy, the intense lovemaking and late hour catching up with him. I never thought I'd find someone like you, he murmurs, his voice growing fainter as sleep begins to claim him. I stroke his hair, savoring the intimacy of this moment. Like me, how? His arm tightens around me, pulling me against his chest. Someone who fits. With me, with David, with everything. Christian's words are becoming slower, more spaced out. Someone I love. The last three words are barely audible, a drowsy confession that might have gone unnoticed if I hadn't been hanging on his every word. My entire body freezes, but Christian doesn't notice. His breathing has already evened out, his face relaxed in sleep. Love. The word echoes in my mind, setting off tremors that reach the furthest corners of my being. Did he mean it? Or was it just the sleepy ramblings of a satisfied man? Christian Hamilton doesn't say things he doesn't mean, but he also wasn't fully conscious when he said it. I study his face in repose, tracing the line of his eyebrows, the slope of his nose with my gaze. In sleep, the sharp edges of his personality soften. No business deals to negotiate, no family legacy to uphold, just Christian, stripped of all pretense. And I realize with startling clarity that I love him too. Not the wealthy heir, not my fake husband, but the man who reads bedtime stories to his son, with different voices for each character. The man who brings me coffee, Exactly how I like it without being asked. The man who looks at me like I'm something precious when he thinks I don't notice. What began as an arrangement of convenience has transformed into something real and terrifying and wonderful. But if he meant what he said, if Christian actually loves me, where does that leave us? Our contract has an end date. We never discussed what happens when the arrangement is no longer necessary. I nestle closer to his warmth, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. Tomorrow, I'll face the implications of his sleepy confession. Tonight, I'll allow myself to savor it, to hold it close like a treasured secret.
Chapter 24. Christian. The doors open to the lobby of our penthouse building, and David bounces ahead of us, still riding the high of our afternoon at the zoo. His little sneakers light up with each excited jump, the new dinosaur backpack Claudia bought him bobbing against his small frame. "Daddy, can we go see the lions again tomorrow? I want to show Rex how they roar." He clutches his new stuffed T-Rex to his chest, making what he thinks is a ferocious face. "Maybe next weekend, buddy." I rest my hand on his shoulder, feeling that familiar swell of pride. The simple joy of being a father never gets old, especially when I see how much he's thriving with Claudia in our lives. Claudia walks beside me, her fingers intertwined with mine. She leans into my shoulder, exhaustion and contentment mingling on her face. I think someone's going to sleep well tonight. "Both of you, from the looks of it." I squeeze her hand. "We're just learning this rhythm, the three of us together. It feels right in a way I never expected when we began our arrangement." The sound of throat clearing stops us midway across the marble lobby floor. "Well, isn't this the perfect family portrait?" My brother's voice hits me like ice water. Tobias stands near the entrance, his stance casual, but his eyes sharp. But it's not him that makes my blood freeze in my veins. It's the woman beside him. Jenny. The years haven't been kind to her. Her once vibrant blonde hair, the same shade David inherited, hangs limp around a gaunt face. Her eyes are unfocused, mascara smudged underneath them. She sways slightly where she stands, one hand clutching Tobias's arm for support. "Look who I found, Christian." Tobias's smile slices through the lobby's warm lighting. "Thought it was time for a family reunion." David peeks up, curiosity replacing his excitement. "Who's that lady, Daddy?" The question hammers into my chest. 5 years. 5 goddamn years of nothing. No calls, no inquiries, not even a birthday card. And now she stands in my building, reeking of cheap vodka and poor decisions. Tobias crouches down to David's level. "This is Jenny, David. Don't you want to say hello to your mommy?" My vision narrows to a pinpoint. The background noise of the lobby fades away, replaced by a roaring in my ears. Claudia moves with lightning speed, positioning herself between David and the unwelcome guests. Her voice is calm but firm as she addresses my son. "David, sweetheart, why don't we go upstairs and get your new friend Rex settled in his new home? I bet he's tired from his big adventure today." David looks confused, his eyes darting between Jenny's unstable form and Claudia's reassuring smile. "But who's that lady? Why does she look sick?" Jenny lurches forward, her voice slurring. "My baby. Let me see my baby." The terror that flashes across David's face ignites something primal within me. I step forward, placing my body between my family and this threat. "Take him upstairs, Claudia. Now!" She doesn't hesitate, scooping David up despite his protests and walking briskly toward the private elevator. I catch a glimpse of her whispering reassurances into his ear, her hand protectively cradling the back of his head. The moment the elevator doors close, I turn on Tobias. The rage building inside me is unlike anything I've ever experienced. "What do you think you're doing?" My voice emerges as a dangerous growl. Tobias straightens, that smug smile still playing on his lips. "Just thought it was time David met his real mother. Isn't that what's best for the boy? The truth." "The truth?" I I step closer, invading his space. The truth is, she left him on my doorstep in the middle of winter with nothing but a blanket and a note saying she couldn't handle it. The truth is, she's had 5 years to be a mother and chose not to be. Jenny sways, tears streaming down her face, mixing with her already ruined makeup. I have rights. He's my son. You have nothing. I don't even look at her. My focus remains locked on my brother, who orchestrated this ambush. And you. This crosses every line. Using my child as a pawn in whatever sick game you're playing. Game? This isn't about games, Christian. Tobias spreads his hands. This is about family. Something you seem to be manufacturing with your little arrangement upstairs. The mention of Claudia pushes me over the edge. My hands connect with Tobias's chest before I can think twice. The force of my shove sends him stumbling backward, his expensive shoes skidding on the polished floor before he loses balance completely and lands hard on his buttocks. Oh, you stay the hell away from my son and Claudia. I tower over him, fists clenched at my sides. You've always been jealous, Tobias. Always wanted what wasn't yours. But this? Using a child? You're even lower than I thought possible. Tobias glares up at me from the floor, shock morphing into indignation. His hand reaches up to straighten his designer tie, a nervous habit he's had since we were kids. You just assaulted me. His voice rises, bouncing off the marble columns. In front of witnesses. That's a lawsuit, brother. Daddy's golden boy losing his cool in public. The threat breaks against me like a wave on concrete. I move toward him, my control hanging by a thread. In one swift motion, I haul him up by his collar, bunching the expensive fabric in my fist. The surprise in his eyes gives me a flash of satisfaction. A lawsuit? I pull him closer, close enough that only he can hear me. Go ahead. And when you do, I'll make sure the judge hears about how you brought a drunk woman to harass a 5-year-old child. How you tried to traumatize my son. His cologne, too much as always, fills my nostrils. I tighten my grip, feeling the rapid pulse in his neck against my knuckles. This isn't about our nonsense rivalry anymore. You brought my son into this. My family. I emphasize each word with a slight shake. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to take that train wreck and get the hell out of my building. And if either of you come near David or Claudia again, this little scuffle will seem like a handshake. Fear flickers across his face. Real fear. Good. I want him terrified. You've lost your mind, he whispers, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. No. I've just found something worth protecting. I release him with a shove, not hard enough to send him back to the floor, but enough to make my point. Now get out. Tobias straightens his jacket, trying to reclaim some dignity. He backs toward Jenny, who stands swaying by the door, mascara streaking her hollow cheeks. This isn't over, Christian. It better be. My voice drops an octave. For your sake. He grabs Jenny's arm, perhaps harder than necessary, and steers her toward the exit. She looks back once, her glazed eyes finding mine. My baby, she murmurs, but allows herself to be led away. The glass doors swing shut behind them, and suddenly I'm aware of my audience. The night security guard stands frozen behind his desk. A couple waits by the mailboxes, pretending to sort through envelopes while stealing glances in my direction. The weekend concierge, Darius, hovers nearby, his professional mask slipping to reveal concern. I take a deep breath, forcing my shoulders to relax, unclenching my fists, finger by finger. The CEO mask slides back into place, the controlled, composed persona I've cultivated since taking over Hamilton Enterprises. Darius? My voice is steady now as I approach the concierge desk. Mr. Hamilton. He straightens, professional but with understanding in his eyes. The man and woman who just left. I keep my tone measured, reasonable. They are not to be permitted entry to this building under any circumstances. If either attempts to return, call the police immediately, then contact me. Darius nods, already reaching for his logbook. Of course, sir. I'll alert all staff. Should I add photographs to the security protocol? Yes, pull them from the lobby cameras. My gaze sweeps across the other staff members who witnessed the confrontation. That applies to everyone. Those two individuals are barred from the premises. The night guard gives a firm nod. Understood, Mr. Hamilton. The couple by the mailboxes have given up their pretense of normalcy. The woman offers a sympathetic smile. We have a daughter, she says simply. We do the same. Something in her words penetrates my anger. Parents protecting their children, the most basic, primal instinct. I manage a tight knot of acknowledgement before turning toward the private elevator. My reflection in the polished doors shows a man I barely recognize, hair disheveled, color high on my cheekbones, eyes burning with an intensity that startles even me. The mask has slipped. I straighten my posture, adjusting my watch as the elevator arrives with a soft chime.
Chapter 25. Claudia. The sprawling Hamptons estate looms before us as Christian navigates the Bentley through iron gates that part like the Red Sea at our arrival. Perfectly manicured hedges line a driveway that seems to stretch for miles, leading to a mansion that belongs in Architectural Digest's wet dreams. Ready for the Hamilton family circus, Christian's knuckles whiten around the steering wheel. As ready as I'll ever be, I smooth my sundress, a pale yellow number. Are you ready is the better question. Christian cuts the engine, the silence suddenly heavy between us. If that bastard says one word about Jenny... Daddy said a bad word, David chirps from his car seat, where he's clutching a stuffed dinosaur that's seen better days. I turn to face our 5-year-old, all blonde curls and innocence. Yes, he did, and Daddy knows better, doesn't he? I shoot Christian a pointed look. Christian's jaw ticks. Sorry, buddy. Grown-up frustration. Remember what we talked about? I place my hand over Christian's, feeling the tension vibrating through him. Cool heads prevail. Tobias wants a reaction. Don't give him one. He brought Jenny to our home, Claudia. His voice drops to ensure David can't hear. After everything she did, disappearing for years, then suddenly wanting to play mommy when it's convenient. I know. I squeeze his hand. And we handled it. David hardly even saw her. Thanks to you. His blue eyes soften momentarily, that rare vulnerability showing through his armor. That's what fake wives are for. I whisper with a wink that somehow feels more real than I intended. The moment breaks when David unbuckles himself, a new skill he's inordinately proud of. Grandpa's house. He presses his face against the window, fogging the glass with his excited breath. Can we go in the pool? Daddy said there's a pool. Christian's expression shifts instantly, his dad mode activating. Yes, champion. After lunch with the family. And dessert, David adds seriously. Obviously dessert. I agree, reaching back to ruffle his hair. What kind of monster would skip dessert? We exit the car, greeted immediately by Henry Hamilton's longtime housekeeper, who coos over David while pointedly avoiding eye contact with me. My time as Christian's fake wife hasn't erased certain staff members' suspicions about the black woman who suddenly married their boss's favorite son. The family is on the East Terrace, she informs us. Mr. Hamilton has been asking when you'd arrive. Christian nods tightly, taking David's hand in his right and my hand in his left. The gesture isn't just for show. We're a united front today. Remember, I murmur, as we walk through marble hallways displaying more art than some museums. Tobias has been running his mouth to page 6, claiming you're unstable and violent. We need to prove otherwise. by not strangling him in front of the entire family. Challenging, by being the bigger man, for David. The mention of his son centers Christian immediately. He takes a deep breath, shoulders squaring beneath his tailored polo shirt. We step onto the terrace where the Hamilton dynasty is assembled, in all its waspy glory. Aunts, uncles, cousins, and at the center, Henry Hamilton himself, holding court from a rattan throne befitting the shipping magnate. "Christian," Henry booms, rising with surprising agility for a man in his 70s. "And David, my boy." David breaks free, running to his grandfather who scoops him up with practiced ease. I feel Christian tense beside me as Henry's gaze finally lands on me, assessing. "Claudia," he acknowledges with a nod that contains careful observation. I wonder what kind of things Tobias has been feeding this man. "Mr. Hamilton." I smile with practice-perfect poise. "Thank you for including me today. You're family now, aren't you?" His tone makes it a question rather than a statement. Before I can respond, a familiar voice cuts through the ambient chatter. "Well, well, the happy little family arrives at last." Tobias emerges from a cluster of relatives, drink in hand despite the early hour. His smile doesn't reach his eyes as he approaches, and I feel Christian's entire body stiffen beside me. "Keep cool," I whisper through my own camera-ready smile. "He's baiting you." Christian's hand finds the small of my back, his touch both possessive and steadying. "Brother," he acknowledges with glacier coolness. "I'm surprised security let you in," Tobias directs at Christian, loud enough for nearby relatives to hear. "Given your recent violent outbursts." A hushed ripple travels through the gathering. I step forward before Christian can respond. "Tobias, lovely to see you too. I hear congratulations are in order. What was it? Your third startup failure this year? That's commitment to a vision." My tone is honey sweet, my smile unwavering. Tobias blinks, clearly not expecting me to be the one to counter. "I'm just concerned for my brother's well-being. Assault charges can be so damaging to one's reputation." Tobias's eyes narrow, a malicious glint appearing as he swirls his scotch. "Speaking of damaging reputations, does anyone know the real story of how Christian's new wife came into our lives?" My stomach drops, but I keep my chin up. Never let them see you sweat. A mantra I perfected growing up in a neighborhood where weakness was an invitation. "She was his executive assistant, wasn't she?" One of the aunts chimes in, peering at me over rhinestone-studded glasses. "Oh, she was assisting him all right." Tobias smirks, probably under his desk. "Tell me, Claudia, was it a raise you were after when you spread your legs? Or did you have your sights set on the Hamilton fortune from the beginning?" A collective inhale ripples through the gathering. Even Henry shifts uncomfortably, but notably doesn't intervene. "Tobias," Christian warns, his voice dangerously low. But Tobias is on a roll now. Alcohol emboldened and bitter. Everyone here is too polite to say it, but I'm not. She's a gold digger who saw a meal ticket in my brother and a vulnerable little boy without a mother. The words hit like physical blows. I've been called worse, but not in front of a 5-year-old who's looking at us with wide, confused eyes from his grandfather's arms. "You married the help, Christian?" Tobias continues, addressing the crowd more than his brother. "A woman who climbed the corporate ladder on her back, and now she's playing mommy to David while she waits for her big payday." I open my mouth to defend myself, but Christian moves faster than I can speak. He crosses the floor in 2 strides and shoves Tobias hard in the chest, sending him stumbling backward into a meticulously arranged table of appetizers. "Christian," I gasp, reaching for him. The crowd erupts in shocked exclamations. Dishes clatter to the ground. Tobias regains his balance, pointing accusingly at Christian while dabbing spilled dip from his designer shirt. See what I've been telling everyone?" His voice rises triumphantly. "He's unstable." Violent? Is this who you want running Hamilton Enterprises, Father? A man who can't control his temper in front of the entire family? Henry's expression darkens, his disappointment directed at both sons. David wriggles out of his grandfather's grip, running to Christian with confusion etched across his little face. Daddy, why did you push Uncle Toby? Christian's breathing is ragged, his shoulders rising and falling rapidly. He looks from his son to me, then to his father, who's watching with that calculating stare that makes you feel like you're being assessed for market value. I've had enough, Christian says finally, his voice tight but controlled. Enough of your nonsense, Tobias. Enough of this family's silent judgment. He picks up David, who's beginning to sense the tension and clings to his father's neck. I step closer, placing a steadying hand on Christian's arm, feeling the coiled anger beneath his skin. You're a brat, Christian hisses at his brother, low enough that David can't hear. Stay away from my family. Henry steps forward then. Christian, don't overreact. Let's sit down and... No. Christian cuts him off. We're leaving. Come on, Claudia. He turns, David in his arms, and heads toward the house without another word. I follow, painfully aware of the stairs burning into my back. But Daddy, we just got here. David protests, his lower lip trembling. What about the pool? And dessert? Not today, champion, Christian says, not breaking stride as we march through the mansion. We'll go for ice cream instead. But I wanted to swim with Grandpa. David's voice wavers. He said he'd teach me to dive. My heart twists at his disappointment. I reach up to smooth his hair. Sometimes grown-ups need to leave places when they get too angry, sweetie. It's actually a good thing Daddy decided we should go. Christian doesn't slow until we reach the car. He places David in his car seat more roughly than usual, making the boy's eyes widen in surprise. I'm sorry. Christian immediately softens, buckling him in with the gentler hands. Daddy shouldn't have pushed Uncle Toby. That wasn't right. I climb into the passenger seat as Christian takes the driver's side, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine roars to life, a perfect match for the fury still radiating from him. I wasn't going to let him talk about you like that, he says quietly as he reverses down the driveway. David presses his face to the window, watching his grandfather's estate recede with undisguised disappointment. I feel hollow knowing that once again, my presence in this family has caused ripples, even if Tobias was the true instigator. He was trying to provoke you, I say, equally quiet. And he succeeded? I don't give a damn, Claudia. He replies easily. He talked badly about you in front of everyone. I'm not going to tolerate that. Sorry, but I won't. I care about you too much to allow that to happen.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 26. Christian. I stride through the glass-walled corridors of Hamilton Enterprises, my footsteps echoing against the marble floors with purpose. 2 security guards follow a respectful distance behind me, their presence drawing curious glances from employees who quickly return to their tasks when I pass. My jaw clenches as I approach the east wing where my younger brother's office sits. The executive floor should buzz with productivity. Instead, as I round the corner to Tobias's suite, I hear laughter and the unmistakable sound of a golf ball hitting a plastic cup. 5 points! Tobias's voice carries through the door. That puts me at, 30 ahead of you, Marcus? I pause outside the frosted glass door, motioning for the security guards to wait. Adjusting my tie, I take a deep breath, then push open the door without knocking. Tobias lounges on his desk chair, feet propped on his mahogany desk. His office looks more like a fraternity rec room than a workspace for a Hamilton executive. His assistant Marcus freezes mid-putt, the color draining from his face when he sees me. "Mr. Hamilton," Marcus stammers, nearly dropping the putter. Tobias's smirk doesn't falter. He swivels in his chair, feet still on the desk. "Big brother, to what do I owe the honor? Coming to challenge the office, putting champion." "Marcus, you're excused." The assistant practically sprints from the room, closing the door behind him. Tobias rolls his eyes. "Always so serious. You know what your problem is, Christian? You've forgotten how to have fun." "Fun." The word tastes bitter on my tongue. "Is that what you call wasting company time and resources while collecting a 6-figure salary?" "I prefer to call it work-life balance." Tobias swings his feet off the desk, standing to pour himself a drink from the crystal decanter on his credenza. "Want one? Might help you loosen that perpetual knot in your spine." "Take that stick out of your ass, Christian. It's unbecoming of you." I remain standing by the door. I just left a meeting where 3 department heads complained about project delays. Your department's delays. And I'm sure you told them you'd handle it with your usual Christian Hamilton efficiency. He takes a long sip, studying me over the rim of his glass. "So handle it. That's your job, isn't it? To clean up after everyone?" "Not anymore." Something in my tone makes him pause. "What's that supposed to mean?" I step further into the room, placing my hands on his desk. "You're fired, Tobias." His laugh is short, disbelieving. "Good one. Dad would never." "Dad isn't making this decision. I am." The smile drops from his face. "You can't do that." "As CEO of Hamilton Enterprises, I absolutely can. And I just did." Tobias sets his glass down with a sharp crack against the wood. "On what grounds?" "Take your pick. Consistent failure to meet deadlines, misuse of company resources, or perhaps the rumors you've been spreading about my unstable temper making me unfit to lead." His eyes widen for a fraction of a second, just enough confirmation. "You think I didn't know?" I continue. "About the board members approaching me, concerned about my mental state, asking if I need time away?" "People talk, Christian." His casual tone doesn't match the tension in his shoulders. "If they're concerned about your leadership, that's hardly my fault." "Cut the nonsense. I've seen the texts to Janet in HR. Did you really think she wouldn't show me?" Tobias's face flushes. He steps around the desk, getting in my face. "You've always been Dad's golden boy. Perfect Christian who can do no wrong while I get scraps from the table." "You've had every opportunity I have." "Nonsense!" He sweeps his arm across the desk, sending papers, golf balls, and his laptop crashing to the floor. "You were handed everything while I had to fight for a place at the table." I remain still, watching his tantrum with cold detachment. "The security team will escort you out. Your personal items will be shipped to your home." "You can't do this to me!" His voice rises to a shout. "I'm a Hamilton. This company is my birthright." "Birthright has to be earned." Tobias lunges forward, grabbing my lapels. You arrogant piece of... The door swings open as the security guards rush in, pulling Tobias back. He struggles against them, his face contorted with rage. You'll regret this, he spits. Dad will never stand for it. I straighten my jacket. Dad signed off on this decision last night. The lie comes easily, and the devastation on his face tells me he believes it. It's a cheap shot, but necessary. My brother needs to understand the gravity of the situation. Tobias's bottom lip quivers as the security guards try to drag him out, but my brother certainly isn't making this easy on them. Let go of me! Tobias twists against the security guard's grip, his expensive suit jacket bunching as they tighten their hold. This is my company, too! One of the guards, Barnes, a veteran hire who towers over most of our staff, keeps his expression neutral while maintaining a firm grip on my brother's arm. Sir, please don't make this more difficult. Tobias responds by attempting to wrench his arm free, nearly catching Barnes with an elbow to the face. Get off. Do you know who I am? The commotion draws attention. Office doors open as curious employees peek out, some not even bothering to hide their phones as they record the spectacle. Just what Hamilton Enterprises needs another social media nightmare. I'll have to have it scrub whatever footage makes it online. Keep it professional, I tell the guards, my voice low but carrying. Mr. Hamilton is leaving voluntarily. Voluntarily, you backstabbing prick! Tobias's face reddens, veins standing out on his forehead. He tries to lunge toward me again, but the guards hold firm. You think you've won? You haven't won anything! I step back, maintaining eye contact with my brother. This isn't about winning, Tobias. It's about consequences. Consequences? He barks out a laugh that echoes down the corridor. What would you know about consequences? You've never faced a single one in your life. The security team starts moving him toward the elevator, but Tobias plants his feet, dragging his Italian leather shoes against the marble floor like a child throwing a tantrum in a grocery store. Everyone here knows what's happening, he shouts, his voice carrying down the corridor. Christian Hamilton is purging anyone who questions his authority, anyone who sees through his nonsense. I follow at a measured distance, hands in my pockets, keeping my expression carefully neutral. The mask I've perfected over years of board meetings and hostile negotiations stays firmly in place while Tobias continues his tirade. First he marries his assistant, his damn assistant, and now he's firing his own brother. Spittle flies from his mouth as he twists in the guard's grip. What's next, Christian? Gonna have Dad declared incompetent so you can take everything? A few gasps come from the gathering spectators. Tobias knows exactly which buttons to push, which rumors to feed. I keep walking, saying nothing, which only infuriates him more. Look at me when I'm talking to you. He nearly wrenches free before a third security guard steps in to help restrain him. This is about her, isn't it? Your precious Claudia has you wrapped around her finger. My step falters for just a moment at the mention of Claudia's name, but I recover quickly. Tobias notices, though. He always does, and a dangerous smile spreads across his face. That's it, isn't it? His voice drops, becoming almost conversational despite being manhandled toward the elevator. You chose that low woman over your own family. My jaw clenches involuntarily. The word low woman echoes in my head, striking a nerve I didn't realize was exposed. I take a deep breath, willing my expression to remain impassive. She's got you by the balls. Tobias laughs, a brittle sound. The mighty Christian Hamilton, undone by a gold-digging secretary. Dad's gonna love hearing about this. The elevator doors slide open. Barnes tries to guide Tobias inside, but he braces his hands against the doorframe, turning to face me one last time. You'll regret this, he hisses. When I tell Dad what you've done, he'll see what I've been saying all along. You're not fit to run this company. You're not fit to be a Hamilton. I step forward, finally speaking. Is that the same speech you rehearsed for Janet and HR? For the board members you tried to turn against me? How'd that work out for you? His face contorts with rage. You traitor! Your own brother! Blood doesn't excuse behavior, Tobias. With a final effort, the security team manages to push him into the elevator. As the doors begin to close, Tobias lunges forward one last time. This isn't over! You hear me, Christian? You picked that Claudia over family. Dad will destroy you both. The doors slide shut, cutting off his final words. I stand there for a moment, aware of the eyes on me, of the whispers already starting. My heart pounds in my chest, but outwardly I remain composed, straightening my tie and turning to face the gathered employees. Show's over, I say evenly. Back to work.
Chapter 27. Claudia. I stare at the garlic as it sizzles in the pan, the sharp aroma filling the kitchen as I mechanically stir the sauce for tonight's spaghetti. My mind isn't on dinner, though. It's stuck on those damn headlines that have been plastered across every news outlet since the weekend. Claudia, look what I built? David's excited voice carries from the living room. That's wonderful, sweetie, I call back, forcing brightness into my voice. I'll come see in just a minute. I add the crushed tomatoes to the pan, watching the red liquid bubble and splash against the sides, just like my emotions, threatening to spill over at any moment. Hamilton airs violent outburst at family gathering. CEO Christian Hamilton assaults brother in Hampton's estate drama. Is the new Mrs. Hamilton causing a family rift? The wooden spoon cracks in my grip. I didn't even realize I was squeezing it that hard. Damn, I mutter, tossing the broken pieces into the trash. I grab another spoon from the drawer, blinking back the hot tears threatening to fall. This isn't what Christian deserves. None of this is what he deserves. All he did was defend me when Tobias got too crass, too inappropriate at what was supposed to be a pleasant family gathering. Claudia, you're not looking, David whines from the other room. Just a minute, baby. I need to finish the sauce. But my hands are shaking now, and I can't seem to stop them. The memory of Tobias's smirking face as he said those things about me in front of everyone. How people eyed me as if I didn't belong, clearly believing whatever lies Tobias fed them. And Christian, God, Christian just did what any husband would do, what any man would do. He shoved Tobias away. That was it. No punches, no real violence, just a protective push. But somehow, Tobias turned it into this whole production. Running to Daddy, running to the press, making Christian look like some unhinged maniac who can't control his temper. Now that Christian has fired Tobias, the attacks on us have only ramped up. The sauce begins to burn as I stand frozen in place. The acrid smell snaps me back, and I quickly move the pan off the burner. But it's too late. Dinner is ruined, just like everything else seems to be lately. That's when the dam breaks. A sob escapes my throat, then another. I cover my mouth with my hand, but it's useless. The tears come hot and fast, streaming down my face as my shoulders shake with the force of my crying. Claudia? David's small voice makes me jump. He stands in the kitchen doorway, his blue eyes wide with concern. He's holding a Lego creation that looks like it might be a spaceship or maybe a dragon. I can't tell through my tears. Are you sad? He asks, bottom lip starting to quiver in sympathy. I wipe at my cheek, smearing sauce across my face alongside the tears. I'm okay, sweetie. The sauce just got a little burnt and I'm disappointed. He doesn't buy it. At 5 years old, David is too perceptive for such transparent lies. Is it because people are being mean to Daddy on TV? I heard Tyler's mom talking about it when she dropped me off. My heart shatters a little more. This is affecting everyone, even David. Come here. I say, kneeling down and opening my arms. David sets his Lego creation on the counter and hurries over, wrapping his small arms around my neck. I breathe in the scent of him, Play-Doh and apple juice and that little boy smell that's uniquely David. People don't understand what happened, I explain, pulling back to look at him. Your daddy was just protecting me because Uncle Tobias wasn't being very nice. Uncle Tobias is a butthead, David says matter-of-factly. Despite everything, a laugh bubbles up through my tears. We shouldn't call people buttheads, even if they're not being nice. That's what Daddy called him. Of course he did. I can't even be mad about it. Well, Daddy was upset, but it doesn't make it right to talk that way. David considers this, his little face scrunched in thought. But it's not fair that Daddy's in trouble when Uncle Tobias started it. No, I agree, feeling that knife twist deeper in my gut. It's not fair at all. I wipe my eyes with the back of my hand, leaving another smear of tomato sauce on my face. The ruined dinner sits in the pan, a burnt casualty of my distraction. The charred smell now permeates the kitchen, a physical manifestation of the mess our lives have become. You know what? I say, forcing a smile for David's sake. I think this sauce is beyond saving. How about we order pizza tonight instead? David's eyes widen, instantaneously shifting from concern to pure 5-year-old excitement. Pizza, yes, he screams, pumping his little fists in the air. With extra cheese and pepperoni? Whatever you want, sweetie. I ruffle his blonde hair, my heart warming at how easily children bounce back from moments of distress. If only adults could recover so quickly. Can I get the stuffed crust too? Daddy always lets me get stuffed crust. Stuffed crust it is. I nod, reaching for my phone. Why don't you go play while I call it in? And then you can show me that awesome Lego creation. It's a space dragon, he announces proudly, grabbing his creation from the counter. It protects the galaxy from bad guys, like Uncle Tobias. Before I can correct him, he's racing back to the living room, making whooshing sounds as he flies his space dragon through the air. I dump the burnt sauce in the trash, watching the thick red mess slide from the pan. My thoughts feel just as messy, just as difficult to salvage. I place the order for pizza. 1 pepperoni with stuffed crust for David, 1 margarita for myself. Christian would want Hawaiian, but he called earlier to say he'd be working late again. Damage control at the office. Probably something Tobias related. I lean against the kitchen counter, suddenly exhausted. The house feels too big, too empty without Christian's commanding presence. I've grown accustomed to him, filling spaces with his energy, his laugh, his occasional bursts of impatience when work calls come in during dinner. This isn't what I signed up for. Being a convenient fake wife to help Christian secure his position at Hamilton Enterprises and provide stability for David, that was the deal. A business arrangement with clear benefits, financial security for me, a maternal figure for David, and the family man image Christian needed to appease his father. Nowhere in our contract did it mention falling in love with him. I close my eyes, the admission finally surfacing in my thoughts, impossible to deny any longer. I love Christian Hamilton. The realization sits heavy in my chest, both terrifying and somehow inevitable. I love the way his serious expression breaks into that rare, dazzling smile when David makes him laugh. I love how his hand automatically finds the small of my back when we walk into a room together. I love his determination, his loyalty, his sometimes maddening stubbornness. And now he's being crucified in the press. His reputation, his leadership, his character all under assault because he stood up for me. Because Tobias couldn't stand to see him happy, couldn't bear to see me accepted into the family. The stock dropped another 2 points today, Christian had said during our brief phone call earlier, his voice tight with controlled anger. Board members are questioning my stability. Dad hasn't said a word in my defense. Is this all worth it? Worth the pain it's causing him? Worth the awkward silences when we're alone together, both of us probably wondering if this arrangement benefits either of us anymore? From the living room, David's laughter rings out. He must be watching his favorite cartoon now. That sound, that beautiful, innocent sound, reminds me why we started this in the first place. For him, for the little boy who needed stability after his mother abandoned him. I grab a towel and dampen it, finally cleaning the sauce from my face and hands. My reflection in the kitchen window shows tired eyes and tension lines I didn't have 6 months ago. Love wasn't supposed to be part of this deal. It makes everything more complicated, more painful. Seeing Christian torn apart because of me, it doesn't sit right in my soul. Not when I know how much he sacrificed for his family, for his company, for David. Not when I know he deserves so much better than this. The doorbell rings. The pizza has arrived. I paste on another smile and head to answer it, pushing down the ache in my chest.
Chapter 28. Christian. I stare at the screen of my laptop, scrolling through yet another tabloid article with a headline that makes my blood boil. Hamilton brothers at war company chaos as CEO fires own brother. The photo they've used shows Tobias looking wounded and betrayed outside Hamilton Enterprises, perfectly staged for maximum sympathy. Perfect. My office phone rings for what feels like the 100th time today. I don't bother answering. The PR department is handling the press calls, and anyone important enough to reach me has my cell number. Running my hand through my hair, I click on another notification. This one's worse. Tobias Hamilton. Claims mystery wife is after family fortune. Below it is a grainy photo of Claudia entering our building, her face partially obscured but recognizable enough. The article quotes Tobias saying, "My hasty marriage to a former employee raises serious questions about her intentions." God damn it, I mutter, slamming my laptop closed. The intercom buzzes. My assistant's voice comes through. "Mr. Hamilton, your father is here to see you." Great. Just what I need to complete this trash show of a day. Send him in. I stand and button my suit jacket, preparing for battle. The heavy oak door swings open, and Henry Hamilton strides in like he still owns the place. Christian. He doesn't offer his hand or any other greeting. Father. I match his cold tone. What brings you out of semi-retirement? He walks to the windows overlooking Manhattan, hands clasped behind his back. He's still imposing, his silver hair the only concession to age. You know damn well why I'm here. He turns, fixing me with the steel gaze that made a generation of executives quake. The Hamilton name is all over the news, and not in ways I find acceptable. I lean against my desk, arms crossed. If you're here about Tobias, I'm here about all of it. His voice rises. Firing your brother without consulting me. Your brother giving interviews claiming your wife is a gold digger. What the hell are you thinking? I was thinking about protecting this company. I straighten, matching his height. Tobias was undermining the company and my leadership, going behind my back to gossip to our board and investors. I've got documentation of every mistake and sabotage attempt. He's your brother. He's a liability. I move around my desk, pulling up files on my computer. Look at these numbers. Projects he managed are consistently underperforming. Client retention down 30% under his division. Father waves this away. Family businesses have family problems. We handle them privately. Like you handled things? I laugh without humor. The board was pissed off with his unprofessionalism and his constant tardiness. I did what needed to be done. And this marriage? His eyebrows lift. Is Tobias right? Is she only using you for money? Heat rises in my chest. Leave Claudia out of this. She's part of this now, isn't she? The papers are calling her the Cinderella CEO's wife. Tobias claims she manipulated you. Tobias can go screw himself. My palm slams onto the desk. He doesn't get to trash her name because he's bitter about his own failures. Father's eyes narrow. I'm disappointed, Christian. This isn't how I taught you to handle situations. Something snaps inside me. 29 years of seeking his approval and all I get is disappointment. No, you taught me to protect what's mine at all costs. I step closer to him. That's exactly what I'm doing. Protecting my company, my reputation, and my wife from someone who would burn it all down out of jealousy. Your company? His voice drops dangerously. Yes, my company, the one you handed to me with the expectation I'd turn it around after years of stagnation under your traditional methods. The one I've grown 20% in the time I was vice president, and the one that'll only continue growing now that I'm at the helm. I point to the door. The one Tobias would have tanked with his incompetence. Watch yourself, son! No, you watch the numbers, Father, because that's what matters to the board, not family sentiment. I move to face him directly. I have a right to protect what I've built and the people who matter to me. If that disappoints you, I'll have to live with it. We stand there, locked in a silent battle of wills, neither willing to back down. The tension in the room is suffocating. My father's jaw tightens, a muscle working beneath his weathered skin. Family stands by family, he says finally, his voice dropping to that authoritative tone he's used my entire life. Tobias is going through a difficult time and publicly humiliating him. A difficult time? Is that what you call sabotaging your own brother's career and family? Father's eyes narrow. He says you've been unfair to him for years, that you pushed him out because you wanted all the power. Of course he'd say that. I pace away from him, needing distance before I say something I'll truly regret. Did he also tell you he's been spreading rumors that Claudia slept her way to the top? That he's called my wife a gold digger to our biggest clients? Father's expression shifts slightly. Christian. No, I'm not finished. My voice rises, despite my efforts to control it. Did he mention that he made advances on Claudia repeatedly? That when she rejected him, he started this smear campaign against her? I turn back to face him, blood pounding in my ears. The memory of Claudia's face when she told me about Tobias's unwanted touches and comments in the elevator still makes me want to put my fist through a wall. Or how about this? I continue, unable to stop now that the floodgates have opened. Did my dear brother happen to mention that he tracked down David's deadbeat mother, who hasn't seen him in 5 years, and abandoned him at my doorstep and tried to bring her around to reconnect with her son? My father's face pales. What? Yeah, Jenny, the woman who abandoned her own child because parenthood was cramping her lifestyle. Tobias found her somehow and brought her to come to my penthouse building. He tried to present her, drunk and out of her mind, to my son. Thank God Claudia was there to lead him away. Otherwise I'd have to explain to my 5-year-old what the hell was wrong with that egg donor of his. My hands clench into fists at the memory. Father sinks into one of the chairs facing my desk, the rigid posture he's maintained throughout our conversation finally faltering. I didn't know, Father murmurs, genuine shock registering on his face. Of course you didn't. You were too busy believing whatever victim narrative Tobias was feeding you. I lean against my desk, suddenly exhausted. He's been trying to destroy everything I care about, the company, my reputation, my family, all because he can't stand that I've actually worked for what I have instead of expecting it to be handed to me. Father is silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on some middle distance as he processes what I've told him. Tobias needs help, I say finally, my anger giving way to a bone-deep weariness. Not enabling, not sympathy. He needs a damn psych ward, not a position he never earned. Father's eyes meet mine, and for once, I don't see disapproval there. Why didn't you tell me any of this before? Would you have believed me? The question hangs between us, weighted with decades of his coddling for Tobias. While I was the one expected to work hard, Tobias was the one who could get free handouts. He was afforded that gift because he wasn't the heir. He wasn't the important one. My father doesn't answer immediately, which is answer enough. I've always been the one who had to prove himself, I continue. Tobias just had to show up. Even now, you came in here ready to lecture me without hearing my side. Father stands slowly, looking older than I've ever seen him. I need to think about all this. He straightens his jacket, a habitual gesture I recognize from my own mannerisms. But, Christian... He pauses at the door, his hand resting on the handle. Whatever else has happened between us, you're a good man. Standing up for your family like this, it's what I always hoped you'd do, even if I haven't always shown it. The unexpected words hit me like a physical force. For a moment, I'm too stunned to respond. I'll look into these allegations myself, he says. This isn't the end of this conversation. He leaves without another word, the door closing softly behind him, leaving me alone with the hollow victory of finally having my father see what I've been trying to tell him for years.
Chapter 29. Claudia. I watch David's face light up as he tears through the wrapping paper, his small fingers working with surprising efficiency for a 5-year-old. The living room of the penthouse is bathed in the late afternoon sunlight. Wow, a dinosaur robot? David holds up the box containing what looks like an absurdly expensive toy. His blue eyes, mirror images of his father's, widen with excitement. Thanks, Grandpa. Henry Hamilton sits across from us, perched on the edge of the Italian leather sofa that probably costs more than my old apartment's annual rent. His expression softens, watching his grandson's joy, a stark contrast to the tense, businesslike demeanor I've grown accustomed to seeing at Hamilton Enterprises functions. You're very welcome, young man. Henry's voice carries that distinctive Hamilton authority, even when he's being gentle. There are a few more presents in that bag. David dives back into his treasure hunt with renewed enthusiasm. Christian's arm tightens around my waist as we sit side by side on the adjacent couch. His thumb traces small circles against my hip, a gesture that would have felt purely performative 2 months ago, when we first signed those marriage papers. Now it sends warmth cascading through me that has nothing to do with our audience. I wanted to speak with you both, Henry says, his voice dropping to a more serious register. He sets down his untouched whiskey. About Tobias. Christian's body tenses against mine. The mention of his brother's name immediately shifts the atmosphere in the room. Even David seems to sense it, looking up momentarily before returning to his new toys. Dad, we don't need to... Henry raises his hand, cutting Christian off. No, I do need to say this. He takes a deep breath, glancing briefly at David before meeting Christian's gaze. I owe you an apology. I should have believed you from the start about what Tobias was doing. I feel Christian's surprise in the slight catch of his breath. In the time I've known Henry Hamilton, I've never heard him apologize for anything. The rumors he spread about your marriage, about Claudia? Henry turns to me, his eyes, so like Christian's but lacking their warmth, appraising me directly. And his attempts to undermine the company to make you look incompetent. I should have seen it for what it was. Jealousy, I say quietly, unable to hold my tongue. He's always been jealous of Christian. Henry nods solemnly. Yes, and I enabled it by not taking a firm hand earlier. He shifts his attention back to his son. The board meeting minutes confirmed everything. He actually thought he could sabotage you enough to take your position. He confessed that to me during his latest tantrum. David chooses this moment to crawl onto Christian's lap, dinosaur robot in hand. Daddy, can you help me open this? Christian's expression instantly softens. Sure, buddy. He ruffles David's blonde hair, the gesture so natural and loving it makes my heart constrict. I stand to help, retrieving scissors from the kitchen drawer. Our penthouse feels like home now, not just Christian's space where I happen to live. When I return, Henry is watching the three of us with an expression I can't quite decipher. You know, he says slowly, when Christian first introduced you as his wife, I had my doubts. I freeze, scissors in hand. We've never explicitly told Henry about our arrangement, but the man didn't build a business empire by being unobservant. But seeing you now, Henry continues, his gaze moving between us, I understand why he chose you. You're good for him, for both of them. The irony isn't lost on me. What began as a calculated business decision, a marriage contract with clear terms, and an eventual dissolution clause, has somehow become the most authentic relationship I've ever had. Somewhere between helping David with homework and late-night strategy sessions with Christian that turned into something else entirely. The lines blurred. Christian reaches for my hand, squeezing it gently. His eyes meet mine, and there it is. That look that still startles me with its intensity. It's not the cool calculation of the businessman I first met, but something warmer, deeper. Yeah, Christian says, not breaking our gaze. She is. I try to keep my hand steady as I help David open his new toy. The weight of Henry's approval washes over me in unexpected waves. It shouldn't matter. This marriage was supposed to be temporary, a strategic alliance that helped both Christian and me. But standing here in this penthouse that now feels like home, I can't deny how much I crave this acceptance. The way you two look at each other, Henry says, his voice thoughtful as he watches Christian and me. I can truly see how in love you are. The scissors nearly slip from my grasp. Christian's hand finds the small of my back, steadying me with that familiar touch that once felt like part of our performance, but now sends electricity coursing through my veins. It's quite remarkable, Henry continues, oblivious to my internal tumult, especially considering how quickly it all happened. David successfully frees his dinosaur from its packaging prison and lets out a delighted squeal. Look, his eyes light up. He presses a button, and sure enough, the toy's eyes glow an eerie green as it emits a mechanical roar. I welcome the momentary distraction, using it to compose myself. I've made some decisions, Henry says, straightening his already impeccable posture. About Tobias. Christian's body tenses beside me. Dad, whatever he's told you. I've sent him to California. Henry interrupts, his tone matter of fact. With a 6-month emergency fund. After that, he's on his own. The silence that follows is profound. Christian stares at his father, genuine shock written across his features. In all the time I've known him, I've rarely seen Christian genuinely surprised. You did what? Christian finally manages. It's about time I taught that man a lesson. Henry picks up his whiskey, taking a small sip before continuing. He's 27 years old, for God's sake. The entitlement has gone on long enough. I sink back onto the couch beside Christian, processing this information. Tobias, the constant thorn in our side, the man who's been trying to undermine Christian at every turn and has made no secret of his disdain for me, is gone. Shipped across the country with a ticking financial clock. I don't understand, Christian says, his voice uncharacteristically uncertain. You've always protected him, Henry finishes. Indulged him? Yes, to my shame. But watching how he's behaved toward you, toward your family, his eyes drift meaningfully to David, then to me. It made me realize I've done him no favors all these years. David climbs back onto the couch between Christian and me, blissfully unaware of the significant conversation happening around him. He nestles against my side, manipulating his dinosaur's mechanical limbs with intense concentration. My arm automatically wraps around his small shoulders, a gesture that once felt practiced but now comes naturally. I want my legacy to succeed, Henry continues, his gaze sharp with certainty. And that legacy is you, Christian. You and David and Claudia. My heart swells at the inclusion, at being named as part of this powerful family's future, not as an employee or a convenient solution to a problem, but as an essential piece. I look up to find Christian already watching me, his blue eyes filled with an emotion I'm still getting used to seeing directed at me. In that shared gaze, I see the realization dawn on him too. If Henry sees it, Henry, who has built an empire on sizing people up correctly, who can spot insincerity from a mile away, then what's between us must be real. The feelings that have been growing, tangling, and deepening over these last few months aren't just in my imagination. We've truly fallen in love with each other. Christian's fingers find mine, intertwining them with deliberate intention. The gesture is small but meaningful, not for show, not calculated, but real as the life we've inadvertently built together. I watch the exchange between Christian and his father, feeling like I'm witnessing something rare and precious. The relationship between these two powerful men has always been complicated. Respect mixed with expectation, love tangled with duty. Thank you, Dad. Christian's voice carries a sincerity I've rarely heard him use with Henry. This means more than you know. He stands, shoulders straight but not tense for once. I promise I'll make you proud with Hamilton Enterprises. Everything you've built, everything you've trusted me with, I won't let you down. The vulnerability in his statement catches me off guard. Christian Hamilton, the man who strides through boardrooms, making million-dollar decisions without blinking, is standing before his father like a boy still seeking approval. It makes my chest ache in the strangest way. Henry rises from his seat, setting his whiskey glass down with a decisive click. I have no doubts about that, son. He steps forward, placing a hand on Christian's shoulder, a gesture I've never witnessed between them before. None whatsoever. You've already proven yourself 10 times over. The relief that washes over Christian's face is subtle, a slight softening around his eyes, the barest release of tension in his jaw, but I catch it. I've learned to read these micro-expressions, initially as his executive assistant, tracking his moods in meetings, and now as his wife. And I want you to know, Henry continues, his voice dropping into a gentler register, that I intend to be a more active grandfather to David. He looks down at David, who's still sprawled on the floor, surrounded by torn wrapping paper and his dinosaur robot. I've missed too much already. David's head snaps up, those big blue eyes widening. Really, Grandpa? His excitement bubbles over as he scrambles to his feet, the toy forgotten. Like coming to my soccer games and stuff? Henry laughs, actually laughs, and the sound transforms his face entirely. Suddenly, I can see glimpses of Christian in him, or rather, glimpses of who Christian might become in 30 years. Yes, exactly like that. I want to see you score goals. I haven't done one yet, David admits, bouncing on his toes. But Coach says I'm getting really close. Then I'll be there when you do. Henry opens his arms, an invitation that seems to surprise even him. David doesn't hesitate. He launches himself at his grandfather, wrapping small arms around Henry's legs. After a moment's hesitation, Henry bends down and properly embraces his grandson. I feel the burn of tears at the backs of my eyes, unwelcome and unstoppable. This tableau before me, 3 generations of Hamilton men connected by blood, and now, finally, by something that looks remarkably like unconditional love. It's overwhelming. I blink rapidly, trying to dispel the moisture, but a rebel tear escapes down my cheek. Christian turns to me, catching me in this moment of emotional weakness. His eyes soften as they lock with mine. Months ago, I would have interpreted that look as calculated compassion, part of our elaborate charade. Now I know better. Now I know him. He crosses to me in 2 long strides, arms enveloping me before I can compose myself. The solid warmth of his chest against my cheek, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against my ear, it grounds me in a way nothing else can. "Hey," he whispers, his mouth close to my ear, words meant only for me. "You okay?" I nod against his chest, not trusting my voice. The emotions swirling through me are too complex to articulate. Happiness for David, relief about Tobias. The terrifying realization that I've fallen in love with the man I only meant to have a business arrangement with. Christian pulls back, just enough to look at me. His thumb gently brushes away another errant tear from my cheek. The tenderness in the gesture nearly undoes me again. "Thank you," he murmurs, blue eyes intense on mine, "for everything you've brought to our lives, to my life." Before I can respond, his lips find mine in a gentle, almost reverent kiss. It's brief. We're still in front of his father and David, but it carries a weight that steals my breath. This isn't for show. This isn't part of our performance. This is real and we both know it. When he draws back, I see the recognition in his eyes, the acknowledgement of what's happened between us, what neither of us planned for or expected, what neither of us can deny any longer. I glance over at Henry and David, still engaged in conversation about soccer prospects, then back at Christian. His arm remains around my waist, holding me close to his side, not as his fake wife or his former assistant, but as his partner, his equal. The life I stumbled into when I signed those marriage papers has become something I never could have imagined, something I never want to lose.
Chapter 30. Christian. The early autumn sun dapples through the trees of Central Park, painting Claudia and David with streaks of gold as they run ahead of me on the path. David's laughter rings out, a sound I never tire of hearing, as he dashes between the trees with Claudia chasing after him in a game of tag they've invented with increasingly elaborate rules. "You can't catch me if I'm standing on a rock," David shouts, scrambling atop a small boulder and striking a superhero pose. "Oh, really?" Claudia places her hands on her hips, pretending to contemplate this new rule with grave seriousness. "I don't remember agreeing to that condition, mister." I hang back, content to watch them together. 5 months. It's been 5 months since Claudia Hamilton became part of our lives officially, though the reality shifted long before papers were signed. What began as a business arrangement, a fake wife to secure my position, has become something neither of us saw coming. I'm in love with her. Claudia, with her dark skin and curly brown hair and beautiful brown eyes. Claudia, who still has my schedule memorized to a T, and who knows my coffee order in an instant. David jumps off his rock fortress and races toward me, Claudia in close pursuit. Dad, I need backup." He crashes into my legs, wrapping his arms around my knees and peering up at me with those disarmingly blue eyes. "Sorry, buddy. I think you're on your own with this one." I ruffle his blonde hair as Claudia approaches, slightly breathless. "Traitor," she mouths at me, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Every man for himself in the Hamilton household." I wink at her, feeling that familiar tightness in my chest whenever she smiles at me that way, like I'm the only person in this crowded park who matters. "Can we get ice cream?" David tugs at my hand, having completely forgotten about the game now that a better prospect has appeared. "After lunch," I tell him. "We brought sandwiches, remember?" "I packed your favorite," Claudia adds. "Turkey with the crusts cut off." David's face lights up. "With the special sauce?" "Would I forget the special sauce?" Claudia looks mock-offended. "Race you to our spot!" David takes off again, his boundless energy making me feel every one of my 29 years. He's going to sleep well tonight, I say, taking Claudia's hand as we follow at a more reasonable pace. Unlike his father, who hasn't slept properly in days. She squeezes my fingers. Board meeting still bothering you? I shake my head. Not anymore. Tobias keeping his distance these past few months has been clarifying. I'm not looking over my shoulder constantly, waiting for the next attempt to undermine me. He was always going to lose that battle, Claudia says with a conviction that warms me. He doesn't understand what Hamilton Enterprises actually needs. Neither did I, until you helped me see it. I pull her closer as we walk. You know, when I asked you to marry me, I thought I was simply securing my place at the company. And now? Her voice carries that hint of vulnerability that only I get to hear. Now I know it was the smartest business decision I ever made, but for entirely different reasons. Our spot turns out to be occupied by a group of college students with guitars, so we find another clearing nearby. I spread out the blanket while Claudia unpacks our lunch with David's enthusiastic but chaotic assistance. It's such a simple thing. A family picnic. Yet 5 months ago, I couldn't have imagined how much I'd come to treasure these moments. After lunch, David spots a group of children with a soccer ball and looks at me pleadingly. Go ahead, I tell him. Stay where we can see you. I will. He's off before the last word leaves his mouth. Claudia shifts closer to me on the blanket, leaning her head against my shoulder. He's thriving now, you know. His teacher says he's more confident, more settled. That's all you, I murmur into her hair. You've given him stability. We've given him a family, she corrects me. I reach into my pocket, fingers closing around the small box I've been carrying for days, waiting for the right moment. The diamond ring on her left hand catches the sunlight, a prop in our charade that's become so much more. I have something for you, I say, suddenly uncharacteristically nervous. Oh, she straightens, curiosity lighting her features. I pull out the box, holding it between us. You already have the obligatory massive diamond that screams, Hamilton wife. I nod toward her ring. But I wanted to give you something that's just from me to you. Something real. I hold the velvet box in my palm, suddenly feeling the weight of it. Not the physical heft, but the significance. Claudia's eyes widen, questioning as she studies my expression. Christian? I take a breath. Our arrangement started as something practical, a business transaction. But somehow, I open the box, revealing a delicate gold necklace with a pendant, a small, perfect emerald surrounded by tiny diamonds. Somehow along the way, everything changed. Claudia's lips part slightly as she stares at the necklace. The emerald catches the sunlight filtering through the trees, sending fractured green light dancing across her face. It reminded me of that dress you wore the night of the Harlem charity event, I explain. The one where David spilled punch all over the CEO of Westfield Industries, and instead of being embarrassed, you somehow charmed the old bastard into doubling his donation. Her fingertip hovers over the pendant, not quite touching it. I see her throat work as she swallows. A tear forms in the corner of her eye, then trails down her cheek. It's beautiful, she whispers, voice thick with emotion. May I? I lift the necklace from its velvet nest. She nods, turning slightly and lifting her hair away from her neck. The intimacy of the moment isn't lost on me. How many times have I imagined doing exactly this? The necklace is cool against my fingers as I bring it around her neck, my hand slightly unsteady as I work the clasp. I've closed billion-dollar deals with steadier hands than this. There, I say, my voice lower than I intended. When she turns back to face me, the emerald rests perfectly at the hollow of her throat. Another tear slides down her cheek. I catch it with my thumb, allowing my hand to linger against her face. I hardly cry, she says with an embarrassed laugh, even as more tears form. I consider it a personal victory whenever I break through that famous Claudia composure. I smile, but then grow serious. I don't want a fake marriage anymore, Claudia. Her breath catches, and for a moment I see uncertainty flash across her face. I quickly continue. I want a real one, with you. I want what we've been pretending to have. The words tumble out now as if they've been waiting too long to be said. When we started this, I thought what I needed was to check a box. Get married, secure my position, continue the Hamilton legacy. But that's not what I needed at all. I take both her hands in mine, my thumb brushing over the diamond ring she's worn as a prop these past months. What I needed was you, your perspective, your clarity, your ability to see through all the nonsense that I was raised to believe mattered. I shake my head, feeling a weight lifting as I finally speak these truths. You opened my eyes to what actually matters. Not just for the company, but for me. For David. She's fully crying now, silent tears that make her eyes shine even brighter. Christian, I love you, I interrupt, unable to hold the words back any longer. I love the way you cut through my defenses. I love how fiercely you protect David. I love that you call me on my BS when I need it. I love that you've made us a family without even trying. My hand moves to the necklace, touching the emerald lightly. This isn't about obligation or appearances. It's just us. Just me telling you that I'm in love with you. And I want everything between us to be real. Her fingers curl around my wrist, holding me there. It already is real, she whispers. It has been for a long time. The space between us vanishes as I lean forward, my lips finding hers. The kiss is gentle at first, a question, an offering, but deepens as her arms slide around my neck, pulling me closer. I taste salt from her tears, feel the gentle pressure of her body against mine. Everything about this moment feels weightless and inevitable at once. When we finally part, I rest my forehead against hers, unwilling to move further away. I love you too, she says against my lips, in case that wasn't clear.
Chapter 31. Claudia. The night breeze drifts through the half-open window of the penthouse bedroom, carrying with it the distant symphony of New York City. Christian's fingertips trace the outline of my emerald necklace as we stand in the dim light of our bedroom, the day's confessions in Central Park still warming my skin. Have I told you how beautiful you'd look, wearing nothing but this? Christian's voice drops to a whisper as he leans in, his lips brushing against my ear. I shiver under his touch, acutely aware of David sleeping down the hall. No, not yet, but it would be nice to hear. Then let me show you instead. His hands slide up my arms, leaving goosebumps in their wake before framing my face. When our lips meet, it's different from all our previous kisses. Deeper, more intentional. There's no pretense anymore. No contract binding us together. Just us. Stripped bare of everything except this raw, unexpected love that blindsided us both. We need to be quiet, I remind him, glancing toward the bedroom door. Christian's eyes darken. I know. He takes my hand and leads me to our bed. The mattress dips beneath our weight as he lowers me onto the silky sheets. His body hovers above mine, powerful, and restraining himself all at once. The contradiction makes my heart race. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I nestle against Christian's strong body, my head finding its perfect spot in the crook of his shoulder. His fingers trace idle patterns on my back, raising goosebumps despite the warmth radiating from his skin. The emerald pendant rests between us, catching the scattered moonlight that filters through the curtains. This moment feels so distant from our first meeting in his office, when I was just an assistant and he was just my intimidating boss. Now here we are, husband and wife, not for convenience or contract, but because somehow, against all odds, we fell in love.
Chapter 32. Christian. I slide a plate of dinosaur-shaped pancakes in front of David, who's sitting at the kitchen island swinging his legs back and forth. Awesome! T-Rex pancakes! David grabs his fork and stabs it into the largest dinosaur on his plate. Did you know T-Rex had the strongest bite force of any land animal ever? Is that right? I pour myself a cup of coffee, watching as he drowns his breakfast in maple syrup. The kid's got a sweet tooth that rivals mine. Yep, Miss Jackson told us that in class. They could bite through bones. He demonstrates with an exaggerated chomp of his own teeth. I ruffle his blonde hair. Well, try not to bite through the plate, buddy. The kitchen is bright with morning light, but our bedroom has remained dark for the third morning in a row. Claudia hasn't made it for breakfast all week. At first, I thought it was just a stomach bug, but she's been barely eating, sleeping more than usual, and yesterday I caught her throwing up in the bathroom when she thought I wasn't home. Dad, is Claudia sick again? David looks up from his demolished dinosaur landscape, concern etched across his small face. She's just not feeling great, bud. I'm going to take her some breakfast. Can I help? His blue eyes widen hopefully. You finish those dinosaurs first, little man. I assemble a tray with plain toast, a banana, and some herbal tea. The only thing she's been able to keep down lately. David nods seriously, like I've assigned him a critical mission. I'll eat them all, even the Stegosaurus, and he's my favorite. As I head towards our bedroom, the weight of worry sits heavy in my chest. Claudia's been brushing off my concerns, but something isn't right. She's never sick. Not in all the time I've known her. Even when we were just pretending, when she was just my assistant playing the role of my wife, she was the picture of health. Now that things are real between us, now that I've fallen completely in love with her, seeing her this way is killing me. Our bedroom is dark when I push the door open with my shoulder, the blackout curtains still drawn. Claudia is a lump under the covers, just the top of her head visible. Morning, I say quietly, setting the tray on the nightstand. Brought you some breakfast? The lump stirs. Claudia emerges, her curly hair disheveled. The emerald pendant I gave her glints against her skin as she sits up against the pillows. Thank you, but I don't think I can eat. She eyes the toast with a grimace. You've barely eaten in 3 days. I sit on the edge of the bed, reaching out to brush hair from her face. Her skin is warm beneath my fingers. David's worried about you. I'm worried about you. She pulls the covers up to her chin. It's just a stomach thing. For a week? Come on, Claudia. What's going on? I take her hand, noticing how delicate it feels in mine. If something's wrong, we deal with it together. That's the deal now, remember? This isn't fake anymore. Tears well in her eyes, catching me off guard. Christian. Her voice trembles slightly and she looks down at our intertwined fingers. Whatever it is, just tell me. I squeeze her hand, fear clawing up my throat. Is she sick? Really sick? The kind of sick that doesn't go away with chicken soup and rest? She takes a deep breath, her eyes finally meeting mine. I'm pregnant. The words hang in the air between us. For a moment, I can't speak, can't think, can't process the two simple words she's just uttered. The word gets caught in my throat. Pregnant. She nods, watching my face carefully. I took 3 tests yesterday when you were at the office. The room feels suddenly too small and too large all at once. My mind races back through the last few weeks. Her fatigue, the way she'd push food around her plate at dinner, her sudden aversion to coffee. Are you sure? It's a stupid question, but it's all I can manage. Pretty sure that's what the little pink lines mean. A ghost of a smile crosses her lips. A baby. Our baby. A sibling for David. A family. A real one. Not the facade we'd constructed for my father's approval. The thought is terrifying and exhilarating all at once, gathering momentum with each bounce, until suddenly it transforms into something that feels a lot like joy. Say something, Claudia whispers, her fingers twisting nervously in the sheets. I lean forward, cupping her face in my hands, and press my lips gently against hers. The kiss is soft, reverent, nothing like our usual heat. When I pull back, her eyes are questioning. This is the greatest news you could have given me. My voice comes out rough with emotion. A baby, Claudia. Our baby. Relief floods her features. You're happy about this? Happy doesn't begin to cover it. I rest my forehead against hers, breathing her in. Ecstatic is more like it. She laughs softly, her hand moving to rest on her still flat stomach. The simple gesture hits me like a physical blow. There's a life in there. A tiny Hamilton. I should warn you, I say, settling beside her on the bed. I don't know anything about pregnancy. When David's mom was pregnant, I wasn't around. The admission stings, a reminder of my failures with David's mother. But this time I'm planning to read every damn book on pregnancy and motherhood I can get my hands on. Claudia's eyes soften as she leans into me. Look at you, being all responsible. I'm going to be right beside you through all of it. The morning sickness, the weird cravings, the swollen ankles, every appointment, every milestone. I brush my thumb across her cheek. I won't miss a single moment. You'd better not. She places her hand over mine, the emerald of her necklace catching the sliver of light that's broken through the curtains. I'm going to need someone to hold my hand when they stick me with all those needles. I thought you weren't scared of anything, Hamilton. I grin, still getting used to hearing my last name attached to hers. Oh, I'll kick pregnancy's ass, she says with that familiar confidence I fell in love with. But I've heard horror stories about those glucose tests. The bedroom door suddenly crashes open, and David barrels in at full speed. He's got syrup on his face, and his dinosaur pajamas are rumpled. Dad, Claudia! I finished all my pancakes! He launches himself onto the bed, landing between us with enough force to make Claudia wince slightly. Even the Stegosaurus! Stegosaurus? I correct automatically, exchanging a look with Claudia over his head. She gives me a small nod, her eyes bright. Hey, buddy, I say, pulling him onto my lap. We've got something really important to tell you. David looks between us, his eyes widening. Are we getting a puppy? Tommy at school got a puppy, and it chewed his dad's shoes, and... Not a puppy, Claudia interjects, reaching out to wipe a spot of syrup from his chin. Something even better. David looks skeptical. What's better than a puppy? I take a deep breath. Claudia has a baby in her tummy. You're going to be a big brother. His little mouth drops open. For a second, the room is completely silent, a rare phenomenon with my son. Then his face splits into a grin so wide I worry it might hurt. A baby? Like a real baby? He bounces on the bed. When? Where is it? Can I see it? Claudia laughs, the first genuine laugh I've heard from her in days. The baby is very tiny right now, growing in my belly. It won't be here for a while yet. How long? He presses his small hand against Claudia's stomach, his expression so serious it nearly undoes me. "About 7 months," she says, placing her hand over his. "That's forever." He groans dramatically, flopping back on the pillows. "It'll go by fast," I tell him, though I doubt my own words. 7 months of waiting seems like an eternity. "And you've got an important job to do while we wait." "What's that?" "You have to learn to be the best big brother ever," I say with a smile. My hand swipes the hair out of his eyes. "Do you think you can do that?" "Yes, Daddy." "I will. And you and Claudia will be the best parents ever," David says, jumping on the bed before engulfing the two of us in a big hug. "This is it. My family. And in a few months' time, we'll have one more. This is everything I wanted. Everything I dreamed of."
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
"It's you, Nyla. It's always been you."
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.